We will see that when we do not cause friction in our systems, instead we will find peaceful and happy cohabitation, and then the progressive, positive energies will gravitate to us, rather than away. At that time, you might observe that you feel that you have found what you were searching for. The answer: no gimmicks or trinkets needed. This revelation might then lead you back to question as to why those around you have these same relative convictions, yet do not take up the cause. Why are you just sitting there? It is for the same reasons that religions tend to go stale for some. Lack of stimulus, lack of belonging, which can bring even the most devout follower to assume that they have been left behind. Even the ye olde protagonist swept and asked why God he had forsaken him, even though it was obvious why. Every person who lives the life of a protagonist in the false system is fated to be a martyr. Live against the status quo, and you will receive the keyholder's wrath. If standard logic wasn't enough to circumnavigate the conundrum of being picked on by contrasting energies, then you have to acknowledge that the authors of these stories were plagued by contrast and locked into a failed SCNVFECFGI. A resounding conclusion that they too lived and coped in a failed system. What does that say about other systems? Ironically, simultaneously, we are all aware that some find extreme satisfaction in their religion and note that those people also might be practicing high levels of resolve in other aspects of their lives. They live their convictions. That's the illusion of attributing one's success in something unseen, because we've seen some who advertise that they are closest to God fail time and time again. It's not about the old trope, all sin, and therefore fall short in comparison to the glory of God. Yada, although it is true because it's valid, but it never really makes much sense, until you understand who God really is. They might say, God has done amazing things in my life, and they thank the Lord whenever something good happens, but when bad things happen, they think it was lack of faith or God's plan. Of course, there are things in life that are beyond our control. But within a false system, you have to generalize if you do not realize the cause. Realize that at the base, esoteric understandings are just a large collection of basic observations about physics, and since there was no science to explain, then unexplainable phenomena would be attributed to God. Then the authors realized that everything is because of God, and then they fervently spin around in circles wondering why, but can never see that in a false system, that is not grounded in true equality, we could never come to the conclusion that we were aspects of the Almighty's omnipotence. A ye olde self-help book that was needed in order to stave off the CD of having to repeatedly be failed by people around you and failing yourself because of the false system erected by the keyholders. Therefore, we will look to core of the issue, but hold off on laying blame for any effect and leave out the ambience of microtransactional praise to the gods in exchange for system stabilization. Shed the false social conditioning and plug yourself into a true form of the altruistic and philanthropic harmony. You won't find yourself dissatisfied of what comes your way, nor will you be the weekend washout. Do not walk the path lined with snares and you won't be hindered by them. When not deterred by the products of false systems, you can focus on paving your own unique path. If you disagree, honestly, it's really just a matter of choice of flavor of holy salad dressing you prefer. You attribute your successes and reason for losses under a different set of labels, and that's okay. However, with or without God in that picture, you know that in order for humankind to invoke masterful manifestation in a unified voice, we must unite, and align our skills, abilities and our economic mobility. The only way we can bring about the true form of change is by doing it together, and by implementing true equality. You are here now, you know this is not the stale beliefs born of old kingdoms. Most religions promise a path to paradise if you play your cards right. For some, this provides them with a compass. For others, they use this compass only when they feel it is helpful. For others, they feel they are forgiven for their hypocrisy. This is true ignorance, but note ignorance in this false system really means that they are simply not aware. It does not denote judgment. Now I must implore that you receive this information because you are the one who ultimately makes the choice. The universe does not have a God that is governed by the laws and morals and ethics that were created by man. It turns out the only real explanation of what this is without that absolute God in the equation. That is an absolute human type of God. That is because all religions are valid, as God has said He has many names and as we know can take many forms. The universe evolves in every way, and so shall we. Chapter 27 Are you judging me? Religion is a philosophy, is a discipline, and anyone who practices a discipline is essentially an aspiring monk or shaman of that belief system, or whatever label you deem fit. Just overlay your lexicon, your SCNVFECFGI, in each scenario to fully resonate. So, if you are Catholic, you could say Father, or if you are Christian, you could say Pastor, etc. This is just an example, and we know there are many other religions out there. When you practice your faith, you are attempting to emulate the best version of a person who existed in the stories that you hold dear to your beliefs. When the sacred texts state that the protagonist held a humble position in life, it does not mean that at some point you should settle your aspirations. No, look at those same protagonists, and how they shaped and defined their cultures. They carved a path where they went, completely altering the course of time. If you choose to truly follow one of these limited disciplines, can you be content when you level out in your spirituality? You might feel that those who claim they are chosen, whom society has coined as gods manifested in the material world, are impossible to emulate as if they were on a higher level. Honestly, this is a crux fallacy, a throttle on the collective to keep them corralled outside of the true power of manifesting on the material. If you are truthful with yourself in understanding that miracles only exist in the primary, and not unexplained phenomena that is of the tertiary, then what does that leave you with? Yes, it leaves you with just human. Therefore, you allow yourself to be hypnotized into a state of complacency. Remember, and most imperatively, to be honest with yourself. If you have ever had the same yearnings of any holy teacher and lived that life for even a moment, then you have the elements of the divine. Not to be that person but to be like them, because you can only be you anyways. Remember that even the holy teachers were not without temptation. Therefore, to wield the power of a saint you only need to apply your kinetic energy with a proper philosophy. Our kinetic energy is our flow of powers, our magic or miracles, which are 100% verifiable and in primary and secondary expressions. The standard definition of a miracle will always be unexplainable. Many times in life we hope for a miracle. Though how about we just come to terms with parts of life that seem unfair, and give up on terminologies of cope, and instead focus on how we can fix problems at the core. Once the world is changed, we wouldn't need to pray for miracles. The greatest miracle we could ever achieve would be to act as one. With the message from the universe as our navigator, that day will come. When it does, we will have shattered the presumption that one would have to literally have descended from the heavens to bring peace on earth, to feed the hungry, house the homeless, or even heal the sick. Understand that if you repair the baseline, then people will naturally be better overall. That is the real miracle, people. The self is where true power comes from, not hocus-pocus party tricks. Honestly, the world is better off utilizing this non-spiritual approach because it reaffirms that humans are responsible for saving one another. Get the basics down first before we embellish our lives with the spirit. What a mockery to think that one could wield the power of the universe, and not understand that we are a single entity overall. Therefore, we truly must unify in order to truly heal. Only then can we utilize the power of the spirit. This is the proper embellishment. This sacred knowledge is our tertiary affirmations, and this is the only thing stopping us from gaining the real spectrum of understanding of the universe. Live it, speak it, and I will move those proverbial mountains that block you from your goals. At that point, the things you want in life will come knocking on your door. know that this is the only true way of manifesting on the third plane. You don't need gurus, or wise men, star charts and graphs that show you how to decode the hieroglyphics, or a series of outdated books with messages meant for the common man thousands of years ago that have no relevance to the systems of today. Ironically, the books of religions are manuals to a game that most people don't even bother to read from cover to cover, yet claim they intimately understand. The term understanding denotes a wide path for information to flow. Inversely, a narrow path means to block out incoming stimulus, which reveals a contradiction. When one adopts a religion as the key to their survival in handling their daily onslaught of cognitive dissonance, and as they pour countless hours of reading, meditation, self-loathing, etc., they constantly evolve with the flow of information, which was once a wide path in a forest, now a locked mindset. They constructed a fortress around it, and now they are in a hall behind a door, and they peer through the keyhole to see the world around them. You might say, oh no, I know many religious people that are so open-minded. So, what you are saying is that those people interpret the scriptures themselves, and only live by the rules they deem convenient, therefore are absolved of sin, which is really just a coping mechanism to remove cognitive dissonance. When will we see these systems for what they are? A ye olde book, antiquated tools of psychology to help navigate? Is not one of the worst types of sin hypocrisy? There is no gray area where one is to make a temporary path in which the person is dictating the interpretations of the scriptures. At this point they are actually acknowledging that it is they know best, and not the God they had devoted themselves to, who holds their eternal lives in his hands, who is ready to cast them into darkness unless they repent. Of course, they could still be welcome into the kingdom if they are truly sorry, and they are only truly forgiven when they reprogram themselves to acknowledge the divergent energies, thus having to reaffirm that they have once again, have picked a side. Realize that this current system we are in is a machine designed to control, which is utilized by people around you that have the monetary mobility to corral you into a financial corner and then systematically beat you into conforming to their perception of your place in their society. At this point in our timeline, the true reality we were supposed to experience is out the door and seems to defy all notions of logic, because this failed system continues to persist, and that is because it is rife with corruption and hypocrisy. The first original sin was actually inequality. Many philosophies/religions/businesses of the false system seem to be more and more comfortable with existing and coping with their stereotypes, and notice how they all eventually fade into the background and dissolve into history. Worn-out traditions, despite setting up the biggest business system in the history of humankind, evolving for thousands of years. Such a twisted tale is the one that tells the followers that they will inherit the earth if they are passive and give 10% of their earnings to God. Give more means more blessings, right? Social hubs for local business networking and a convenient place to teach hive mind coping techniques, rather than utilizing their mycelium-like networks at fixing the core of the issue that plague the world. The programmed run on the wheel in this rat hamster race, and then rush to the holy temple on the weekend to pray fervently for all the bad things in the world to magically go away. These prayers put the fate of the world in God's hands, rather than the destiny of the devolved gods currently inhabiting the earth. Each social club has key holders to the religion, who often adds or removes aspects of their own relative truths/understandings/affirmations and then injects them into their holy doctrines in order to reinforce the ideals of their constituents, thus providing confirmation bias through the narrative, in order to maintain control of their flock. Furthermore, the authors of the most common religious books that have been passed down over the centuries were written in the standard form at the time, according to their relative SCNVFECFGI. This leaves an open door for passages to be retranslated to modern-day dialects and jargon to fit in with the social standards of the current day. Notice the divergence in philosophies of all religions, such as contrasting congregations who pride themselves on conveying underlying messages that a less devoted practitioner failed to notice. In these instances, followers are primed for thought inception, and then they are told to praise God for the newly revealed truth, which is more of the same confirmation bias, and the congregation then offers up their praise like baby chicks in a nest awaiting their mother to regurgitate just enough churned up holy protein to keep them clinging to the system until they need a recharge, whenever that may be. Bless me, Father, for I have sinned, again, and again and again and again. Jesus Christ indeed. LOL. These insights of the old ways molded into the new, are what keep people in the seats. Of course, there is cumulative upkeep to your servitude. What business structure would survive if they could not devise a way to get you to buy again? Is it really choice or programming? If you feel that you have had enough of my heretical rhetoric, I will ask for you to go read the message from the universe again, and be reassured that these statements, these insights are not designed to steer you away. It is to show you that truth, and the affirmations it brings are coping mechanisms. It is to show you the origins of the systems we live in and the duality that resides in them. Given the current climate of the world, we might feel like this whole choice thing isn't what it's advertised to be. What good is choice if we cannot come to agreements to solve the world's problems? Should we then force others or strong-arm them into seeing things our way? Choice is what makes us human. We want people to see things our way, and we all have our outlets of cognitive bias. We all allow social conditioning to take place, in order to find our place in the cosmos. The real wisdom is understanding where it becomes an endless problem, and that is when people in any given system peer outward from the keyhole, hurling curses at those who don't operate and think the way they do. This is where humankind lands itself into hot water. Keyholders in a false system impose a key portion of the unwritten social contract to include a percentage of the population as privileged, and therefore they are entitled to a larger slice of the pie. Not because we as individuals say it's okay, but because they have the ability to take it. Who allows for this to happen? We are all to blame for every failure. We are all conduits and distributors of the grace of the ye olde narrative. In religious books, you will find chapter upon chapter of disjointed stories with no defined beginning or end. In some instances, a day could pass, in some, decades and even a millennium before the story is picked up again. The story is continually reshaped based on the previous author's subjective truths. The stories are crafted in order to bring order from chaos, which requires keyholders to encode social conditioning with articulation that many can't seem to pick up on. Fairy tales and codes. Dissecting dialects of ancient foreign lands, filling in the gaps of where the scrolls had dissolved. Does it really require a higher level of mental aptitude and an ability to read between the lines to decode the end game of strangers? Tribalism is required in the false system. These are bypassing ciphers to when the keyholder wishes to wage war on another culture. Do you not find yourself in shock while reading the stories of those who would murder in the name of a god, as all religious books have? Well then, at that point of course, since this religion's SCNVFECF and even GI, has been previously programmed into that culture, then the aspiring devotee almost automatically adjusts and justifies their perspective of the overall social contract, of the objective system in order to allow themselves not to be broken in their faith. Think of the stories where a god tests the faith of his follower, and how sickly unjust the entire ordeal is. To what end would this type of test come to serve? Seems more like a way of breeding a violent sociopath, someone who would kill for God, even one of their own family members, and not have to question why. Sounds more like a god of the false system to me. A valid way to exist, in our divergent system, but one that pulls the shroud over the eyes, and blinds the person from ever seeing the true light of the world. For the true light is living to help lift others out of the pit of despair in unity, and not one who serves his master through thoughtless murder. Another fairy tale. Desensitization themes exist in every system, and when looking at religion, there is one we probably all have heard. Remember that all systems are the same. The reference to the sheepherder while he tends to his flock, always trying to keep the wolf at bay. Yet the herder keeps the sheep in a static position, a cycle of gobbling up resources, routinely harvesting their wolf for money, and systematically killing the sheep as needed. Furthermore, a sheep is also widely known as a mentally dull animal who blindly follows and scares easily. This comparison of the sheep is equal to human lives and how one sacrifices themselves and blindly follows, and pretty insulting, and is at the least a soft tactical form of brainwashing. Accepting a role as a follower in these systems would mean that you are willingly offering yourself to the shepherd. Realize at this point though, that there is no difference between the wolf and the sheepherder, except their outward appearance and their methods. Sometimes the wolf appears as the herder and vice versa. Yet the followers stay with him because he loves you, right? Right? Remember that sometimes the devil appears as an angel of light, or is it that you love your coping methods, and the herder loves to reassure you that your methods work, and he loves to see you routinely so he can coach you on how to maintain that SCNVFECFGI. Zooming in. Because of social conditioning, when looking out from the keyhole of a system that one is deeply invested in, beyond the safety zone are the systems of cope, like a chemical dependence of confirmation bias, and on the edges cognitive dissonance. Your appalling knee-jerk reactions are fuel to someone else's fire, and all the while as you gaze out of your perspective ready to judge those around you, realize that both the shepherd and the wolf are there over your shoulder, and realize for your sake that those two beings are one and the same, and realize that they are also both you. 3 in 1. You are the shepherd, you are the sheep, you are the wolf. As you navigate your player's options menu in this great game of life, this exercise assures that you are self-validating your existence within this 3D world, and justification even during confrontation helps you plan for the future, which makes you feel safe and helps give you purpose on how to plan for a better tomorrow. Of course, you want your circle of influence to cycle positive feedback and endorse your rehearsed methods of coping, since you all are on the same path. This makes it easier to double down on dissonant behavior when you are far off on your own. Testing the perimeters without the right quantity of support from your flock, and without the formula of leadership being validated in any foreign system, could potentially leave you in a state of shock. The keyholders know and capitalize on situations where there is contrast beating at the door of your belief system. A keyholder is already inside your house because you provided them with a skeleton key long ago. They pass through your desensitized defense systems like a specter, most of the time, as they please. A fully indoctrinated sheep of the flock is always wide open for mental incursion, as long as the new information implanted has a similar key. When a sheep is not in the safe spaces of the master, they slam the door shut when they face most contrast, even in the face of self-improvement, if it comes from a system they don't approve of. When this happens, of course, it's cause for rejoice, which they will then get to recant the tale of when they had their moment in the spotlight, when they got be like the ye old holy protagonist. In doing so, this leads them to think that this is the same as announcing their shepherd god or their belief system has absolute authority. Of course, they have to report their incidents to the rest of the flock, who will then as well feed off the dissonant human ambience. Then the keyholder will preach a sermon that will reinforce their thinking, followed by another promise of that fateful day, which cannot be defined on any calendar, when final judgment will prevail. Their philosophy and the God that represents their ideals, which they were programmed into their whole lives, will return to swallow up all their enemies into the earth, and this while preaching the Beatitudes. All human gods evolved long ago through migration from the wilderness, in its attempt to gain access to an established kingdoms, and were often rejected. Sometimes the sheep would think that God himself commanded that they were to burn a kingdom down to the ground, and in other instances, these warriors of the one true God were to spare women and maybe some of the children, the livestock, and the goods. Then on another occasion, God forbade anyone from taking anything from a particular kingdom that was freshly massacred, just so an example could be made. This example was one of many. Do the bidding of the one true God, even when commanded to do something as illogical as leaving mad loots behind. During this favorite pastime of the wanderers, there was a man who disobeyed, and his punishment was that God suddenly swallowed him and his entire family up into a gaping chasm. However, let's not talk of the mass genocide that was enacted on the freshly massacred city, and how this could ever be justified. Instead, let's talk about that one guy who dared to go against God by looting some of the dead God commanded him to kill. This is some real macabre Manchurian candidate ye old tales from the holy book, isn't it? The whole group was obviously being tested by the keyholders. The spectrum of understandings dictates that there will be a percentage that will do exactly what you need. Therefore the keyholder can conjure up a test subject NPC anytime they wish and make an example of them. Realize that places culture that were accepting of this group of wanderers were, and still are, prospects for long-term invasion and assimilation under the narrative of the one God or else system. For all those who stood, in contrast, at least to their God, are already enemies and will be dealt with, no matter how abstract the methods or how long it took. If a culture's SCNVFECFGI would have been too contrasting to allow them a chance at testing the parameters, they would undoubtedly be a threat to the longevity of these traveling quote-unquote saints' way of life. Therefore, non-believers must be destroyed because the one Almighty God commanded it so. Or we can drop the charade, and call it for what it is, a human system where they do what they want, when they want, no matter the cost. Some keyholders in religious systems have taken it upon themselves to omit giant portions of their inherited doctrine, and they will routinely alter potentially self-damaging rhetoric that hinders the cause or overall message. In some cases, entire religions are spawned from other religions in order to provide an alternate option just in case you weren't unable to align yourself fully with the parent religion. However, note how many of those egregious stories we've been mentioning are still in those books. Does that not raise a red flag for you? Here is a perfect example of the duality of those people. Just as a warning, to those who find themselves in religions that push energies into terms of absolutes pitting the good versus evil in an endless battle, please quit allowing strangers to translate and dictate esoteric symbology through a time capsule. When you do this, you endorse and lift that person higher in status than that of a commoner. You are accepting of that one person as the keyholder to the narrative, the choke, and the throttle of logical reasoning, and from it, the innate universal wisdom that is all around us. The keyholders would never tell you that you have the ability to be a holy protagonist, but often are advertising that one could always aspire to and be like them. Realize that this is an extremely disempowering philosophy. They say that the holy protagonists performed miracles that healed the sick and raised the dead, yet none of these magic tricks or absolute power could fix the root of the problems that allowed the divergent paths to once again meet together and be addressed. Raise the dead? Jesus, can we just focus on the easy tasks first? In bipolar energy systems where actions are labeled with terms such as good versus evil, these energies are able to be capitalized upon, thus ensuring that there is a perpetual struggle which in turn sows misery for others. When the thread that keeps society together is made of poor fabric, then in time the garment will fall apart. Billions of people are barely hanging on, suffering at the edges of this system. If you are literally losing the seat of your pants, then the keyholders will capitalize on offering you a quick fix. They supply both the problems and the solutions. Time to work some magic, but the only real magic we see nowadays are the spells that are cast upon the people, to keep them perpetually asleep or at each other's throats. Or is it that the marketing department, with the help of some extremely greedy people behind the blameless guise of free market capitalism. Governments, religions and philosophies grounded in the false system offer only methods of cope. It's wild to think that people can buy into the sales tactic of eternal life in exchange for anything, really. It's not theirs to give, because it belongs to everyone innately already. If living with God isn't enough to melt your face off, then how about you get your own planet with a harem? Does that not sound a bit like someone is thinking of the self while writing, as well as incentivizing the most assured method to attracting the masses? Why did the gods stop coming to remind us? What's stopping the gods from coming back? How bad do things have to get? Why do you think the keyholders are pro-establishment of religious freedoms? Those systems of cope offer empty promises of material wealth in life and endless bounty in the afterlife if an ambiguous intangible criterion is maintained. Simultaneously they claim that you cannot take the wealth accrued for devotion in the 3D with you after you die. There is a built-in contradiction there. As well as no excessively greedy person really cares what happens in the afterlife, and would anyone really define themselves as greedy? Could you think of a more dominating system than this false one we are in now? The social norm is to be economically classed based on your culture's SCNVFECFGI since birth, then with time right on schedule, the economic sliding bar comes in to crash the economy. Corrections, inflation, record profits while there are supply shortages, but no increase in pay for the people. The goalposts for equality are simply moved. Then these same companies lobby the government for bailout money, with our tax dollars, and cut out while leaving covered up environmental catastrophes for the next suckers to clean up. We the products, will always be the suckers, and the failures which we are seeing before us will never stop because we are powerless to change them. And all the while, you go to church, and they tell you to tithe so you can reap the benefits. I think we the people fully comprehend the catch at this point, even without the divine knowledge divvied out from the church. We understand that we are not leaving this planet with our Nintendo Switches and our useless digital or fiat currencies. But what is not said about the promise of X and Y in the afterlife is the obvious questions like, what does a spirit need with a castle? Size is relative, so you wouldn't even know if your castle in the sky was any bigger than Roach Motel on Earth. A form in spirit has no definite shape, so who cares what shape or size it takes? Authors of these religions seem to be missing the overall point if they think that their sermons are the manna from heaven that the general populace, the slave class, needs to hear. After this life, you are dissolved of duality, not given more 3D roadblocks like an endless game of 2D left-to-right Mario Bros games. How utterly boring and pointless the manifestations of the 3D are in contrast to the higher realms. You might ask, how do you know? Well, you would be right. I could never prove that we are not just destined to relive endless lives, reincarnated for some thoughtless machine in the sky that craves the only worthy data worth salvaging in the endless void. However, we shouldn't sell ourselves short here. Think back at the earlier example of creating something from nothing, and how contrast is needed in order for us to measure off from the baseline. We understand that at some point, that it had to be a difficult task to start to create a genuine and unique experience in this existence that we are in. And if one universe's knobs aren't exactly in the right place, then that's okay, because there is a multiverse out there, so there will never be a shortage of stimulus. All we had to do was breath our essence into the waters, and the rest was history, or our story. Am I right? Forgive me for my 3D limitations, but I think it would be to feel a semblance of emotion. Yes, God was undoubtedly bored with knowing everything about nothing, and if the first dimension didn't bore God's socks off, then the second dimension should have never happened, and obviously, 2D was just hype, so we abandoned it for the 3D. All of everything in the universe, including time, through the eye of a needle in the blink of an eye. In all places simultaneously we live and die. Do you get angry when thinking of God and Satan in a game battling for souls? Why would God need a soul if it could create one? Again, we ask, why would a human living in the material world need a mansion in heaven? Why is there a boundary in an infinite universe? What good is a gate in the fourth dimension, and why would it be made of precious metals? What does God need with a starship? Even old Captain Kirk knew. Chanting, bowing, groveling, and begging to be more like your holy protagonist will yield some subjective and relative levels of piety, but it only guarantees that you will have to adopt some knee-jerk reactions to other religions and people's contrasting lifestyles. Realize that you will never measure up to that absolute God's judgment and power, no matter how egregious your actions are. Look at me, God, or notice me, senpai, is ironically the ego, and not the lack of one, and is why any protagonist excels, and not surprisingly that is why others around you excel. What these protagonists and any other person who has been wildly successful or had lasting notoriety in life did, was to utilize social and economic vehicles. The protagonist. Consider devoted followers of the holy protagonists, how they abandoned their life's work, or lack thereof, to follow, learn and emulate. Why do we emulate or follow anyone? It is because we see power, not because we see weakness. Therefore we ask, was it really some magic formula that these protagonists had, which allowed them the ability to influence people to the degree that caused those around them to obsess or to devote their lives to following them? Historically, being a martyr for a ye olde religion, meant doing things that are overtly pleasing to the masses, living in contrast to the status quo, and then dying a somewhat awful death at the hands of their counterculture's keyholders. Anyone at that point who can pick up an ink pen and parchment is for the most part allowed to say anything about the protagonist and give their account about their choices in life. They can make up anything they want. Furthermore, realize that the origin stories of most martyrs had several authors. Therefore we cannot call these works non-fiction now, can we? Without fact, it is called fiction. Why humans build SCENVFECFGI around facts is because we wish to capitalize off of the fabled hero's experience. It's no wonder we don't regard anyone in our current timeline as the holy protagonists, at least not to the degree to which we revere the ones from our religious books. By today's standards, the closest thing we could say that comes near a holy protagonist would be a Hollywood celebrity, because society idolizes, emulates and obsesses over them. Given the degree of devotion that the masses put forth to these people, you have to wonder that if we truly understand that underneath they are just regular people. The only difference is that they have really good support structures and an entourage of enablers and validators. Understand that there really is no such thing as a self-made person in any capacity, in any timeline. Humans are naturally obsessed with people who live in contrast to the mundane, even animated fictional ones, which we prioritize validations of their actions to be projected directly into our systems via news feed, blogs, chat rooms, and more. All the while we are constantly looking for people with who have the same SCNVFECFGI so we can align ourselves and resonate in hopes to gain from them, whether it be emotional or economical function, which is what validates our existence, thus cutting through the thick, dry, endless drudge of our everyday lives. Why do we embellish the NPC actors who virtue signal in order to gain fame, when we know they really don't care, when there are real unsung heroes who are endlessly toiling at improving the lives of others? A modern protagonist of fabled proportions might exist, but the reason we don't hear of it is because of the overlay of the narrative and the false system that diverts your gaze away from them. Another reason why they do not emerge from the background is because of the throttle on success. Furthermore, when you have a system that is not equal, then the hardest work becomes the easiest to dismiss as low class. Could we really revere a modern protagonist like the way they were revered in the ye olde days? Probably not, because we know that no single human is God. After all, no pieces are greater than the whole. However, we are sure to show great reverence to those who are not. considered holy protagonists. We embellish the heroes, which raises their status relative to the overall system, and this is even despite their obvious failings. Why? We like these celebrities because we can live and dream vicariously through their actions. We idolize these fantasy heroes because we cannot be them. Does this not distinctly show that for a powerful system to manifest, that all one needs to do is have a group of talented and dedicated authors, and a good marketing department? Yet there is a key understanding as to why people continue to revere the ye olde holy protagonist, aside from the programming of those systems' keyholders. The heroes, whether they are holy or not, are exhibiting humankind's ethical and moral aspirations overall, when they mimic the great holy protagonists. Why? Well, because they do the dirty work of ridding the world of the paradox, that none of us can define, hold or banish. Yet there is a message that they themselves exude, yet never voice in their teachings, and of course there is a reason for that. This aspiration transcends all other causes and affirmations, yet you will never hear the word come from their mouths. True equality. Not the false system's version of equality, which is fighting the good fight that never ends because of self-sabotage, but the true version of equality that will come with the grand reunification. Call me an optimist, but I'll be damned if we don't try to make this happen while we are still grounded in the 3D. That is a tall order indeed, and considering this day and age, and the systems around us, we all know that the chances of becoming even a regular protagonist is an astronomically narrow, nearly non-existent window of opportunity. If you don't see that, then you either grew up in an above-average privileged state of existence or are lying to yourself to deal with the cognitive dissonance, or living in an oblivious state accepting your station in life as fate rather than choice, or in true NPC fashion, you have no thoughts on the matter at all. If you come from a lower class or middle class family, it makes sense why our parents tried to drill into our heads from day one to not stand or act out, but to conform, and this is because their experience shows what normally happens if we don't. They too went through this same cycle, and so, unless they are one of the very lucky few who have gained an elevated status, then they know what will happen to their child if they do not stay on track to what is considered to be normal success. However, understand that even though we are labeling our philosophy as a religion, we do not seek to dethrone any holy god even if we wanted to. No, we seek to be what they dare not speak due to the false system's spell manifested 2 or more millennia ago. We seek to truly be all they had hoped us to be, which is the embodiment of the capacity of their hopes for humankind. Understand that together, we will exceed their expectations, and we do not need anyone's approval to do so. What if there was a platform that properly embellished what sadly is considered normal? What if altruism and philanthropy, which was always commonplace to everyday people, was what was considered heroic? It might sound silly to some, but consider what's at stake here. Consider the amount of suffering in the world. Consider an occasion where you might have truly helped someone, and they clung to you with both hands and locked their eyes to yours and repeatedly said thank you and God bless you, God bless you. This is why I can say truly that I would trade this entire false system, all of its validation copes and embellishments, for equality. Imagine the quality of emotion after the grand unification. Resonate. The wrong embellishments. Historically, the false system had its foundations tested, and occasionally there came breakthroughs and improvements in various systems. These changes were given such labels as the Renaissance, the Reformation, the Great Awakening, or even the Industrial Age. Sure, those are relatively great, but even greater are the ones like Emancipation Proclamation, the Civil Rights Act, Minimum Wage Act, and so on. The ones mentioned above were not inclusive of those of the lower class. Notice a stark contrasting trend? Even so, given that these events occurred, we can know that there is hope that our own new age, this grand unification, will come to pass, and it is we who must be the holy pro-antagonists. It is we who must come together to make sure that the phase change is one that we can all benefit from. It has to be that way, or we will have a stalemate on our hands, and we will only be stuck with another flavor of the false system's version of equality. If we leave it into the keyholder's hands, the system will always be in line with the status quo. There is no other way. We must start this re-evolution now. Historically, religious-related philosophies that stood the test of time are types of embellishments we assume that were executed with masterful levels of technique. However, we know that notion to be part of the programming. The truth is that the stories are extremely inconsistent, non-coherent, contradictory, ambiguous, mostly anonymous, because you cannot really prove any of the protagonists existed, and yet as a result they still hold the attention after centuries. Quick rant for more paid holidays, or just pay us fair wages from the beginning. In many cases, even holidays are erected around the main antagonist, protagonist, as we've seen in the case of St. Patrick's Day. A century later, people are annually vomiting up green beer to honor him. Even Christmas seems to have been commercially hijacked, but actually never was really about Christ. It just seems like an ongoing disagreement which was never fully resolved, maybe because of the inability of validating evidence of the birth of Christ, since the evidence does not actually exist. Why not have two Christmases? Maybe Black Friday should be converted into Old Saint Nick Day? Why didn't the capitalists pick up the opportunity to have another holiday so they can isolate which products to put on the shelves at the right time? Last I read, the birth of the Christian Messiah was actually between September and October. Hey, we don't really have a commercial holiday in September, other than Slave Day, so how about we get the whole week off? I'm sure someone could manage to discover a tablet somewhere that would prove the time of birth so we can have ourselves another much-needed vacation. Now back to deprogramming you from your regular ye-old programming. We also know that there are so many books and teachings in all religions that the original authors left out in cases where it might compromise the future marketability, stability in order to make a lasting impact, because of the overall cause of the endeavor. Also, who gets to choose what is added or removed? That's a chin tapper for sure. Will you allow stories written by a fellow player character, PC, to corral your view of life into forming a perspective lens that was crafted for an archaic system of control? Do you notice that even those holy protagonists and their subsequent followers even decided what you and your descendants were supposed to wear? Realize that even the lack of name brands is in itself a form of fashion and is essentially a uniform. Many seek religion to free themselves from doubt, but during the process of shedding the anxiety of the weight of choices and responsibility in life, we exchange chaos for overbearing control and conformity. There is no true freedom that exists in the third dimension, it is just relative aspects of it. Different versions of the same things and scaled down to what amounts to next to nothing to the objective reality that exists outside of our perception. Furthermore, what good is any holy teaching if true equality is not part of it? Not only that, but there is not any real condemnation of slavery. No, on the contrary, there are verses that say things like this. Slaves, be constant in your unwavering obedience to your earthly masters with fear and trembling and with the same heartfelt sincerity that you show to Christ. Colossians 3:22. As well as we certainly know that there are countless passages that are very anti-women, and this is no exaggeration. Just look it up online, we all know it's not a secret, and most who hold this book by their heart would either accept those verses to be true and or they decide to ignore. Dude, are you freaking kidding me? Do you follow the belief that the violent murder of your enemies is justifiable if God is on your side? No? Well, then how about showing some holy reverence while you slit your enemies' throats? Note that any of these people who wrote of the subjects were themselves students to their own subjective reality, meaning their parents shaped them, and they willfully subjugated themselves to disciplines that placed perimeters, thus allowing their mental growth to be stunted by establishing a rather brutal belief systems that would violently challenge countercultures in order to declare an autonomous right as a human being. Try to stand up to a system where an all-powerful God stood behind the men who take claim to your property and your daughter's virginity. Those same people would also stone your daughter to death if she was unlucky enough to have been raped whilst being betrothed to another man. What's wrong? Don't like the idea of your friendly neighborhood's version of extremely violent cultural appropriation? Every head shall bow, every tongue shall confess. The truth shall set you free. How can one argue with those statements? The original story of those types of religions guidebooks offers a symbolic look into the existence of man's aspirations of dominance, which needs a justification. Thus the keyholders would look to deliver to the masses the greatest story of cope ever to be told. One that at the very least cleverly we can admit, introduces duality, and the justification of action through a doctrine that has a placebo effect, to which allows for those who fight the good fight, for God and for country, a much-needed coping method due to the cognitive dissonance that comes along with long-term cultural appropriation, which is essentially what happened to the Romans after they invaded the Middle East. Then in time, and the melding of each culture, the jaded populations were born into mixed energies, then it was the Roman doctrine that was being overlaid with the Christian doctrine, and so on. Layers upon layers. Everyone plays the game in order to win. We all think we are the masters of the systems we navigate in. Therefore we must simulate our best version of us in order to fake it till we make it, but we never do make it because of the fake system. We do so because our survival is on the line, which is why we find ourselves looking the other way when management takes the path of hypocritical action contrasting to their own mission statement. We all know it happens a whole lot. How many wake-up calls do we need for people to know that the fate of the world is in our hands? The destiny of humankind is in our hands. The stats show that roughly 120,000 people die per day, and 50 million per year. Some instantly due to accidents, some from terminal illness, and so on. Over 500 billion people have walked this earth in the last 2,000 years. Y'all think regular people wielding holy books have the ability to save our soul? Sure, whatever helps you sleep at night. Maybe we should solve inequality first, eh? We are all wasted potential if we do not take action soon. Where it all falls apart is when the keyholders allow excessive greed in, falsely projecting prosperity while giving away the control of the nation's resources. We the products, and our nation's stability are for sale and are used for leverage on the world stage. We wonder why politicians seem to be lying at every turn, and that is because they must 100% sell their mistakes as success. They do so, in order to maintain control of the narrative, which is why they can have a smile on their faces every time they make a failed unilateral decision for society, even when they know they are ultimately leading their constituents towards yet another collapse. We are mistaken if we think we are on the cusp of a new world order, when we are actually all still living in the latest iteration of the evolved archaic systems where control was always the ultimate goal, and is passed down as an inheritance or right of those who have a voracious enough appetite and are unflinching when standing in contrast, stealing and killing, even in the face of their own subjects. This is why every kingdom has a round table of loyal knights there to protect and serve, insurance, mafia, those who cannot do so for themselves. What I am describing is an essential aspect of the blueprints keyholders use to subjugate an immediate culture, through control of stimulus, commerce, and force. Keyholders and the protectors of the realm, status quo, are not just at war with the outside cultures, but there is always a civil war going on as well. Keyholders and the potentials view this land as a battlefield, and their objective is to extract resources from us, embellish it, and then make us buy it back, and we must wear a smile on our faces while we do it. The art of war indeed. War is glory in a false system. This is no exaggeration because there are countless movies and books where violence during war is glorified. You can guarantee the media moguls are scrambling to churn out movies related to Afghanistan. Take note on how and why you won't see a movie about Syria. The medium of the artwork is the lives of billions, and the contrast, skirmishes and battles. The paint in these cases is the victim's blood, blended into the canvas. Destabilization is a long-term war tactic utilized to profit on all sides of the campaign, and the keyholders work tirelessly to keep the system perpetually unbalanced, thus ensuring domination and longevity of any society's keyholder class. Ironically, everyone knows the stakes of the game. The thing is, people just deal with it on a subjective level, and of course their level of involvement is justifiable. We do live the same story being written over and over again. So please realize that the key to success is only a matter of a well-crafted narrative that holds within it tertiary affirmations that can be phase transferred into secondary and primary affirmations, aka a better marketing department. Note that everyone who falls within the influence of these systems adopts a role within it, and the role they play is a program that was integrated into the person's SCNVFECFGI, and it's very debatable of what percentage of that would be called free will. Within the program, however, we have our relative freedom, which includes not having to prove the level of objectivity of our tertiary beliefs, which is why religion is such a powerful tool. And this ability to denounce those who speak against you even in the face of nearly infallible logic can be mitigated in arguments that are utilizing secondary and the primary truths that are validated in the eyes of that person's entire culture. In solidarity, a religion grants its devout follower a lifetime of a get-out-of-cognitive dissonance jail for free card for when standing in contrast, becomes offensive to those around you. We are not attempting to condone egregious actions, it is just a fact that religion is the last mostly uncontestable right of any society, and we better as a whole act now before all our rights are taken away. Understand the potential in this cipher, and how beneficial to the world it could be if we were to create a linking tertiary affirmation that could have the potential at, say for example, disarming an entire nation. It can happen, it's a step process for sure. No embellishment could deny those hurdles we would face. Yet, considering what's at stake if we do not implement true equality, understand that we have yet again wasted everything the universe has given us. I mean, think about it. If there was any other takeaway the universe was trying to infer here other than experience at face value, it would be to resonate past the newly established baseline post the implementation of true equality. With the message from the universe, and its subsequent philosophy, it has the potential to radically change the world. High cognitive dissonance becomes a novel, and then reality. How we repel CD is by creating barriers around it. How we defeat it is first by mental abstraction, then we take our novel idea, our collective meme affirmations, and bounce it off our culture to see if it resonates. If it does, then it is eventually absorbed into the narrative, and when it becomes objective, then it has the potential to be an unstoppable force. One final example to rouse your cognition to levels that permits you to see past this false dichotomy, thus allowing true ambition to take root, is comparing this phenomenon of enduring narratives of philosophies of religions, governments or businesses, all systems are the same, to the story crafted by modern fantasy authors such as J.K. Rowling. Symbolically, if we were to look at the story of Harry Potter, in comparison to other religious protagonists, we view J.K. Rowling as a prophet of the gods. We know of course the stories of H.P. as works of fiction, well most of us do, but anyway. Exercise for a moment your imagination and let's pretend that the world was cast into another dark age. To get this specific scenario, we would need a technological blackout and world wars and manufactured diseases. Well, that's one check we really didn't need to stretch our imaginations for. Combine this scenario with the economic wipeout of all the debt of humankind with it. Consider society re-emerging into society like the hardships experienced during the Great Depression in America's 1930s with the technical knowledge of perhaps the 1900s. As prospect key holders emerge from their bunkers, they find that humankind was wiped out for the most part, but there exist sporadic pocket cultures throughout the vast wastelands just barely clinging to life. You hear this tune? I don't want to set the world on fire. I just want to start a flame in your heart. A keyholder recognizes that in order to bring together these heathen tribes there must be a unifying narrative, otherwise petty skirmishes will always keep the whole of society from ever returning back to some semblance of the old world, which they will think and label it as a new world will be formed from the ashes. The idea of simply minding one's own business was never really a thing. Eventually, the keyholders will come and regulate, invoking eminent domain with a dominating symbol at the head of their organization, no doubt, and then that humble fraction of people you thought had, is assimilated, and those relative freedoms you had even though the world sucked hard, you are sure going to miss them. The keyholders then utilize the standard jargon for those who stand against the objective status quo as terrorists, hiding amongst civilians, which is a perfect scenario for duality to bare its teeth, which is a scenario that has already played out countless times in our real world. We have seen governments go after the terrorists, and are often left with images of a parent holding their war-broken and lifeless child to their chest one last time, gnashing their teeth and bellowing out to God, asking why? The machine and those whose lives depend on it will always have a percentage of the population that are voracious enough to fight, steal, kill and destroy other cultures for resources. Keyholders derived from false systems see everyone around them as tools. This is why in many places of the world there are pocket cultures that think that America is imperialistic. Keyholders will always naturally take their positions and exact their SOP on the populace even if it means that calamity is again coming, and if things get out of hand, they must use force to help the people understand, etc. This is why the fairy tale of the humble king, or God, was and always will be popular with the oppressed, because the sad and jaded populace really do wish with all their hearts for a true savior of humankind. They wish for true equality at the foundation. As the new society emerged from the cave, somehow, someway, news of a startling discovery was made that there existed a set of 7 books found in millions of people's homes. Yup, we are still LARPing, so work with me here. Of course these Holy Potter books would look nothing like the commercial versions we have in this timeline. If this panned out properly, just imagine how easily the masses would fall to their knees thinking that HP was some ancient messiah. The secret knowledge that endowed magic from those days of course would seem to have all but dissipated, due to lack of the proper bloodline or the right amount of faith, no doubt. The only thing left would be to give the HP series a serious makeover and give it some sort of Evangelion ending, or heck, the ending to the regular Bible would work too. John, who wrote Revelation, could be Mr. Longbottom. Most importantly is that we add that HP would return to rid the world of its problems, because the power that resides in family and friendship, and with the help of some wicked powerful artifacts with secret knowledge from the ancients, therefore secret powers from the heavens. With this false systems overlay, there would be ample power to destroy the one who should not be named. However, we know that the Dark Lord is still at large and is always recruiting and hovering over your shoulder, calling you an ninny for being so weak and powerless. Most religions are similar stories with that Evangelion ending, and the HP narrative is of course a plausible scenario, much like any plausible and undeniable ye olde philosophy that is seeded properly. To make it work you only need a transcending narrative laced in duality and then a great marketing department to sell it to the masses. That the requirement to have access to the eternal kingdoms and those sick HP powers is faith. Fight the good fight. Yet inferring faithfulness to a god no doubt puts several other extremely small print requirements on that last page of the social contract that you have never seen before. not even realizing that you are by default in alignment with the narrative before you even realized it. You're not a criminal or a degenerate. Your categorically lukewarm resolve means that you are a standard citizen. Therefore you choose to play the waiting game in this play. You're the extra in this HP series, sending prayers and casting spells from the background, which even if you see it in 4K, its output is 480p at best. All ye oldie prophets of gods, the HP protagonists perform numerous miracles, therefore were constantly being pursued in an endless battle against the forces of evil that had embedded itself in the governments looking to return the naturally evolving systems back into the Dark Ages, where questioning the holy narrative was punishable by death. Back up for a moment, though, and let's pretend we didn't have religion, and the dissonant human ambience in our lives, and ask whether or not we could have ever gotten to the point to where we are now without the backdrop of that religious narrative. LARPing will get us nowhere really, because we have but one reality. In the false system the only thing we ever can do is LARP. What is it that the holy protagonists do not have that regular people have? As humans, we all come from humble beginnings. It became necessary that religious evolve away from the multiple gods narrative to the absolute God, because too many views mean too many wars of whose God is better than the other. Though, I seriously doubt that without the narratives in any timeline that humans could reach a mostly unified system of cultures that were civil to one another if the keyholders did not implement their systems of control. That is because this would lead to stories of wiped out cultures due to being completely inept at understanding that there exists dominating cultures that believe they are ordained by God himself that would have no problems with swallowing up the ignorant into the earth. Oh wait. That is our timeline. Like the dinosaurs, some cultures never saw it coming, and those cultures that really failed, we've never heard of. If not the Son of God, HP, yes, we are still LARPing, then some other god, and since there would be pockets of people all over the world, then there would be whole pantheons erected. A magical house for every culture exists. Why? Because without knowing what is beyond, while we are here suffering and surviving, we must have something that helps us continue, while the other half of us tries to systematically murder ourselves. While we suffer and survive, some might say that there is real power in friends and family, and that is enough, but in a false system such as the one we live in now, even those sacred embellishments are eroding tertiary affirmations, like the hieroglyphics on the ancient temple wall. Our aspirations. If only we could find a unifying narrative, but one that was not made within a false dichotomy. One that we all could get behind, which would ultimately lead humanity to new heights. Here is where people have a mental breakdown. Here is where defense mechanisms become offensive weapons. Are you free? Or are your chains of the old world's SCNVFECFGI? The sins of the forefathers still holding you down? The message from the universe has revealed a tertiary affirmation that we must all recognize as a primary one, and we can translate it and phase change it with the proper embellishment. Read aloud and hear the weight of this phrase. We are doomed because humans are inherently flawed, which is a primary affirmation embedded in the doctrine of the most prevalent religion in the world. This statement is a spell that creates a fractal recursion of duality that permeates all of our reality, that is used as a scapegoat which allows for governments the cipher to keep you the sheep ready and willing for the coming slaughter. Born into sin means we don't deserve. Born into sin means we can't control. Born into sin means someone must be in charge of us. However, that is only while the false system is the base of our social construct, and until it is replaced by the rightful humble and just leader, then we will always be under that spell. A true leader is a symbol of unparalleled fairness, thus equality, and the current types of leader the false system produces cannot shoulder the weight of the job nor the responsibility to make the right change happen. Therefore we need to all come together now. The fate of the world is in our hands. Each one of us has the power to make a difference. The duality is that we have to share equally the weight and the power, in order to phase change, in order to shatter the paradigm. You are able to derive the difference between good and bad decisions. You do not need an old world compass to tell you that you should not defy insert any commandment here. The word freedom has a very debatable and broad definition in a false system. In no way does it guarantee the best path, nor does it ensure those who live under that perception will in turn prosper, and that is because we are disenfranchised individuals. We the people do not set the parameters. However, under a unifying all-encompassing narrative, we could be the ones who turn ill-fated tragedies into awe-inspiring destiny. For centuries, our elders could use the good versus evil narrative to program young impressionable minds, but now it seems most people don't care or are already understanding that nothing is really black and white, therefore why even bother with trying to dismantle something so elusive? Someone will always ask about where the original sin came from, if they do not have the message from the universe available to them. Well, that all ends here with us right now. Imagine a world where humankind was firstly established as the pinnacle of the moral and ethical compass. Some people might debate that without religion we would have been better off. However, I contest that without the gods in their rightful place, that humans would have placed themselves as the gods, and yes, this has happened on many occasions, and we all know that didn't turn out too well. So, in retrospect, I think we can agree that as a whole, we weren't ready to don the responsibility of determining right from wrong before we spent a couple millennia wondering if our actions were even being monitored by a higher power. Think about it though, if we thought kings and queens were bad, just imagine a lineage of humans that were brought up to believe that they were the literal gods, or God's chosen. Those people have a hive mind, they don't have to be in direct communication with one another to enact their pathetic plans of world domination. They just had the social programming from childhood that set up their SCENVFECFGI, which subjectively places them at what they perceive as the top of the food chain. Anyone taking notes? There is a specific way to do this right, and a specific way to do this wrong. So far, it's been a disaster. Congrats to those self-fulfilling proverbial antichrists. You turned the world into a shithole. For the revolutionists out there, before you get on the meme political, religious bandwagon that thinks that everything we have before us should be torn down to the ground and rebuilt, I would ask for you to not misunderstand what that really entails. We are not and will never propose anything that resembles anarchy, because it's not and never will lead to an awakening. It's just the precursor to another order under the same false system but with different keyholders under yet another mutation of the social contract. To usher the supposed new order of course takes generations of chaos, of mass cultural appropriation, and any time that is attempted in the false system it would be doomed to fail from the very beginning. In a scenario where anarchy replaces the establishment, there is no immediate social contract, no moral or ethical compass. Realize that all rules are out the window. Every man for himself, as the saying goes. More tribalism at the current baseline would translate into generations of nightmare scenarios. Historically we have seen that the keyholders will always see opportunity during times of dissent because they know they can capitalize on the situation utilizing their brand of philosophy, that are homogeneous and isotropic when the machine is utilizing the failed system's formula of inequality. Furthermore, the keyholders cannot be questioned in times of chaos as long as the formula of leadership has been satisfied, because they have the force of the police and military behind them. Ironically, the whole reason a society comes to this juncture was because they mismanaged the system, and this provides them to either reinvent or grant another keyholder in training the chance to assert some of their own brand of cultural appropriation, before having to go to full-scale war on their own compatriots. During times like these they are always ready to lay down the law, because it provides them with a quick path to confirmation bias and validation, which makes the delving of punishment easier to hand down. This is because the cognitive dissonance they use as their shield is then used as a weapon, and then it goes through a sort of phase change reduction after laws are routinely broken. This in turn would admonish the judge, jury, and the executioner from the possible guilt it would bring. Relatively, this guilt from punishing people for sins is a fleeting thought, since they too bought into the system, because they wear the keyholders' CA badges. Then it's only a matter of SCNVFECFGI time before they wield the philosophy that works for them in their self-defined system as a sword of blind justice. There is a rapture of validation that is yielded by exacting control, that exudes in the attitude of the judges because they too feel empowered and justified to further propagate the control of the system, thus crossing over boundaries they sometimes wrongly assume they have authority over. They of course too contradict and break some of their own rules when they deem fit. They are lax on those whom they strike a relative chord with, and they severely punish those they have disdain for. Did I just describe every system of power from top to bottom? All systems are the same. We know this sword of justice has worked for the keyholders because the systems we have in place now shows that even when they kill their own people, time goes by, and since relative unrelated progress occurs, then the overall stability of the nation is maintained despite the crackdown on the citizens. Even if they have to bomb an entire residential division, we know they will do what they have to keep the populace in line, that is until it plays into their net narrative. We are all relative keyholders in our sphere of influence and understand that there are no universal rules that were handed down by the universe. Those were only the perimeters. There are however a culture's laws that are made by humans to stave off self-destruction. Then to protect those laws there is punishment, and then social engineering programs to shore up affirmations in the secondary and primary that keep watch over the narrative's validity. This is why having access to the sacred knowledge, the knowledge of good and evil, the bypassing of the narrative via the prophets and of God is blasphemous. You simply cannot control a population if a doctrine of the unseen has lax and subjective rules. Embellishment of anything outside of the dogma is heresy in a false system, and how the protagonists, antagonists that stand in contrast often meet their untimely demise. You can live without any allegiance to a holy protagonist as a guide to the so-called divine, but all systems require a backdrop to contrast and learn from. This is not a condonement to actions but religions in a false system that demands servitude, not cooperation, and all require adherence to the law rather than an awareness to the baseline. As they say, ignorance of the law is not an excuse. Therefore progress in the false system is a duality-reliant model that requires blood sacrifice for ignorance it instills in its own citizens to shore up their ethics and morals. This is inequality, and cannot be properly managed because it will always eventually push people to the edge. Therefore the energies stay locked in a polarized cycle. Furthermore, this dualistic energy is needed in order to assure separation of class because the keyholders do not wish to share their ability to rule. Too many cooks in the kitchen. Originally, shared rule could never work because when you are elevated in status, most of the time it meant you were alleviated of your previous duties. In a false system, having too many people telling, and not enough people doing is a bottleneck on the economic process. Which brings us to the topic of work. In relation to work, utilizing our spectrum of understanding, let's view the perspective of the voices that have been echoing on vanilla media outlets and social media, as well as someone's uncle out there that has projected the following failed mindset. Is the implementation of a universal basic income, or what most are programmed to perceive as socialism. While this topic is debated as of late, we have also been hearing of reports stating that there is a shortage of workers, and they believe it is because people do not want to work physical labor jobs, or work at all. Now for the general consensus of reactions. The sentiment is that equality could never work because if you pay people without work as a requirement, then no one would work. In a false system such as the one we live in, those existing in the higher economic echelon may sometime assume that since they were born into a life of privilege, even though they wouldn't see it as privileged, this would automatically remove in their minds that they would ever have to participate in the type of work they would perceive lower than their base economic station. However, all spectrums exist, so obviously there are counter-arguments, but I am not here to entertain them. What we will recognize that this same frame of mind is built into all systems. We all think, if we've paid our dues, then we're not going back to do it again. Why should we? That's not fair, right? So, this thought comes into mind for those on the other end of the spectrum, which is, who will do the work, if not the little people? This is a misconception due to the relative blind spots of SCENVFECFGI. Realize that no one is really saying that everything should be free, and that no one will need to work. If that's what you hear from someone outside on the street, well, you got yourself into that conversation and I am sure you felt it was a waste of your time, and we don't blame you. For the rest of us who think that a UBI would be a start to a great future for all, our perspective is that it's not a matter of no one wanting to work. We recognize it more as a system design, logistical and an infrastructure problem. Which brings us back to the misappropriation of taxes collected from the citizens. However, we can't stop the Ferris wheel on that tangent. No force on earth can except for the implementation of true equality. Since there are billions of people out there who would do the work, because they need to work in order to live, then part of the problem is that both perspectives are underlyingly agreeing on the problem, yet live in such a degree of disjointed SCNVFECFGI, that they think they cannot see eye to eye. It's not that the people don't want to work, it could be that the potential applicant may not even be aware of the available position. Or maybe they are, but might not have the means of efficient transportation, or maybe they don't have the monetary mobility to relocate. As well as, why should they go for a job if the wages are barely enough to live on? We all know that wages for at least 50% of the US does not equal out to the cost of living, but then that gets into wants versus needs, which on one hand is valid if the person is mismanaging their current income, if any at all. But for the most part, what people on the low end of the spectrum do with their money isn't really any business of the person waving their finger. In that case, they are just isolating a smaller percentage in order to add clout to an already pointed argument, which is, if you are poor, then don't waste your money on frivolous things. Yeah duh. However, consider that since people are judged by their material wealth due to the SC that states one must look a certain way in order to be successful, then there is a gray area where looking good, despite the elevated cost, is justifiable, especially so if the person needs to appear ready for office work, as a quick example. Don't be shocked when I tell you that people are often chosen based on appearance before credential. Yes, sarcasm indeed, but you know it is true. Start with facial features and body types and then work your way down the list. Those in charge of hiring will often do so based on their SCNVFECFGI. Despite having rules in place that state the hiring process should be fair and equal. Remember that breaking the law or sinning is justifiable action based on one's SCNVFECFGI, no matter what or who establishes them. We also have to look at the possibility that someone might not have a good support structure would mean there could be variables that would disallow them from being qualified, or they might have some other issues that might disqualify them from even becoming a potential candidate. Another aspect is that the key holders never had to pay them fair wages for the positions. The key holder also pushes these same people to the physical limit rather than giving them a balanced life-work scenario. Yet the concept of sharing control is so elementary that even a toddler can comprehend it. If there are people out there who truly wish to not work and that everything should be free, then they are delusional, that is, unless they want to live in some unclaimed forest and live the life of a hunter-gatherer, but even that lifestyle entails work. For the rest of us, sharing the weight of the dirty work could actually be easily arranged with 8 billion people on Earth, even more so now with the aid of technology, not to mention there is a vast growing population of able-bodied homeless and unemployed. This however goes against the time frame of capitalizing when the market is hot. Supply and demand cannot wait until people are in the right place at the right time, which is why these alternate options are never properly explored, just vilified. The other reason, as mentioned above, is the flawed system design. The proposal of a new economic system means that there must be new subsystems to manage the change. We cannot deny that a percentage of people would no longer have drive if they could get by on a guaranteed basic income, but that doesn't mean that they would get it for free, as in they do not contribute to society via their labor. Point being is that if a people had economic mobility or basic income, then they could follow their dreams. The other part of the conversation that generally is never had because it never would get past the first hurdles of the conversation, which is usually a battle of CD versus CD. Yes, the recipient would work a fair amount, and the positions available would be based on their current skill set, and if they needed, they would expand upon it to continue to be useful in society. Furthermore, there should be an easy path for those who want or need to seek specific work to do so without cost. Remember that without cost does not equal free because we are still taxed. Education should be included in the UBI, not subtracted, but an additional benefit. At this point, there would be no issue of a worker shortage, nor would there be people who wouldn't want to work. While we're on the subject, let's talk more about the lack of logistics for job seekers since we're past the first and second hurdle. If the government can have their own train system, which they do, then they can have free public transit that takes people wherever they need to go. This in no way resembles the infrastructure that is currently in place. Then of course the budget for all of this is something that we know needs a complete removal of the false systems key holders, for they are the ones who always mismanage, misappropriate, and are responsible for exuberant losses, which is viewed from an outside perspective as complete incompetence, or if not that, then it's corruption. Remember that the false system can never truly work if the scales are balanced. When establishing the religion of business in these failed systems, if you leave room for people to have the chance to develop and hone higher skills, they might just notice that they are enslaved to an extremely unjust reality. Simultaneously, the key holders think that if you give the people too much, then they just ask for more. We wouldn't need to ask for more if it was fair in the first place now, would we? Therefore, I think we can all agree, no sugarcoating, we are enslaved, and the management is just horrible, like multiple negative stars on an online review. Yes, that's sarcasm to reduce the stress that the key holders have caused us. Understand that we're not talking about the early version of slavery. This is just the more refined version of it, and if you don't recognize that, then you are a great citizen in the key holders' eyes. No matter what the timeline, however, those in power really just want you to show up, shut up, and put out 40 or more hours a week, 6 days a week if they could, rinse and repeat. While you spend 40% of your income on rent, and good luck with having anything left over if you do not play the game of life with extreme caution. Meanwhile, the keys to manifesting are left to the most privileged to battle over. This is survival of those who have the most adept and aligned SCENVFECFGI. Looking back to certain times in history, we can find where the idea of work and finding fulfillment in it was incorporated into religious doctrines, in order to persuade those who toiled endlessly that if they served their masters well, they were doing God's work, thus pleasing Him. We stand in contrast. While commercialized indentured servitude is the standard model of today's society, members of the last religion will be happy to know that although we do understand and relish the fruit of our labors, in a moderately healthy sense, that we will not squander our existence by spending our entire lives manifesting for everyone else except ourselves. We feel a greater calling, and we must nurture the fire that is our unique song, which is our true potential gifted to us by the universe. This is why we will shift our focus from mindless and autonomous definitions of old world systems, and of the current social contract, which conditions us into swallowing this pill we now know as modern-day slavery. We will place our focus instead on the embellishment of the art of defining oneself, which is only found through proper navigation, outside of the false system. It is not to say that business or profit is not involved in the systems we will aspire to. We understand that we must integrate and not isolate ourselves to a certain degree. We must play a certain pitch in order to highlight the path we have forged, so others can hear our song, beckoning those who align instead with our SC to come and resonate with us. In order to change the world, we must be seen and heard by all. The blueprints are here, and the time is now. Chapter 28: The Nature of the False Systems Game. The most relevant correlation to why we are all suffering and will continue to suffer relatively speaking is to blatantly inform you that the system you live in is by design a cage to keep players at level 1, while the key holders and those closely aligned to them continue to expand their growth at our expense. It is not a secret anymore, and you have been hearing it your whole life. The definition of this system and its parameters have been highlighted, and we can see endless real-world examples that the false system truly exists. Not only that, but we get the play-by-play, as it continually evolves in the daily news, but it's stylized and regurgitated in social media accounts worldwide. We feed off the dissonance of the system we are enslaved to. Everyone has their own impressions, their list of players and suspects, so to call individuals out at this juncture is rather pointless. Our SCNVFECFGI dictates our blind spots, so it's pointless to try and hold people accountable for their actions. Also, since we know that information spreads extremely fast now, we must assume that any named player would no doubt have a pre-written script ready for just the occasion, and a coven of lawyers begging to be tested. Don't fret. There will always be those who are willing to fight the good fight. Really though, all sides are responsible, all sides blur historical facts to fit their narrative, and anyone who stands in contrast to them is labeled as a conspiracy theorist. In a way, it's almost pointless to state our opinions on matters because it would always lead to a confrontation that would end up changing nothing in the false system. However, to cut to the core of the environmental factors and economic factors which drive an individual, we can consolidate our numbers and then focus our efforts to enact a change in our systems for the good of all humankind. I know despite all that is happening in the world, there exists room for our harmonious narrative, and I have no doubt there are billions of people ready to resonate with us, our brothers and sisters. Yes, we are all aware that we are in a game. The key to becoming a player that excels in this game is to network and have monetary mobility. What the people in control do not understand is that the existing business models are morally and ethically obsolete. Is it to say that they are not economically viable? No, of course not. But this is only true for a small portion of the population that wholeheartedly have engorged themselves like ticks up to their ass in our life force. The privileged and elite use their relatively honed skills to thrive economically, which requires one to become blind to inequality. It's not an aggressive attack we are mounting here, it's a solemn unified acknowledgement. We understand that they can't quit when they think they're on a hot streak. Yet the lives of billions of people is no game, we are not poker chips. And the mere act of playing the part is contributing to this cancer that is affecting society, is like a snake eating itself. A malignancy that should be cut away. Investments should be made in the people. Imagine a system where the keyholder's primary affirmation states that human life is sacred, therefore from the time a child takes their first breath the basic costs of maintaining a healthy life will be already paid for. That's just one aspect of our spectrum of understanding. The real constitutional right of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness should be a prepaid life insurance policy with no eligibility requirements and no special enrollment date, no catch. realize that with true equality everyone would be allowed to pursue their own ideas without the economic restrictions that stifle growth, and so much more of this life will make more sense when we are no longer considered the products. The keyholders will never understand that they can govern society and have that society thrive, without having a divergent class, which creates endless conflict. Keyholders, never naming names, have to shed empathy, in order to define themselves as entitled to the wealth that comes from siphoning and exploiting an expendable workforce. No doubt that they must feel in a way that they are the chosen phase changers, in their own mind they are the ye olde false system's holy protagonists, allowed to stand above others, which make them feel like they are entitled to not a fair cut, but the largest cut. They know in order to keep their business thriving that they need to give only enough scrap to maintain stability, thriving in false systems, looking out through keyholes into the false reality they help create. Those in their realm of influence have guaranteed prosperity. Their cronies, human resources, clergy, board directors, while the rest of society on the fringe relentlessly suffers because they cannot find their place in this world. Nor realistically at this point, can we not expect the disenfranchised individual to have time for anything else other than to be stuck in a state of perpetual survival? Let's face the reality. A keyholder cannot possibly know how to fix the core problem. If they did, then it wouldn't be a guarded secret, and we would be in a different timeline. Sadly though, chances are, they do know, and I honestly have no polite words that would best describe those types of people. Either way, they inherited the responsibility to help to create better systems than before, and we know that is not their main focus. The red tape of the business jungle and of the market keeps their focus on turning a profit as the constant. A business inherently and unabashedly relies on exploitation. So naturally, these false systems should absolutely go. They don't seem to understand that their two-party decision system is broken beyond repair. They are living and selling lies and forcing everyone around them to live the same lie, all the while smiling while the rest of the fringe continue to suffer and toil to barely stay afloat. According to statistics available, and keep in mind they are probably understated, Americans living on the fringe living in poverty is roughly 40 million people. 40 million of undervalued wasted potential. Why aren't these systems we have in place not designed to build up to a degree that helps foster lasting improvements upon inhabitants of the fringe? Get this. According to Columbia University in 2011, nationwide, 72,000 people died each day due to the conditions that poverty brings. That's 874,000 dead in 1 year in America alone for something that is 100% preventable. It is not just the people who have failed, the system in place is designed to put people through the grinder. Millions have fallen through the cracks because those in power do not understand the power of the untapped potential of its most sacred and precious resource, and it is because of the false dichotomy that we live in that makes America firstly a business before it is a country. To say otherwise is cognitive dissonance and a poor attempt at coping by utilizing readily available brainwashing propaganda that the keyholders shovel down our throats 24/7. Do not doubt that most keyholders know that they are trying to balance a broken system in order to create illusionary prosperity to prolong their desperate grip to ensure the longevity of their sovereignty. We could go over the endless list of failures that each of these government systems relives every fiscal year. Why can I say that? Did they fix inequality? No? Then they are in a state of perpetual failure. Can you hold the keyholders by the same standards they hold their employees? LOL, don't make me laugh. Does this seem too harsh? No, because look at what we have sacrificed to get here and consider what is at stake for the future. The lives of over 40 million people in America alone are scraping at the walls of the system, barely able to get by. They are an obvious product of this failed system. These readily available statistics also fail to mention the tens of millions who are living just outside the poverty line. 50% of Americans make less than $35,000 per year, and I know we know that many of those in that bracket are not just single young adults. Yes, any information out there can be skewed to fit any narrative, and be sure that the key holders rely on this blind spot. The spectrum of poverty just shifts proximity during relative prosperity, but the classic definition of poverty stays the same. We should also include the lower class, which adds on another 95 million people, who are virtually only one paycheck away from having to live in the street if an unforeseen life-changing event occurs. If so, then we are looking at 184 million people, which is already over 50% of our population, by the way. We can cry all we want, but at this point, does it not sound cliché when we scream and hold signs that demand to know why the machine won't relent? Like, how many tragic endings do we have to see before enough is enough? The answer is that in the false system there never will be a time where enough is enough. The focus in a false system never changes, only the backdrop. New systems replace the old, and yes, another set of the same problems will then replace the old ones. It seems change is only wanted when business is being disrupted. Even when our streets are lined with piles of human excrement, garbage packed in every open crevice, surrounded by protruding rusty needles crusted with the blood of their victims, followed by wafts of urine and vomit that make your eyes water when the air shifts. We find that then and only then the key holders shift out of first gear. The goal, however, is not to fix the problem primarily, it's how to execute damage control, sweep the problem under the rug for the next person who inherits the sins of the father. Meanwhile, they shop for new horizons to migrate to. Is the system we live in really the best option for the world? In a country in Asia that will not be named, there are at least 500 million living in poverty, and another 400 million lower class. For our neighbors immediately below us, there are 52 million, a little under half of their total population, living in various degrees of extreme poverty, and 6.2 million lower class. We humans love to categorize things as black and white, so understand that a lie is too a coping method with the things we do not know how to fix. You can't even see the problem if you've ever uttered these phrases. That's human nature, that's life for you, it is what it is. It's all in God's hands. Or more recent coping methods like masks don't work, social distancing doesn't work, vaccines don't work, COVID doesn't exist, etc. This is cope minus embellishment, seeking immediate validation in order to sustain one's fragile SCENVFECFGI. Realize though that if you got off on those tangents, that even if you think that you have substantial evidence to prove those above statements as true, it will never be objectively heard, and the key holders really are very happy that you cannot focus on the real problem, which would naturally have removed them from the equation of ever gaining power. Since this failed system does not work for the 184 million in America, then why would we expect it to work for any other countries that buy into America's version of cope? The irony of that issue is when we ask the question of what is lacking for those who live in poverty, our spectrum of understanding leads us to the obvious conclusion that it is the lack of a proper foundation. Whose job is it to provide that foundation? Do not point your fingers at anyone except the foundation that lacks inequality. In the false system we cannot expect those who own property to freely give it to those in need, so we turn to our own surplus of food and clothing. However, these types of resources are funneled through corporations like a dam holding up a reservoir. They have to redirect the excess, or the game is over. We can do better. We will do better. Have a look at the reputation of cities like San Francisco, Los Angeles, Seattle, Detroit, Philadelphia and Chicago, and take heed that these condensed and poorly managed cities are the byproducts of toxic capitalism and corrupt politicians, and know that the key holders' long-term game plan is to have this same system spread worldwide. Do we think it works? Hell no. Do we have the best version? Hell no. We can't even rely on the key holders to get our waste and recycling programs on track. We can't even get people to separate their garbage. In the long run, Do we really think that other countries will benefit from more American-branded influence? Hell to the no. God save us. Right? Those are the proper coping techniques for these statements, are they not? We can only help ourselves. That's the reason why we are here. This latest iteration of the human condition is a failed iconic brand, and any embellishments to mask the fact that it is just the most efficient model of exploitation is just a coping method. There isn't a more ambiguous system anywhere that has a better methodology of keeping the little guy chained to mechanisms of survival. After all, it's just humans doing to humans what humans do best, which is why we do not question how cultures end up exhibiting their trademark behaviors. Culture is a sample of the population, their SCNVFECFGI, which do not have to live near or know one another, and yet they would have several key similarities: the measurement of how they became who they are, and of course they were conditioned to act how they act. Whether it is the aggressor or the victim, the cause is still the same. The system of inequality pushes divergent energies to polars, then the most volatile to the fringe. Action equals reaction. We know that if you have things going for you, then you are not nor can you identify with the disenfranchised, institutionalized, jaded individuals, enraged with bitterness towards a system that rebukes them for simply existing. Those people are a sample of the false system as well. From the counter perspective, their egregious actions have little to no value, or they are attacks upon our wallets. This measurement is isotropic, therefore it can be also applied anywhere, because inequality is homogeneous, as it is the same everywhere. All systems are the same, which is why we can talk about work in a couple of paragraphs and then switch tracks and talk about how worldwide there are 400,000 homicides per year. Likewise, understand that since there is a culture of homicidal tendencies in our world that impacts our lives, that it also phase changes onto our media and emerges as movies and TV series. Our cultures are a direct reflection of what is being produced in our media, and vice versa. We feed and profit off our own divergent energies. Would these types of scenarios be common in a world of true equality? No. It would be extremely uncommon, and looked upon as a grotesque abstraction. In a false system, the extremely divergent energies as a whole are always in the peripheral or heading there due to the pace the false system has us at. This is why despite all the happenings we can still manage to focus on other things. CEOs and stockholders couldn't care less about the little guy, as their business model is not built upon the balance of society but is built upon the art of exploitation of the most dependable unbalanced resource. Do the corporations that hold these wage slaves in stagnation reinvest in their communities in order to help solve the core issue? In recompense to their egregious actions and gaslighting, they position themselves incriminatingly to donning the cape of the hero through philanthropic endeavors. Do the corporations that exploit give back enough? No, absolutely not. If they did, we wouldn't be here, we'd be in an alternate reality. Philanthropy that truly fixes the core of the issues is never found because it has never existed. If true equality was on the list of priorities for the key holders of this divergent system, then it would mean that we were on our way to regarded humankind as sacred. In time we would be a family, and then it would only make sense to shore up the support structure for the underprivileged communities. This would allow some breathing room, at least so everyone can take some time to gain perspective, to reassess their baseline. A lot of times you only have to look at the rampant toxic consumerism globally and see that these entrepreneurs are just regurgitating spin-on products to satiate humans' addiction to toxic consumerism in what has been called late-stage imperialism. We are the expendable products. The elite consolidate power through planned collapse, reinventing brands in order to make it seem like the entrepreneurial startups are always alive and well, but in reality, the chance to enter into the world of self-employment is breathing its last breath, dying out as megalith companies branch out, buying up the competition, leaving no opening for new companies, only allowing innovation to emerge from within. Don't be shocked when keyholders, or bots post these statements out of context in order to find those in alignment that are ready to take offense at us just for wanting to fix the problem of inequality. It's not a question of if, but when. They do so because they will stop at nothing in order to discredit any effort of the people to work together to find solutions that they refuse to even recognize. Election. As we move along the spectrum of keyholders' exploitation of the systems, we come upon a node that greatly concerns us, because the masses view it as the last legitimate right of this dying system. Proving it illegitimate for those who cling so desperately to it would be a pointless task. The false system created these leaders, who just keep coming back for more of our lifeblood. Keyholders thank those constituents who have donated their capital because they know that anywhere there is divergence allowed, then there will always be a population to manipulate and rake over the coals when needed. We have seen blatant evidence of this in our recent election cycle. The stoking of the flames of dissent and the strategic placement of systems that are generally but not overtly on the radar, are then shoved in front of the eyes for people to see, every time they turn their heads. Sides then had to be chosen because of the cognitive dissonance these cultures of events cause. Let's not linger on whether or not these events were staged or not, for that is the essence of dissonant human ambience, part of the bait of the entire game. People cannot seem to help but fall into place based on their SCNVFECFGI, and when they do, the grip of the governments must tighten in order for stability to be maintained. During these recent events that were labeled as mostly peaceful, while the backdrop of the scene was on fire, you can see that the puppet masters are winning. This is because it is known that SCNVFECFGI is a reliable measurement, which exists even without this assigned nomenclature. It is widely known that when people within these systems are poked a certain way, then they will naturally assume their role relative to their alignment, thus becoming unwitting pawns. You too might have been appalled on cue at scenes where there is a sensationalized outrage because of the excessive force of police interaction in various systems. When these events occur, it in turn ignites the fury of the disgruntled masses, who are still looking for justice from the last 10 events. Since they cannot find justice or closure, they can in turn only stereotype police behavior as a ubiquitous fact, which in turn unironically causes onlookers from the other end of the spectrum to take the polar stance, which leads to a reaction where there are scenes of mass looting and destroying the retail industry. Note that the reaction from all parties is a well-known point of exploitation to the keyholders. You might see one media channel condemning these looters for their actions. Perhaps you agree with that media outlet, but have you ever asked yourself if you expected the people living in these communities to be looting lumber and building hardware from the hardware store, or stealing highly nutritional superfoods from the market? Truly, what do you expect the victims of systematic problems to do? Regardless of the scenarios played out beforehand, you have to know by now that they have been exploited to a degree where their behavior is utilized as a weapon against themselves and against, therefore reinforcing stereotypes and animosity for standing in contrast, which is why the keyholders try their best to put up smoke screens. You see that the tide has turned, and it is not they who society will label as the villain now, it is you. It is systematic, and the keyholders have a pivotal role for you in this play. And the irony is that both sides are both the antagonist and the protagonist simultaneously. Wake up. At the very least, do not play the NPC role. If you play a part, then you are just another crack in the fault line. The sad irony of these situations is that the disillusionment and the unfairness of the economy are so monumental that the idea of fulfillment in life no longer conjures the wholesome vision of the American dream, which historically was thought to be won through hard work and perseverance. The false system's buy-in is through blind faith only, no guarantees, and no one wants responsibility for it. Prior to reading this book, you thought you knew who was to blame for the continued failure we see before our eyes, and you have always pointed your finger. But if you or anyone else really did know, would we be in this position? Stop blaming something you can never hold accountable. Instead, save your energy and consolidate IT with us, and we will manifest true equality, and those problems will naturally dissipate. In this false system, needs are not enough, because satisfied needs do not provide proper embellishment to satisfy the formula of success. Instant gratification by any means is currently the preferred method of coping. These types of ill-gotten gains are all too common during these public scenes of reprisal in this dystopian future that has been crafted for us by the keyholders and the heartless machina we call capitalism. In these product systems, tribalism is a necessary skill, and the same people who are offended by egregious actions perpetrated by the underprivileged, still scratch their heads in wonderment when contemplating the core motivations those people have. In these systems, oftentimes those on the opposite spectrum wonder how or why the dark side of culture emerges. Drugs like fentanyl or the sale of stolen and unregistered firearms, frivolous gratuitous unsafe sex, and a bit of the old casual ultra-violent random gang beatings, and yes, rampant amounts of homicide, sometimes for even just looking in the wrong direction, being in the wrong place, at the wrong time. This applies where it does, and does not apply where it does not. In the false system, the vices that we spend so much time trying to keep away from culture become the standard. Obviously, there is something wrong with the system if these problems persist. The products will divide and multiply, therefore good luck attempting to hold sand with a sieve. Understand that I am not condoning any person's actions, I am only describing a behavioral model that emerges on the fringe, which is a product of this current system and the legacy of the keyholders of the past's conditioning programs. Every system has a way of autonomously programming its inhabitants, and if they wish to survive, then they must in turn take action, and then there is of course reaction. It's called SCENVFECFGI. An opposing perspective might be, now you might say, please, life in America is relatively decent. If you just said this, then you are looking from the perspective of the spectrum of the fortunate. SCENVECFGI. Maybe you worked hard, maybe you have a good support structure because of your family's established resilience, but billions of people of whom are stuck in a permanent rut literally only wish for the same chances you had. Yeah but. SCENVECFGI. Outside the opposing perspective. Tell those who have fallen upon the hardest times in their lives that they don't deserve a bailout. You often hear the argument, asking why we should have to help others who do not help themselves. As everything is SCENVECFGI, then know that many are literally unable to help themselves. Change the environment, then over time, this will naturally change the person. False cope. It is fairly amusing when you come across a person who thinks they are directly shouldering the weight of the nation's debt, or someone who thinks that we must somehow make up for the cost of the overall stimulus, welfare programs, or a bailout, etc. Understand that there is no real debt ceiling. It is just a throttle, a distraction, a red herring narrative that is used to perpetuate the game. It is an illusion. Focus real hard here. If you understand that the monetary system is just a faith-based system, then you can understand how endlessly printing it can trigger all the warning signs, yet notice how it never stops the train from leaving the station. It's just programmed cope. Programmed cope means that there are people who aligned with a particular SCENVFECFGI causes them to react in order to stave off cognitive dissonance, and even with hostility if need be, in order to maintain their belief affirmations. Make a counter-argument for when you sniff them out while they rant about X and Y being directly related to certain demographics as being the cause of the problem, and they might resort to slander in an attempt to belittle you. This is a conversation I will always avoid, as I don't like to waste my time. A person utilizing that SC is definitely someone whom I give a wide berth to walk unhindered. That scene is definitely not RSC, but I guarantee that they'll say what they have to in order to make it objective that you lost that argument. NPC. Now this is just a scenario. It is of course not all scenarios, but we know that agreements don't make the headlines, and for those who are wondering, how do you, the taxpayer, fit into this national debt scenario? Easy. We blame those who are suffering as individuals who are unfairly siphoning billions of tax dollars and then concluding that they are squandering it on wants and not needs. Does an individual get invoiced for this national debt? The government does, but the regular or taxpayer does not. No amount of fiscal conservatism will forever change the system, if the foundation of this system is not at the base constructed inequality. You are a pawn in their game. There will be no bank coming to our doors and seizing our assets if the government fails to pay, until they wish to utilize that card to raise taxes. Again. To which people scream, "Yo, control that spending." Yet when tough times come around, the resources are held tighter, and then the government has to spend more, because things cost more. How do we put a stop to this, some might ask? How about a debt ceiling? Okay, sure, and then of course the same people that place that limit, get to break the limit. To which they have done, 78 times since 1960. Now you might ask, why even bother to have a debt ceiling? Well, that would be to make it look like we are fighting the good fight, but the reality is that we are already in perpetual default, which is currently at a mind-blowing 31 trillion. Some would disagree with that statement, and I would say sure yeah, cope hard my friend. The key holders will say that those two things don't exactly correlate, but it's all a smoke and mirrors game, folks. It's like calling up customer service to get answers to an innocuous bill, and they say it's not my department, and then transfer you to the wrong department, and then you wait on hold for hours to get transferred again to someone who says that the first person got it all wrong, and they should be able to help you. Then you get transferred and then the call drops. I know there's much more headache to those types of scenarios, but you all know what I am talking about. Also look this up when you get a chance. Did you know that on a number of occasions that billions or even trillions of dollars are reported as missing? Those who had the job to handle keeping up with it were not able to account for where it went. Really, the key holders cannot hide the fact that this whole system is a sham, but they can pretend and make it look like they are at least trying to run it right. We elected these people too, right? Hell, no we didn't. Inherited SCNVFECFGI, got those people the ticket to ride. This is just another facet of the whole faith in the West, that must be maintained at this point in order for the rest of the world to hang on to the system it adopted. The US prints its own money and just has to make sure it controls inflation. Greed causes inflation, don't believe me? Look it up, check out the latest record profits across the board, yet there is a quote-unquote resource problem. This is us lifting the hood on this machine, getting enraged about the inconvenient engineering, and the maintenance cost, but not knowing that no matter how mad we get, there is nothing we consumers can do about it. Therefore we shut the hood and keep on trucking, as they say. We stand in contrast. The system we live in is one that is designed to place constraints on rewards in order to keep people tethered to the machine. Yet the dissonant human ambience, no matter what the topic or spectrum, will never be reason for stopping us from achieving our goal. Understand that no system that humankind created is ever one that cannot be navigated away from, or phase changed. We do not even have to reject the current system in order to achieve our goal, we just simply need to create an alternative, and maintain it, and show that it works alongside the one that has obviously failed in order to allow people to properly navigate. When it's time, there will be a total shift, and the old system will gladly deconstruct itself. There is so much misappropriated monetary mobility throughout our nation's history, such as failed car companies or banks, who should have never been included in the bailout anyway. How do we know that? Well, Many had grandiose parties after the government bailed them out and handed out ridiculous amounts of bonuses to the company's CEOs, which totaled $1.6 billion post the 2008 crash. As for banks, here is a juicy stat for you. Since 2001, 561 banks have failed. Question: are they not just there to hold our money, and provide loans to the public through safer practices? I guess not. No conspiracy whispers on the wind, the pretense of this fairy tale is unfolding before our eyes. In 2008, we could have lost at least one major car company, and ended up just fine. Considering their loss of $11.2 billion, shows that there was a hyper-negative demand for the product. So, the bailout was so they could continue to churn out cars even if there was zero demand. We also heard that many of the employees were complaining that if their industry was no longer there, then what kind of jobs would they be qualified for? This led to negotiations of a re-education program for the employees, which of course, never happened. In 2009, Grandma Motors had 243,000 employees. Now we know that it would not be necessary for all of them to be reskilled in order to be eligible for hire in another industry. For two reasons. One is that not all of them just built vehicles, and two, of those 243,000 there definitely was a large number of those employed who already had degrees and or general types of experience that would have made them versatile enough to migrate away and make out all right financially despite the economic downturn. However, as an exercise, let's suppose the key holders went ahead with the re-education initiative and spared no expense for themselves other than their standard salary. Let's say that the entire 243,000 went on to get 4-year degrees, and as an extra challenge, we will do it at average costs of university's tuition plus the increase for the cost of living for not 2009, but for 2020. So that would be roughly average cost of tuition for 2020, being $9,349.00 annually times 243,000 employees times 4 years of public university education, equaling $9,087,228,000. This would have left $2,112,772,000 left over from their bailout, which for this experiment, we will divide and deliver to the employees as severance packages as a thank you for years of dedicated service. $2,112,772,334,000 equals $9,028.00. That near 10,000 would give them an ECF buffer which would keep them going while they were getting retrained for their next move. Just imagine how much they could have done with 2008's average cost of a 4 years degree? Just how much has tuition increased since 2008? Answer: close to 40% higher. What's the latest news? Grandma Motors is filing for bankruptcy in 2022. No surprise there, and this is but one example. Invest in people, not in companies that already had a fair run. How many cars do we need sitting lifeless in car lots? Imagine being the tiny home builder that was too big to fail. Would we have a housing problem at that point? At that point there would be a 1-to-1 ratio of homes per human. Furthermore, if they make those mobile or allow people to migrate freely between cities without the tether of a mortgage, they could have relocated easily for their next work destination. However, with the way the system works currently, those homes would sit empty and in disrepair due to weatherization before any common folk could afford it. We think we are progressing but realize that we are just stuck in our own web of coping with the problems we are creating, where we think we are making modern solutions, when we are really just trying to fix errors made by the keyholders' previous modern solutions, which endlessly makes life more and more complex. Americans often get boiled when they hear about the billions of dollars in aid annually the keyholders give from the pockets of our citizens to countries that are deemed enemies. It's not like we don't know that we are simply paying them off in order to stave off their hostility. More importantly, look at how we became their enemy in the first place. We create our own enemies, we create our own problems, and the cleanup is perpetual, kind of like the Superman, Batman insurance effect, you know, how they always create villains who always destroy the city. Could you imagine if for once the power of the US was not projected worldwide, and we instead focused inward and addressed our local problems? I mean, it almost sounds cliché at this point, or even dare I say an extremist tactic. Good God, what have we done? We cannot even take care of ourselves without accidentally conditioning the other end of the political spectrum into thinking they are burning the nation down by helping others. Simultaneously, they do make a good point. How can we end world hunger if we cannot even achieve that goal in our own town? Duality indeed. Imagine if those same companies that took bailouts offered to pay for continuing education for their own employees instead of funneling their profits away from those who helped them earn it. Ask yourself why companies flex their philanthropic muscles on social media rather than increasing the wages for their employees, which gave them monetary mobility in the first place. For those billionaires reading this, I dare you to take a chance on us. Go all in. You know it's the right move. In 2008 to 2012, even during the height of the recession, charities still received over $300 billion in donations. This is during a recession. Several websites projected back in 2020 and 2021 that it would cost $330 billion to end world hunger, yet nothing ever happens. Like, seriously, people, you can't tell me that we're not doing something fundamentally wrong if we cannot solve our problems. Yup. It's inequality. In 2017, the record shows that $410 billion were handed out to charities in the United States. Imagine if those same companies offered to help the employees in times of extreme need, with these same funds. Of course, there would be a criterion in order to be eligible, as well as a system to assure that there are no attempts to defraud the fund, like the opposite of what happened with the National COVID Emergency Fund, which was reported to have had an estimated $100 billion of it stolen from criminals. Wonder how much was allotted to those who didn't steal it, but probably didn't need it? http://URL. Aside from this, better wages, without moving the sliding bar of success, in any situation giving the money to the people equally, would always be the best case scenario, but that will never happen in a false system. Without true equality, there is always room for endless dissonant human ambience, isn't there? Another example. One thing that both American political parties want, such as the left wants, is expansion of social benefits programs, and the right wants to curtail foreign spending. The left wants to help the underprivileged, and right wants to help Americans. Looks like those two goals can be aligned if equality was at the base. Yet innate tribalism of the false system conditions us into mixed with non-aligning SCENVFECFGI, causes each culture to focus instead on status division, and then there is further dividing at each culture's ideological goals. Thus, they end up both thinking that by standing in opposition from one another that they are fighting the good fight. They are unable to focus on the problem, combined with the misappropriation from opportunists, which is why nothing ever gets done. Squandered potential. No matter what status or financial situation one is in, we have some high achievers at the top, that throw it all away, and some at the bottom who claw their way to success. This is an important observation because it shows that wealth does not create drive or intelligence, etc., it only helps to ensure a conducive environment for continued success. Likewise, it shows that often someone whose intelligence can be thwarted from achieving their goals due to the lack of economic mobility. This is extremely unfair, as it is a stagnation that overlays and stifles ingenuity. We should be nurturing minds as they mature, capturing every aspiration in order for everyone to be able to contribute to ensuring the survival of us all, not just the survival of a handful of companies. Invest more in people, and less in products, and you would get even more than you would have thought. Get your knee off that person's neck. Expand your perspective if you are stuck on thinking that the product is more important than the person. Give people the full earnings they deserve when they develop quality productivity and produce innovative ideas. Stop leeching off someone else's ingenuity. We can no longer accept the customary $20 gift certificate to Brapplebee's as a reward. It's completely unethical and goes against the nature of this game we all pay to play. What do we pay with? That's right, our very lives. The fruit of someone's labor should go to the person who came up with the idea, not the shareholders, but its originator. A reported 30% of employee workers' ideas are stolen, but understand that all polls are naturally skewed, so you can bet that the little guy is underrepresented. That is because of course these pollsters did not go to every company, and of course, employees fearing for their jobs would naturally be wary of reporting that their company stole from them, and of course we all know that is the nature of businesses to exploit the worker. So, believe it or not, on a subconscious level our collective consciousness, every minute of every day, including the NPCs running the big businesses and the governments, are subconsciously begging any of the 8 billion people in this world to properly solve for the greatest hex. Underlyingly, we know everyone is always looking to conform to the baseline of the current climate of the dominant culture. Which is why the keyholders overcompensate in every action they take, flailing about like idiots in a mosh pit. We know the keyholders are not doing it correctly because of the cringe socio-economical perspectives they churn out. So let us declare officially that even though we know that they are 100% perpetually ruining our chances at survival, we can however empathize knowing that they were never in control of the failed system, which is one of the reasons why we aren't at their doorsteps with pitchforks and torches. Fair treatment, fair pay, equality now? You don't need to make a sign, you just need to consolidate and support and follow the plan, and it will happen. Become a member of the last religion and you're a club. Overview of more of the issues. Homelessness. We do not need to define what homelessness is, nor do we need to talk about how or why someone becomes homeless. Instead, we will focus on the failure of the false system to not remedy this issue. It is baffling to think that those in power absolutely refuse to see that there are not enough resources on the planet. No doubt their SCNVFECFGI buffer that hinders the change is mostly due to all of us being conditioned from birth into thinking that this is okay. To be clear and upfront once more, we are not implying that things should be free. Of course, the money has to come from somewhere. We the members of the last religion have an answer for this problem as well, details of which will be revealed as the plan unfolds. Resources are actually in abundance. They are only a few phase changes away from being usable. Supply shortages are manufactured in order to squeeze us even more while we are down. Therefore the housing shortage is also an illusion. Furthermore, data shows that 47% of America is empty space, and that 17 million homes sit unoccupied. It's not that those who have power aren't doing anything at all, it's just they are utilizing the false system's tools and mentality to handle the situation. Examples. On average, the US government spends roughly $35,000 per year per homeless person. New York City alone spent $3.2 billion on homelessness in 2019. Let me repeat. New York spent $3.2 billion on homeless, but no homes were made to house the homeless. For the amount spent, and given that the problem still exists, this is completely unacceptable. Of course, with each person, there exists a myriad of conditions that sent them on the path towards homelessness in the first place, but stability is the number one condition needed to return to the baseline. All systems are the same. If there is no path highlighted that shows a person that there is a light at the end of the tunnel, then every dollar is squandered. For an improvement in stability, there needs to be a better support structure in place. An improvement in stability would mean that many, if not all, would never become unstable. To catch something they make a net, but instead, they should have built a base structure in true equality so they cannot fall in the first place. The most basic logic can remedy most, if not all, these problems. Meanwhile, people are dying by the minute. On each of the tombstones in these false systems our epitaphs should read, "Sorry, maybe next time." Death by environmental factors is a crime that could never be pinned on a single person, but can be easily blamed on the system, so why are we not holding it accountable? Speaking of catching things before they hit the ground, garbage. In 2018 alone, America produced 242 million tons of garbage. Annually only about 30% of it is recycled, but, from our spectrum, we can no longer settle for that quantity or any marginal improvements, as there is too much at stake. There is no way to avert your eyes when you notice the artificial mountains of toxic garbage springing up in cities, and it would be much too late when we realize that as a whole. Therefore, it is mind-numbingly stupid that the governments are refusing to mandate recycling as a prerequisite to production, because it cuts into the profit of the item, and it's cheaper to make a new product from the raw material. That is to say, it is cheaper to have things manufactured and then moved from the other side of the planet rather than made at least in or adjacent to America, or locally. This is a huge problem, and should have been unacceptable from day one. This does make sense for some products that utilizes rare earth metals, but for the most part, I don't buy the excuse that we cannot produce most if not all of the products we use stateside, or at the very least they could be manufactured in South America, who definitely could use the economic boost, as they earn on average $25,000 less per year than in countries where we regularly do business. Let us not forget to mention the huge discounts manufacturers get by using slave and child labor. We must not in any manner justify the travesty of utilizing economic leverage in exchange for goods. It's inexcusable because there are obvious and logical alternatives. It's a product of a false system. Every product that is made should require for it to firstly be able to be recycled. Why not make the cost of being recycled a part of the buying price? Don't give me that excuse about cost considering what we are paying now for basic stuff because inflation happens because of the false system. Why not offer a rebate for products that have sustainable packaging, and when it is properly routed and received by Company X, the person accrues a positive balance, and can redeem it at a later date for whatever the going offers are? Why not have a designated company that will be slated to pick up items when they are ready to be recycled? Why not make it the responsibility of the manufacturer creator to either provide the path for recycling or have a third party do the dirty work? Don't say it already exists. They don't as long as those mountains of trash exist. Yet another example of humans' inability to differentiate shadows from their true forms. If it is a product that cannot be recycled, then it should require the manufacturer to prove to regulators that the benefits for the entire planet must outweigh the cost overall in the long term in regard to how much damage it does to our environment. Or we can go on dumping nuclear waste into the ocean? How's that sound? The perimeters could be debated, but if you always say it's not possible, then it will never happen. Stop leaving yes out of the realm of possibilities. This dystopian three-ring circus has us all jumping through so many hoops that we literally cannot take care of ourselves, so quit letting your cognitive dissonance and your coping mechanisms get in the way. Chapter 29: How and why do these systems mix? I have to believe, given how deep we are entranced with the romance of this false system, that many people would still wonder how the corruption of the business world translates into impoverishment on the fringe of society, and what it has to do with a person's religion or spiritualism. Many of those who follow systems of faith are good citizens, but know that it is because your willingness to conform that you have helped the key holders by throttling the resources that should be used for true equality with your unwavering addiction to your ideology, in your SCENVFECFGI, in your walls of cognitive dissonance you do reside. Truth be told, you would fly any inherited ideology's banner because that is how the key holders conditioned you. You are too afraid to question your faith against the products of the false system to the degree that you do not allow even an inch of real estate in your here and mind to try something a bit different than what you are told to. Why should I be involved if my faith is solid? We talked earlier about the illusion of choice, but that would be in a non-classical sense. For us, life is all about the choices we make, and also the ones we do not make. We all want to avoid the drama of getting in the middle of all this dissonant human ambience, but just existing or observing cannot be the overall point of this existence for the sake of our human survival. We are here together, and we cannot ignore the fires that are burning outside of our window. Ultimately it is religion, which is the organization of our spiritual ambition, which all underlyingly symbolizes that we so desperately want more than what this world offers. Enter the sacred universal catalyst. Push past the barrier of inadequacy or complacency, for we have the ability to manifest, and we choose to manifest the last religion. Historically, religion was used to harness power through the control of the masses in order to capitalize on organized output, and was for a long time one of the only ways to keep the members of the tribe in line. You always hear of people who have hate for religion for these reasons, but it is not the system of religion that has failed us but the people who create and distort the doctrines and actions, and then of course have to hide behind the name of God in order to abuse those around them. This will not happen with the last religion, as our foundation will not allow for exploitation. How and why we navigate will be unlike any religion that has ever existed. Humanitarian endeavors, altruistic mentalities, are all for naught if you do not fix the base of the issues that continue to plague humankind. Even the most passive and Zen-like religions show that no matter how peacefully you project yourself into contrasting environments, their overall effect have proven to be marginal at best. Why marginal? Because these systems never solved the underlying issue. All systems up until now are failed systems because they only help society cope with the problems that inequality creates, which is problematic for our survival rate, which is the fuel to our existential crisis. This is because we live in a false dichotomy. No lasting change has occurred. Is that to say that some of the key holders don't want to make the change? No. It is just that they are a part of that broken system, and their mentors are preening and grooming them into making decisions that place them as the scapegoats, and it is because of the human condition and its innate need for survival that people seem to choose to do harm as long as they are not immediately affected by the results. It's really no secret, and we really don't need to name names, because of the reality of plausible deniability, which is carefully woven into every facet of business. We stand in contrast. As we see the walls of the old systems around us crumbling, we cling to ideas about God because we fear that our vices will keep us from the promise of heaven. We try and keep within the laws of the land, and naturally we deviate, and for the most part our actions are justified. However, our righteous anger that comes when we see the way others live their lives does nothing to solve problems at the core, but to fight only the products within our relative systems. You might have noticed the harder you push they will push back, and worse. This is a symptom of the false system, and to remedy the sickness, you need to instead implement true equality. It will take unity and bravery to hold the hands of those who you think are sinners, as we must use the same system the key holders use, to get us out of this mess. Pro tip: realize that in order for us to navigate as the last religion, we must protect ourselves and speak with ambiguity, as it is essential to our survival, as much as it is for the key holders. If you move forward with our cause, you will find out why the discipline of the mouth is of utmost importance. Never blame, never name. Chapter 30 They Who Should Not Be Named. Have you noticed how often prominent religions have been in the headlines in the past 20 years? Seems like every affiliation is backed by some group who claim to have a god with them. Therefore they are justified in their actions. What are they after though? Well, it's obvious when you think about it. They are after control of the narrative. Political ideology, especially when the foundation is weak, needs to have an unquestionable angry god compelling their children to exact his will. Also notice other symbols that have been dormant for a while. They might have existed on the fringes for a while, but when society gets riled up, they start to stand out again. Of course, we cannot denounce the levels of devotion people have for their gods or their SCNVFECFGI, but we can definitely question the keyholders who stir up discontent in order to make these symbols stand out in the worst of ways. And when they do, of course, the counterculture must too stand out in contrast, because we're talking about control of the whole pie here. We don't need to name anyone, as we are all actors in this great play, but we can talk about them. In the last 20 years, American identity politics has become the game face of millions of Americans. When pressured, we are prone to rush to alignment, and this happens on both sides of the spectrum. We are charged with the task of never forgetting the distractions, but we also cannot forget or no longer ignore how the American dream died, or never really came to fruition. America seems to have been overtly changed to what now also resembles a mercenary for hire, a voracious cutthroat business person. Behind the business, our human resources department, the media, set the morals and ethics which are extracted from the dominant narrative. The rules which we assume are protections for us are really there so the businesses can keep the dangers of litigation at bay for the poor choices that their employees make. We know this to be true when we look into the history of how industries evolved alongside business ethics. When businesses thrive, many benefit, and hopefully people are lifted from extreme poverty, but in most cases, since the game is rigged for maximum exploitation, we have made some relative progress. But overall, we are still stuck in a broken system. Does this mean there are no good, honest, moral business owners? Of course there are, as there is a duality in every system. Yet in tough times we seem to only be able to focus on pointing out the negative, which more than likely is an underlying survival tactic that we are unable to control. As we stated earlier, animals tend to act a little crazy when they are backed into a corner. The Human Resources Department we call Capitol Hill works at ground zero of the nation's dissonant human ambience. Realize that the two parties that govern these houses are representations of the polarized energies we recognize as good and evil, but exist in a duality, meaning both sides are right and wrong depending on one's SCNVFECFGI, and all observations are valid. You could identify as a moderate, but advertise yourself in today's hyper-reactive public eye, and you will find that people think you are a Nazi fascist if you're leaning too far to the right, and Marxist socialist and more if you are leaning to the left. Either way, both sides are to one another are rebel scum. Both sides consider the other as what will lead the country, if not the world, to the apocalypse. All individuals think that their moral and ethical understanding is a direct reflection of their political affiliation, and of course, everyone feels justified in their actions, which is why we take action in the first place. Both sides stand opposite one another and quarrel about waves, but never look at the system of tremor machines underneath it all. It is ironic that we can ascertain the term systematic racism, but we have never heard the term systemic applied to any other symptom of this false system we live in. Make no mistake and understand that everything is systemic. Labels of discrimination do not stick to the machine because the holy religion of business is guarded by everything and everyone. To everyone these systemic problems are justifiable except for the ones the keyholders wish to use in the current form of the narrative as a platform. For the rest they are accepted because they are tied to our survival. Energy will be energy, And the political spectrum is no exception to the rule. These polarized energies think they are fighting the good fight after all, as it is in the opposition of the other energy that they gain validation of existence. This is why each party spends 4 to 8 years planning the downfall of the other, attempting to undo what the other did in the last cycle. All the while the root of the issues that plague us, which we have determined as inequality, is never fixed. They're always treating symptoms, never curing the sickness, and either they know this, or are completely unaware. Either way, do you agree that this system must be replaced? A counter-argument or yeah but to this statement would be, look at the nation we have built for ourselves. We could not have it without this current system we have in place. Same song, different system. The yeah but arguments could go on forever, as there will never be a shortage of topics for people or spectrums or energy to argue about. Environments create systems, and the energies divide, and then the resources are divided, and from it, predators and prey emerge. As an example, take the history of technology and the numerous instances where advancements were stifled because the existing system's resources had not been fully exploited. Example, electrical versus fossil. There are countless examples of blatant robbery of ideas, of patents, of intellectual property that were taken from inventors, and this does not include the unsung heroes who had their ideas plucked from them since they did not have the economic mobility to manifest them because of the rigged system. Instead, while the inventor is seeking funding, they generally are exploited for information, maybe paid a finder's fee, stated to be a main player, but eventually shown the door. Yes, we could argue all day about these subjects, and yes, nothing would be done because business is business. Things are what they are, and for the final yeah but, it is time for a change. Keyholders and politicians spend their time engrossed in tribalistic games rather than fixing inequality. Members of Congress have no term limits, leaving nothing to stop the false progress they perpetuate. Disproportionately, the president has a limit of 4 to 8 years in office. Remember that saying, that a divided house cannot stand? The president often seems to be the one who can enact sweeping changes, but when an executive order is used, the opposite side of the aisle sees it as another foundational brick removed from the already shaky monument that is the US. We are not isolating any administration's run here. It is what people have been saying since the whole system was established, and as an example, there are photoshops and political cartoons of both Obama and Trump burning the Constitution. So, our understanding of the conflicts of energies in this system is validated. Even presidents have SCENVFECFGI. Of course, there are mountains of tangents to talk about in this topic, as we could literally pick it apart into the finite particles and analyze them for the types of energy they are, and the types of energy they produce, but despite the claims of them being separate, no matter how hard you try to remove the cognitive dissonance, it still exists. A counterclaim, or the human ambience in the whole balance of power smoke and mirror sideshow, is that it could be argued that the Founding Fathers created the system of checks and balances CB. Even saying the phrase checks and balances preemptively glazes over the issue, a spell, a relative coping method for any individual looking to air a grievance. Keyholders will have a history of examples where the system of CB was relatively effective, but bring up insider trading, or gerrymandering, and yeah, get ready for some coping statements and some smoke and mirror sideshow attractions. We have seen time and time again, the theater of politics in full makeup and costume, and has revealed that what we are here to experience in this land of the free, is more of a spectator sport. Like it or not, what we have seen from these actors is extremely tribalistic and less bipartisan as time goes on. Eviscerating tactics are mercilessly used against each other, crippling any side from making progress towards fixing the root of the issues that plague America and the rest of the world. There is a duality in every system in place, and much like any business, the streamlining of exploitation of position is nothing new in our nations or any nation's capital. Note that it is no secret that those who hold the seats of government are the real award-winning actors. They are not leaders, they are managers of the status quo. Who can hold these people accountable when they cannot and will not hold themselves accountable? What a shame that they are always so adamant at fighting one another over ideals, but as we know, the motivating factor that gets them salivating is the thought of holding a majority of seats in order to propagate their dystopian ideas upon the populace. They do so innocently and innately, aloof to the weight of their overall actions. Add your own relative psychological terminology here if needed. The duality is that both sides hold their subjective truths to their heart as shields, their actions supposedly the will of their constituents. They only move when there is a fire under them. They only make the change when it profits one of their adopted causes, planted in their brains and in their pockets by opportunists who are prone to spring into action when the chance of exploitation of a system is ripe. Are they any different from the lobbyists? Of course. You can isolate some good amongst the bad, but let it not be a veil to shroud your eyes from the systemic harm they have caused. Within these same systems and labels, exist the same mechanisms that work to conform, control, and maintain. Chapter 31 Protesting for what? Earlier we talked about the efficacy of protests and attempted to set the stage for proper navigation through the landmines of emotion that are guaranteed to go off during open public discourse. In the view of the last religion, protests are subjectively valid but are not viewed as effective tools that initiate lasting change. There is some historical evidence of the keyholders relenting to some demands, but take note of the word demand, and how it already indicates on both sides that there could and does exist a better way of getting things done, and that is through the consolidation and proper representation and allocation of monetary mobility and of power. With true equality first. Look around the world even in these last 10 years and tell me how protesting works to make lasting change? Worldwide, in the most heated of times from this lens of perspective, it's been wholly ineffective. Understand that the headlines do have to embellish these events in order to fight the good fight. Of course, the good guys are always winning. We want to make it clear that we are always on the good side of history. Yet most, if not all media posts state that on all fronts. In small print below it plainly says that the fight continues. Understand that in the false system, the fight goes on indefinitely. In a quick comparison, think of the Boston Tea Party versus the recent Capitol riots. Everyone feels justified within their own actions, otherwise they would never follow through with them. Were these two incidents the same? Were they in the right? Ask the involved aggressors and I would bet on all accounts most everyone would say yes. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been action. Also realize that if they had won, even though they had no chance in hell, then in less than 50 years we'd be singing all sorts of new cultural appropriation songs to smooth over the cognitive dissonance of the event, just like we did for the framers. At least we know that they're all proud to be an American, where at least they know they're free. Except we know we are not free. No, we are many spectrums away from free. The false system's method of change is always through guns, germs and steel, proxy wars, and all the other topics we have been discussing. Real change can only happen as an embedded strategy that does not hinder the status quo. Nor does it happen overnight, but we will get there. We will strategically and systematically handle all requests that are the hot button issues that the general public has, as we wish to empower the people because we wish to invest in ourselves, our fellow humans. In the meantime, let's ask the crucial and obvious questions to those who still want to participate in protesting. Understand that when we see people protesting out in the streets or when they destroy property, spit hate and anger, beating or outright killing one another, that both parties are victims to their own systems of control. Despite their own social conditioning from environmental factors, from economic factors and their genetic inheritance, they are ignorant of the real reason for which they suffer. This is why they are out there expressing themselves the only way they know how. These folks wish to force change of a contrasting system into their own, and both sides subjectively repel the ideals of the other side like oil when mixed with water, and the duality of it all is never-ending. The standard way of thinking is that the one side you don't believe in is absolutely wrong. However, once the true meaning of the message from the universe is fully digested, you will find that there is no real right or wrong. There are only manufactured consequences to actions within systems that they control, and within that system, there is a torrent of contrasting duality. Like the weather reporter briefing the audience to constant changes ahead, and as we have seen time and time again, even with all the tools at their disposal, and even when they are right a majority of the time, we seem to stick with the stereotype that the weather reporter can never get it right. For those of you who want relevant symbology here, if we can compare the weather reporter to the human condition, weather prediction is the analysis based on historical trends, and the coping of elements within our systems that are beyond our control. Weather travels in systems, and migrates to different places, and invades other areas causing different pressure systems, precipitation, and sometimes our worst nightmares. Since all systems are the same, we can view the weather, much like humans' navigation into other systems is as equal with our own SCENVFECFGI, and given the news trend, it seems we are all currently experiencing a Category 5 hurricane. All systems are the same, and this is but one of a multitude of analogies that also show that the universe works in cycles, and the measurements are only observable in contrast to others, and realize that without it, the universe would be void. For us to exist on this plane, humans must struggle, in order to maintain relative balance, as all energy does. Furthermore, there is an infinite shoreline to everything that exists. This is no exaggeration. We are all tied to our overall survival and longevity, and yes, we are all responsible for helping other people out there to secure a stable lifestyle. The saying when you help someone else you are also helping yourself is only a half-truth in a false system. To usher in everlasting peace, everyone needs to be involved, and the only system that can bring it is true equality. This message and the message from the universe, from God, from us, cannot be left unheard any longer. We need to lead by example and show the systems and the key holders and the actors and the people on the fringe the true meaning of choice, and the ramifications it holds. We can only get through to them by working within their systems of SCENVFECFGI. The power of words and influence within these systems, which reflects the plight of the fringe, cannot be fully understood by those whose psychological standpoint is so ingrained and invested in their own interests. Make a choice to act and escape the plight of the NPC. Chapter 32: The Puppeteers and the Profiteers and its Willing Victims. Be startled at the lengths the media will take, and the reach of the arms of those who hold power to perpetuate instability in our nation. Having heard the countless lies being tossed from each sideline, baseless claims, and demonizing rhetoric, we know that these endless attacks only reinforce the savage immaturity that has stagnated our potential to move past the unproductive mindset of our forefathers. Since business and politics walk hand in hand, then the moral and ethical compass are laid aside, because despite how vile these actors can be, their tactics are viewed as valid. It unfortunately seems to have been working, as we see the energies of both sides spread their party's SCENVFECFGI propaganda like wildfire amongst the sheep of the populace. Then of course, in a sort of fractal recursion, we see these same tactics blatantly used for everyday interactions. People no longer seem to be able to navigate outside of their comfort zones without having a mental breakdown, no doubt mimicking what they see online as the social norm relative to their culture. Similarly, we see guns have been justified to be used as a deterrence for minor threats. How quickly things can escalate needlessly, and how they deal with gun control, just like the way they dealt with the war on drugs. Realize that these endeavors are merely memes that are maliciously used as fronts, which in turn require a tighter grip on society's overall perimeters of mobility. If it is not, it is because they wish to destabilize our region for profit. All the conditioned actors that participate in the dissonant human ambience are used against us to destabilize the system from ever being able to move forward. Do individuals care? Yes. Do systems care? A system only has a narrative but is indifferent to the actions that take place within its perimeters. Think the media machine cares? Sure. You can have individuals who at the beginning of their career wish to make a change in their communities. They come from humble beginnings to tell a story, one that resonates and projects their viewers and themselves to a level of heightened awareness. Yet look how ingrained the emerging narratives are in each of these so-called unbiased news agencies. Let's just save ourselves some time and navigate around this cesspool we are currently referring to as journalism. It's not to say that relatively decent folk from for each side do not exist, but I know we are all jaded by the toxicity of the whole system and what it currently represents, and those who unabashedly defend it, refusing to admit that they are distorting reality, rather than plainly reporting the facts. How different is the scenario from a wild protest when a biased media member makes an attack on its outlet's counterculture? The only difference is the professionalism of the actor, and the backdrop. The sad revelation is knowing that journalists are supposedly under oath to deliver it to us straight the first time. Read that again and think about it. The journalist takes an oath to hold up and report information with unbiased senses. So, having a media outlet that exists with departments that even house opinions, makes a statement of the core of their platform's beliefs. Furthermore, no matter how hard you try, you cannot escape SCENVFECFGI. You might not hear of an outright slander against their opposition at 5 p.m., but just wait until 6 p.m., the designated hour, from big media hyper-ego-inflated NPC teleprompter puppet actors, whose sole mission is to relentlessly gaslight their guests, which validates their rhetoric as a tactic for their viewers to use when under pressure. Then they counterclaim that the opposition's innate human rights are some evil plots to destroying humankind. Stay tuned after the break for more knee-jerk reactions in exchange for ratings. How unsettling it is to know that these same people who hold extreme bias in their hearts and minds, can in an instant change their persona 180 degrees to match the direction of the whims of their viewers if needed. How they utilize technology to manipulate viewers' fields of vision, in order to leave out vital information. Sickening to know that one could be hired as an actor during a crisis to further promote whatever element of ambience needed, to entice heightened emotional responses from viewers, thus feeding the flames of discontent amongst us all. Everyone views their objective perspective as righteous and labels the other outlet as some sort of information terrorist, intent on grooming the weak, in order to unwittingly lure the viewer into alignment. The media is mostly a psychological game of smoke and mirrors designed by people who have extreme monetary mobility to employ experts, which do include various forms of social and technical expertise, but most importantly a team of consumer psychologists, we refer to as the marketing department, all of which amount to a team of social weather reporters who intend to wield the narrative as a weapon of mass destruction. Bear in mind the connections of these outlets and their CEOs, and let's not forget the shareholders who have their hands in numerous aspects of business and politics. They say hindsight is 20/20, look at the world we live in, and know that our vision is not as acute as we think it is. For if it were, then we would not be here experiencing a system that is built to solely function from exploitation. Reflecting again on SCENVFECFGI, and how our cherished children's fairy tale stories helped us cope with the boogeyman and others, but also realize that our parents underlyingly knew that all the while that they had to condition us to live in a country built by the wolf. The story of Little Red Riding Hood warned us of the dangers of the outside world, of the people who wear disguises, distort reality in order to make us feel at ease, then devour us while we were enamored with the relative freedoms that can be gained from the illusion of choice. Yes, predators are embedded in systems designed to be an outlet for when and where we wish to help one another. These fairy tale books were written in order to condition children but not scare them to the point where they are paralyzed with fear. But did these stories really help? The stories that adults consume, and this isn't even cable news, are broadcasted up to 4 times a day on average, starting in the early morning at 4:30, 5 o'clock, 5:30, 6 a.m., then at 12 p.m., then again at 5 o'clock and 6 p.m., and just in case you forget, also at 10 o'clock and 11 p.m. This isn't even including the teams of honed actors, who have their own 1-hour time slots, who represents a specific type of reaction skill which are aligned to the platform's SCENVFECFGI. So, do you think the general populace is paralyzed with fear right now, or desensitized? The reality is both. We all know how dangerous driving a car can be. Honestly, it's incredibly dangerous. It's just that we have a half-assed decent system that keeps the really bad people off the streets. We feel we are in control while we are driving, and we drive often enough that the jitters you get from driving for the first couple of weeks wear off. The danger, however, is always there, and it's not you. No, it's never you. It's those other idiots on the road, right? Danger is a well-wrapped package, and it comes in all colors and models and is readily available for all occasions. Realize that we all as a whole grew up into this world thinking we were in relative control, and that we completely glazed over the fact that even though we understood symbology at the age of 3, we sure did go on to casually dismissing the danger of the wolf, and before we knew it, it was too late to purge them from the systems. Ironic that fairy tales such as The Matrix depict humans as being stuck in a simulation when they are being used as batteries. How is that any different than today? We see all around us tragic happenings, chaos told so many times over that it no longer seems to hold the emotional weight that it should. Understand that the only way to fix these issues is with true equality. Without it as the level playing field, we cannot establish as a whole society the correct baseline of emotion. When we are able to reduce these horrible instances down to becoming rare, then we will be able to have relative calm, then the shock factor will be back in its proper place, thus society will re-engineer its social contract. We make laws to protect people because we know how savage the world could be without them. Take note that we do not make laws or condition our citizens to understand that life is sacred. We need to break the cycle in order to evolve into a new system. With the help from the philosophy of the message from the universe, we will gain the foresight needed to make the proper decisions going forward. We will then be able to stop the shepherd, wolf from using us like the sheep they have bred us to be. I think we can all understand at this point that our goals are only shadows. None of us would be doing what we are doing now, which includes careers, jobs, mates, hobbies, friends, etc., if true equality was at the base of our society's foundation. The perimeters are false, and we are only at the feeding trough when we think we are well, and the rest of the time we are in the pen. Animals in a cage, on antibiotics. Let's break the chains together and walk into the light and bask in the realization that there is a path that can allow us all to be able to live life fully for ourselves without this sick dystopian backdrop. We'd better act now while this whole reset thing is developing, because it is changing the world before our eyes. Take this message as far as you want, realize that duality is reality. We are the sheep, but realize we too have the capacity of becoming the real shepherd. The world around us is as innocent and insidious depending on who you are at the moment. The world has dismissed the toxicity in these machines of manipulation, in order to satiate their own belief systems. We built systems of cope to stop us from losing our minds, and unfortunately, they did not stand the test of time, because ironically the same crafted snares that the key holders built around us ended up being the triggers that enraged society as a whole and propelled the masses out of control. More of the latest news. Do you recognize the folly in being swept up by the current news? At what point do you become disgusted at the lengths that your fellow resonators will take in order to maintain relative harmony amongst your current collective? Now apply this evolution of interaction, and add the symbology of duality, the clash of energies, and be aware of how many places these same mechanisms are portrayed in our reality. Here is another example of a system that is in place that needs to have its false dichotomy restructured for the overall benefit of humankind. There doesn't seem to be any resemblance of truth in the business of news and politics anymore, just teams of actors and narratives, and the critical mission of the control of the populace. This is because it enables the keyholders to make ridiculous amounts of money. Notice no matter how pure some people are when they enter into the false system's lion's den, that they are soon devoured and lost in the sea of the duality of good intentions, mixed in with the bad toxic narratives. The plight of humankind's duality has been intentionally forged in layers folded over one another like a Japanese katana. In this false reality, we truly do not realize that we have been cut and we're already dead. Chapter 33. We love distractions and we love the sideshow. Business is business. Care to take a guess as to why it benefits the keyholders to have the masses distracted 24/7, at each other's throats? The distractions are needed in order to keep our eyes and ears off the movements of keyholders' monetary mobility. Meanwhile, we are jumping through hoops of fire to keep up with everything, then laws tighten, while vast amounts of wealth are funneled away from where we need it the most. Consider what has happened with our pandemic retail industry and the education system. Roots of newer industries cannot take hold if others do not yield. Ask yourself which industries are prime for replacing the old ones. What was once our economic gold, pre the Great Reset, becomes our wastewater. What was once the age of decadence, becomes stagnation, and then the ugly face of toxic consumerism is reborn, fresh-faced, but continues to ruin the air that we breathe and the oceans we rely on so much for food. As people who watch the stock market might say, higher highs and lower lows come with increased volatility. Entropy. All systems are the same. Business does not care one iota about ethics or morals. Memes like conscious consumerism or conscious capitalism are coping phrases in the tool belt of a CEO who's been called to smooth things with an oversight committee. The political theater of damage control. For they are the ones who orchestrate the machine's direction, and they want to maximize while they exploit the status quo, during wholesale liquidation, and even planned bankruptcy. It does seem like the timely strategic failure is trending as the new business model for high-level investors because they realized that no matter what, long-term investments would include decline. Why wouldn't business keyholders want to see their return more rapidly, within their lifetimes? It's not such an outrageous presumption considering that planned obsolescence has been integrated into most of our consumer products, which is why many phones only last 5 years old and then are no longer supported. Or, how about wireless keyboard mouse combos? Looking at companies such as Enron or the 2008 housing crisis, we find further evidence that keyholders create bubbles and vacuums. And after they enact their planned destruction, such as a well-known military force did recently in Afghanistan, a power grab for control of what remains ensues. When defense contracts are no longer as profitable, and the cultural region had been systematically thoroughly destabilized once again, the keyholders walk away with the salvageable profits while the world behind that they helped liberate once again implodes. Its latest keyholders standing on the sidelines awaiting the very moment they can exact their version of cultural appropriation. Critical meltdowns are carefully crafted and executed, or a domino effect is built in, and when needed, and the culture around us crumbles before our eyes. Of course, they leave it up to the people, and the taxes they collect from us are used to bail them out, and of course they use it to party. Planned failure means they might bleed millions along the way, but if played right, they stand to gain billions. you can guarantee that they factor this into their business models. The romance we have with the pace of progress is a malignancy for the hope of equal treatment for all. While the people that are cast aside are scrambling to survive, the business world has evolved yet another angle for siphoning profit. For those who would say, my tax dollars. It's not your money after it has been collected by the government, so why misdirect aggression? Also realize that you are only show your anger at your fellow brothers and sisters, and not the perpetrators of the social contract who are putting distractions before you because you are powerless to do anything about it. You're here in America. This is your government for which you participate simply by existing. For those people who take offense to these statements, the only way to make a difference is at the polls, right? Don't like how those elections are turning out? Then consider your political stance, and why people have become jaded to your spectrum of SCENVFECFGI. You are a pawn of those key holders because you have extreme levels worth of preconditioned cognitive dissonance, and naturally a voracious thirst for dominating the narrative. Unfortunately, you are just another spectrum of cultural appropriation that is guaranteed to fail, because it lacks true equality. It doesn't matter what side of the fence you are on. Politics in the false system is a blood sport, and really, there are no winners. It doesn't matter how much you hate a system, or that you hate the fact that your tax dollars are going towards X and Y, because there is always going to be exuberant amounts of pork fat in the yearly budget. It's all a magic show, you just don't know that you are fully disillusioned with the ambience. Fully in a trance. http URL. If you managed to get this far and are not frothing at the mouth or convulsing due to the endless introspection, and you found yourself instead resonating with my words, then the takeaway from this topic would be that if you really want to be a part of something, then be a part of this humanitarian effort we are forming. Join our ranks. The message from the universe has much to reveal. Classism spurs a spectrum of dissident energies and interpretation of them within the ranks. I think given the trend we have been seeing here, some can finally understand that overall, the issue of systemic racism is not entirely an underlying continuity of the history of race versus race, color versus color issue. No doubt we could validate all grievances that individuals have, and just to make it clear, in no way am I making excuses for any acts of racism, as everyone is individually responsible for their own actions. Ultimately though, as we have proven, you cannot fight the products of a system. For real change to happen, the base foundation of the environmental factors and the economic factors that are inherited from our nation's past must be reinvented, not just for the victims, but for all people. Everyone is a victim of their SCENVFECFGI, because the system was built incorrectly. What happened really is moral and ethical relativism, which walks hand in hand with any culture, and it's definitely not something you can fight post it being firmly established. Well, you can, but it would be a bloody long drawn-out war. That's the route for those who want to fight the good fight, and get caught up in the spinning dissonant energy cycles and will always be doomed to repeat in history yet once again. Think about how silly it would be to go to war again for something that was decided over 200 years ago. Do people really think that the problems will go away? They might think that with complete eradication or removal everything would be perfect. However, since there are many spectrums of understandings within a diverse nation, even if the problems were removed, there will always be sympathizers of the expelled demographic. This is especially so in a diverse nation such as America. This happened with the Protestants searching for witches, Nazis searching for the Jews. It happened with Americans searching for communists. It happened with bigots searching for homosexuals. It will happen with Americans searching for Americans who had relationships with people outside of their culture, and so on. This is why hate is such a dangerous ideology, The natural progression of it does indeed lead to those eventual scenarios playing out, because demographics like those will always be the ones who are blamed for everything that goes wrong. However, understand that this reasoning works both ways. To act, one must feel justified in doing so. Therefore we must seek another route to solving the problem. To really combat the sins of the forefathers, there needs to be an education effort for all, which includes civic engagement, altruism, emotional intelligence, and how to deal with cognitive dissonance. History will repeat itself if the false system is not replaced naturally, and this is not the human condition at work. For you see, we are taught to hate and fear what we do not know. What hinders the energies from healing and phase changing back to the baseline is the lack of true equality at the society's foundation. Without it, there is imbalance, which will only push energies to polar opposite ends. There will always be degrees of recursive unlovability if X is unbalanced, which leaves people who attempt to solve the problem to always ask why. This aspect of education should start at an elementary level. We must make people aware of the message of the universe, the chemistry of the self, the navigating of systems, the HOBA, and the formula of leadership at the earliest stages of life. We will be publishing those guidebooks soon after we get the monetary mobility and the validation from you and our members to take action. Some people who are content with fighting the symptoms would say that this is all that we would need, and unfortunately, I cannot agree. Education would in time work for some, but if it is not implemented along with a truer form of equality at the base, then it would only prove to divide the energies even further. We are seeing effects of this attempt every day, because the already opposing culture would be further jaded and would subsequently think that the system is alienating them or even making an attempt at committing genocide. Secondly, while addressing the problem of inequality in its current form, it ironically excludes any opposing demographic from being considered equal. Which I find to be utterly baffling, because logically it should make sense to most that you cannot, nor should not, fight racism with racism. This paragraph or even this book might need to be read a couple of times in order for you to really understand. Remember that you are deprogramming the hold that the key holders have on you. There's no on-off switch. You can only make this happen by absorbing this vital information through repetition. I would beg those who might harbor hatred for people based on their race or gender or orientation to please see reason, and hear the message from the universe, and live in peace and understanding. The fuel on the fire. Everything is energy, and in a false there is no balance. In a system like this, energy is naturally polarized due to repetitive kinetic input from all sorts of different catalysts. The energy tessellating is then absorbed by a conduit. For this spectrum of understanding, we are looking at each hemisphere of the political spectrum's media network. Relaying happenings to the masses via a news network is natural, but the results are not necessarily beneficial to the viewers. We often wonder why the news agency will not just tell the whole story, but understand that speaking dualistically is rather difficult, due to the damage that it would inflict upon that agency, if their viewers find their content offensive, or not of their tastes. The energy is how they were formed in the first place, so they must follow the programming or become obsolete. Every media outlet has a symbol, thus a narrative, and even a chemistry of the self. Thus they attract employees who too must have a relatively aligned SCENVFECFGI. The crew member is tasked with phase-changing energy into a story that should resonate with their viewers, that is, if they want ratings that translate into revenue. In a false system, politicization and sensationalist news reporting will always be under the guise of a pseudo-civil altruism, since the stories they air are the mining of the dissonant human ambience produced by the unbalanced nature of the energy, which is tied directly to the machine. Often when the energy or tensions in society are at a high frequency, the news agency can be viewed as being a major contributor to the resonating of the dissonant ambience. Therefore, their actions are found to be derived from toxic capitalism. Therefore they pander for your clicks, views, likes and subscribes. and simultaneously they are also contributing to the molding and refining of each viewer's SCENVFECFGI. Take note that due to the SCENVFECFGI of all systems, you can understand how and why you end up with stereotypical tropes about each side's actors. Condensed energy tends to synchronize to the beat of the overall song. Like we saw with 432 and its prevalence in our galaxy. In regard to the navigating of systems, let us now focus on where this type of energy firstly divides itself off. We are looking at the largest common denominators, a culture sample of race, gender, and orientation, and for our immediate purposes this is what we use as a sample to define multiculturalism. Multiculturalism is indeed a good thing. However, as we all know, disparities arise naturally when there is an uneven number of races, gender and orientation of members, which is virtually a guarantee to happen, which of course creates minority groups. Already I know that there are zone alarms going off and that some readers are probably lifting one eyebrow, inserting your SCENVFECFGI between every line in the above paragraph. But stop yourself and let me explain where I am going with this thought process. We are attempting to look closer at what really occurs in places and scenarios where diversity has been mandated, and if lacking a certain demographic how it is then considered objectively unjust. In this current social climate, even where there is perceived equal treatment of the smaller group on a micro scale, zooming out would highlight not true equality, but only good intentions and efforts to make it equal. However, when this is done, the opposite effect is felt from those who are on the other end of the spectrum. This is especially so if the proportions are not true to their word, and if you found yourself saying something like, "Wah, crybabies can dish it out, but they cannot take it," then you don't seek equality, you seek revenge, and this would be just one flavor of it. This brings out people on the opposite side of that spectrum to then speak out against it and then highlight what they feel to be a disparity. They believe it to be a double standard. This in turn rallies anyone who understands that America has always been a melting pot, therefore one should accept diversity even if it is sudden. America is a business foremost. Therefore if the keyholders were willing to send our industries overseas, the next gen's keyholders will not have any issue with bringing in folks from all over the world to fill positions. Yet people want to blame the immigrant and not the false system. You can hardly blame the immigrant when their relative survival is on the line. On another front of this ill-fated battle are the racists and the anti-fascists. It's sad to know that we have come full circle, back toward overt racism in our homes and cities. Yet this whole debacle of free speech which has really been a frustrating duality, because in our hearts we want to protect the vulnerable, but at the same time, we understand what it would mean to have officially mandated scenarios where you would be forced into silence. There are laws already in place that should protect people from hate crimes, yet we see online many hostile videos and posts where people are aggressively antagonizing individuals' color, gender or orientation. Overall racism is wrong, horribly wrong, yet I think we all understand that we should not further hinder our right to free speech, for it is an extreme threat to democracy, even if this is overlaid by the false system. http://URL. Let me tell you outright that the only way to combat this dissonance is not through an increase in laws but through true equality. We will talk about the solution here shortly, even though you know the answer because we've been talking about it on nearly every other page. I want to first make something very clear to everyone who is on our resonant level. We all know that we do not need or want more social equality policing. If you thought standard policing was generally corrupt, imagine that same setup but you are being constantly scrutinized for every action you take. Not for the standard definition of criminal behavior, but to make sure that your very intentions and actions are always politically correct. The police could never fulfill this role as effectively as they'd want. As an example, when you are driving along the highway and people seem to have slowed down because an officer has pulled someone over, everyone knows they are potentially being watched. Then when they are no longer in sight, everyone just speeds back up again. So, increasing the quantity of laws has never been something that decreases the product of an inefficient system. Even with an increased budget, they still wouldn't be able to eliminate the problem. Even with SWAT teams, armored vehicles, thermal vision, helicopters, assault rifles, etc., we have seen an increase in acts of racism against our fellow humans. So, to shore up the problem, society has overall decided to self-deputize. If they see racist behavior, they throw themselves into the fray. This has been happening. You can see news reports about this in all different scenarios from all over the world, as well as endless video confrontations. However, given that there is a multiplicity of spectrums of understanding, you will have non-aligned interpretations of what is considered right and wrong in any given situation. Therefore, given the possibility that you are not lying to yourself right now, you cannot possibly think that what you see on video is always a one-sided aggression issue. As they say, there are always two sides to a story, more like three, which we know to be duality, layers and layers of it. Secondly, if you thought bullying was a problem just in schools, imagine a world where we get to detain or place someone under a citizen's arrest based on whether we perceive someone's clothing or intentions or actions as racist. We speak out for the protection of speech as a right, not because we wish to protect racists. This is to protect everyone on all sides, because no one seems to know where the baseline is. It will never be possible to keep up with that type of system, and think about how many false arrests there would be based on relatively non-aligning SCENVFECFGI. Not only arrests but also bullying, beatings, rapes, and even murder have all come from this perception of correction mentality, which is a type of cultural appropriation. Imagine observing people getting caught up in the blame game because of a simple misunderstanding, then suddenly racism, and then the other person makes claims of reverse racism, and then the other person claims that they are being who they are by definition, makes it to where they cannot even be racist. It's utter madness, and that is actually a taste of the trending norm. No one can win from this scenario except the key holders. Furthermore, given the fact that they have never been able to solve it, imagine what will happen if we continue to not be able to solve it ourselves. That's right. Eventually we will collapse back into a state of soft civil war, given the catalysts. Honestly, sad to say that it seems we are already there. We are just lacking the real shot heard around the world incident. Please don't misunderstand what I am saying. I am in no way saying it's okay to slander another person, but ultimately, we are talking about choice and the responsibility for an individual's own actions, yes? Understand that if we cannot keep control of all of the other problems that plague the world, even the most basic ones, such as speeding or littering, then in no way will we ever be able to police someone for their choice of words. Again, to fix this issue you would need to look towards a social conditioning program with true equality at the base of our ECF in order to change the way people think preemptively. You can see evidence where the false system fails to condition people correctly, and you witness people virtue signaling, or on the extreme side, someone might publicly state that they wish for X people to die off, or threaten that they will eventually be taken over, etc. This hyper-aggressive methodology cannot be allowed to be implemented into the valid list of options of any side of the matter, for it serves to do nothing but inflame an already contentious situation. We want to de-escalate these tensions, not compel people to go shoot up places, and this is why a lot of people on the outside feel lost in the matter, because we want to help, but we know that a lot of what we see is inherently flawed, because you cannot fight racism with more racism. Again, though the government is not the answer here, because we do not need any more laws against our basic freedoms, because that scenario is an aspect of the definition of a concentration camp, but with no discernible walls. You can see the next level version of this is happening in the Far East with a minority group who stands in contrast to the population around them. Remember that from whatever angle change comes from, if it is not implemented at the base of true equality, then it is considered to be cultural appropriation. This is regardless of who thinks they are in the right. Let me be clear, we are all victims of being the minority demographic, for both all antagonists and the protagonists all at once. It is very sad to realize we are all on the same side, we just were conditioned to blame one another for the failures of the system. Sure, maybe the demographics in our social settings have numbers that are disproportionate sometimes, but we should never fight fire with fire. The line of questioning of how many colors, races, gender, and orientation people you have and making sure it's all equal is justified, but it is being implemented in a manner that is perceived to be divisive, rather than fixing the root of the problem, which again is true equality. The key holders are behind all inflation of these social fires, and it started further back than any of us could ever realize. It doesn't make it okay, and yes, we can fix it. We all know that this should have been a fading issue, but it was the key holders of HR and all versions of media that dragged us in this whole diversity thing, and then we had an explosion of corrective actions in those industries, and the image of who was at fault was shifted to the people who, for the most part, who are actually just trying to live their everyday lives. Yet there is always a percentage of NPCs who did have an issue with this sudden diversity, and are still having problems with it. We know that the likelihood of a civil rights leader would never be able to make an NPC who has a hardened ideology of racism see the error of their way, so why is the current narrative in place? They make fun of snowflakes, but it was those same people who demanded ethical treatment in various forms, who demanded that people be more politically correct when speaking, and that seemed to have been one of the major catalysts that ushered in a revolution of the false systems version of equality awareness for the most prominent minority group in America. Since then, we've seen wave after wave of action and reactions from opposing SOU, and thus the storm of dissonant human ambience is now all around us. Another example of how divergence naturally occurs is when we see what happens in prisons with different cultures. Yup. They all divide up into their own racial groups and have a non-stop war against one another. When your innate rights are taken away, you return to the baseline of your primal instincts, which is survival, and then the only way those people can feel safe is by getting with those who share their SCNVFECFGI. This is the folly of removing basic rights, and also forcing equality in this false system. No matter what, without the true form of equality, you cannot contemplate the true form of anything. Yes, there can be individual victories, however, this is the false system that props up individual victories in order to make it seem like the overall system is successful. No, without reaching true equality, which is why we were placed in this existence, we are all in perpetual default. Uniting in solidarity against the products of the machine for sure is relatively empowering at times, but overall, it's just another bankrupt ideological coping tactic. In this current social climate, even where there is perceived equal treatment of the smaller group on a micro scale, zooming out would highlight only the efforts of making it equal, when in reality you also produce the opposite effect to those who are on the other end of the spectrum who perceive it as disproportionate. In order for society to really be truly equal at this point by use of force, is a war in the making, because it is impossible to enforce equality. All people can and will be racist when they feel justified, no matter the laws in place and no matter who the author is of said laws. Just like we cannot force people to stop killing other people with guns or hard drugs, which in a false system too are always going to be losing battles. Therefore, without true equality at the base foundation, there will always be racism, action and reaction. And so understand that all of this is ultimately not a color issue, and since people still have the right to congregate as they like, then all the efforts up until the base of the issue are addressed and remedied, will only serve as a coping method to the whole issue overall. All systems are the same. Keyholder abstractions and variant manifestations. Other products that are manifested from the dissonant human ambience that emerges from fringe demographics, are interest groups and political parties, which naturally align themselves, based on a status of class that also ultimately fall within the two dominant energy symbols, like the left and right and so on. These labels are two derived from SCENVFECFGI, which are of course used as ammo for key holders as their potential political platform gains leverage as they pursue validation, which equals out to votes. A key holder in training, or even a political veteran running for office, claims to listen to the needs of their voracious constituents, and then makes a rousing speech lined with vision, direction, and strategies which are generally hypothetical promises, most of which they never really need to or intend to keep. If chosen by the people and voted into office, this is the connection needed to a higher career path. But then they will find that when they take office, they must align and then also push the agendas set by the majority of their senior key holders. It's more like a club, and it requires a degree in acting with false empathy, in order to gain rapport from victims, hopefully securing the potential key holder a vote at the polls. The key holders in training talking points are generally based on existing stigmas depending on the social climate at the time, and they indeed require socio-economic class divisions that naturally result in people grouping together, which in turn allows for the highlighting and exploitation of problems those type of people are facing. The ENVF, with a potential key holder having listened to the exploited subgroup, the victims then might feel they have an additional representative voice in government and will then be ready to sound the alarm when needed in the event of unfair treatment, which of course the victim thinks helps push their agenda towards the goalpost. Fighting the good fight. Naturally, when someone feels like they have a team backing them up, it would mean that they could act more boldly when they are navigating the systems. Often when people are in a jam, they state their affiliations and titles. Couple this empowerment with the mentality that wants to enact change within their environment, and you might find that given the angle of an incident, if there were 3 people there, one for each team playing and a bystander, that there would be 3 versions of what happened. Knowing that you are a part of a team with today's baseline means that people often embellish or blur the facts of an incident. However, if validation is confirmed by some wave of relatable confirmation bias, then this creates a trigger need for someone else to then feel justified in their efforts to seek validation. It's very similar to hashtag trending. People will do what is going to get them the attention they think they deserve. The results causes ripples that permeate across cultures, a wave-like domino effect. The larger the event, the larger it pings on the Richter scale per se. The larger the incident, the larger the reprisal, and no matter what, either side will find evidence to validate their collective grievance. This social phenomenon is for sure a known and unexploited tactic utilized by the key holders. Understand that even if they represent your side, they will sell you out, whenever the price is right, as well as they too have their own agendas, because they too have SCENVFECFGI. Since we've previously established that for every action there is a reaction, as we found that we are also subject to the phenomenon of the second law of thermodynamics, and it is an affirmation for us to utilize this in a social setting, then we have no need to stop there now, do we? Have a look at what's been going on for the last 6 years and ponder with me. Does it seem that what we have been experiencing is entropy from the second law of thermodynamics as well? Some would say no right off the bat, but are things degrading over time naturally, because we are attempting to use the honed tools of the false system to try and patch-fix the problems of society? The key holders have been implementing fixes for ages, yet nothing seems to work, does it? Does this also perhaps reveal to us that even in the scenario of social settings, we are also seeing the spontaneous order described in entropy as well? Not the definition of order according to RSCENVFECFGI, but order, nonetheless. The universe has no direction of up or down, when it comes to right or wrong, so the correlation is not a stretch, because even through abstraction, we can find logic. The communication of fireflies can show synchronicity, each light a beat in the cadence of continuity. A group of people on an overcrowded suspension bridge will lockstep and cause the bridge to sway back and forth. A clapping crowd after a grand performance can sometimes end up clapping together if they pick up on the pattern emerging. Inanimate mechanical objects such as metronomes can also sync up. Then it is not far-fetched to see that human social interaction is also not exempt to this aspect of universal law. An order of disorder. It's all just a phase change away. Projecting your group's beliefs in a public setting highlights requests for validity, therefore will naturally attract all countercultures to take the information relayed and bounce it off their own formula of the self. The problems most groups face are generally a fundamental reflection of their status, and those problems revolve around opportunities, more so the lack of opportunity. Having grouped themselves in an effort to show solidarity will then of course allow an outside perspective to add labels to their actions, so they too must in turn express their own personal beliefs, or perpetuate stereotypes. Think of it as two proteins attempting and mostly failing to match up. This sets the stage of encounters and is where escalation rises. Groups of people on the street yell at each other, echoing and increasing their own feelings of being victimized. The larger, more aggressive group tends to think they prevailed due to their ability to outnumber the others, and when they do, they are validated. However, depending on the topic, for the most part, this interaction is wrong from conception. Attempting to find common ground in an already emotional mindset will erode any chances at learning the perspectives of others and as well as attracting people on the other side of the fence. Let's be real though, in the scenario of protester versus protester, one does not intend to help others find enlightenment. Often you will find, if the group is high in numbers, the message will shift, or be muddled by the sea of other contrasting voices, and so the one group who sees the other group as the opposition will automatically conclude the identity of those groups and place them at an even greater odds against achieving their goals. Which is why innocent bystanders in the wrong place at the wrong time are often recipients of misplaced hyperaggression. When this happens, the good, the bad and the ugly come out in full force, on both sides. #birds are real, just sane. Also, in these protest settings there exist wild ranges of intellect. So, let me ask, our potential members, why place yourself into a scenario where your relative truths have the potential to be invalid based on the limitations of an individual through a random chance encounter with those who by default live in contrast to your convictions? Likewise, as an individual, why stand against a group of people as if you were some sort of patriot, thinking that because you feel you are stating the truth, that the opposing group that is obviously out to prove you wrong, would by any means instantly change their minds? Chances are they think less of you than you probably do of them, because their grievance is also valid. Would you not call that war? Get my point? Almost seems like a psychological disorder to have allowed yourself to have been affected so much by the media, that you would run around blasting your narrative like a trumpet, charging headlong into a crowd of people who wish that the laws would allow them to tear you and your opinion apart. If you are so intent on turning the tides, why not focus your energy in an actual productive and positive manner? The past is in the past. Hopefully your relatively honed skills have been upgraded into a different spectrum of understanding, so plug your perspective into where it will resonate the most. This is what we are here for now, and we intend to create a new all-inclusive culture, one that allows for contrasting beliefs to coexist. Here's the thing, if you disagree, and you are happy where you are, then we have zero qualms. Continue on your path. With 8 billion people on the earth, there is bound to be a percentage that has a spectrum of understanding that aligns with who we are, and what we will become. If our message brings you cognitive dissonance, and does not penetrate your reinforced SC, then please let us hold you back no further, and allow your energy to pull you where you belong, especially if you think it brings you to harbor hostile intentions towards those who are validating your viewpoint preemptively. Culture is a collection of thoughts and beliefs and other manifestations of a social group or even a nation. Looking through the scientific lens at the word culture, we see that it is but a sampling of life in order to see what phase changes will occur when sample A is mixed with sample B. There is not much difference between the correlation of human interaction versus the subcomponents of any biological system in the universe, except our labels and human ability to embellish upon it. Culture is created through the historical adoption of idiosyncrasies of a race, and these characteristics can take several generations to develop and are often borrowed and assimilated as cultures migrate. Deep cultural symbolism takes centuries to develop. Therefore, if one were to inquire to the last religion's estimation of how long it would take to implement a paradigm shift, based on the utilization of the methods of our current culture, our projected estimate would probably surprise you. Keep in mind that SC and DNVF and ECF in regard to different emotional and intellectual levels can be remedied once a level ECF is enacted in our pocket society and post that. For the rest it should only take roughly 2 generations to have matured. This is if, and only if the conditions are correct. Remember, when you state a goal, those in contrast will naturally align themselves against you in order to thwart your aspirations. This is why secret societies and businesses usually like to keep their ultimate goals under lock and key. However, realize that there is no defeat for the last religion, only relative success, and understand with the proper formula, that the successes we will achieve will be on levels that previously were not attainable by those that were created in false systems. We have seen that all systems in the universe have converged at one time or another and will do so again. The eye seems to be fully open, the universe expanding, as well as our understanding, and in the meantime, everything within it is locked in a cyclic battle for real estate. You think things are bad now, but they can and more than likely will get worse. Example. I started writing this in 2015, and the world has changed dramatically since. The current date in this revision is June 2020, now November 2022, so let us look at our navigational options going forward and work fast before it's too late. Work with us, and we will create an environment that nurtures a new respect for human life, so that those around us can understand that human life and this experience is sacred. Therefore, in order for humankind to unanimously agree on something, we must make it essential to our survival, like food and water. Ergo, in order for that to happen, the only way for that to happen is to implement true equality. We must regard the treatment of others as important as life-saving nourishment. Chapter 34: Navigating the Complexities of Social Equality, Building a Sustainable Economic System for All. Social equality requires monetary mobility, and how that translates into a person's mind is different for everyone. There are a number of ways that our philosophy could manifest, 3 of which are stated here, and numerous more that need to be rolled out strategically, pre- and post-establishment of the LR, URHC and SRL. If you have a marketing mindset, and I know that those who are already aligned with this philosophy are ecstatic to sign up and contribute, please, first take a moment and breathe into a paper bag and calm yourself. Ha ha. We can always use an extra swath of colors to work with, so get ready to paint some happy trees and clouds. Oftentimes though, due to the social programming that is doled out to the masses, the prospect of this type of embellishment of one's aspirations and future endeavors, will cause anyone who hears it to have to bounce it off their SCNVFECFGI. Imagine the masses doing just that with our philosophy. No doubt from the countercultures brewed from the false system will cause some head-turning, eye-bulging, head-scratching, or even malicious laughter. Note that laughers and head-scratchers might never get it. you'll find that people who cannot resonate with imagination and are unable to dream big or look at the big picture, will have an extremely hard time saying anything else, but it'll never work, which is why we have to show them they are wrong in our own way. Note that encounters like this should be touch and go since they are not ready. Do not let someone convince you that this dream is unattainable. All of this is a dream after all, is it not? We are not talking about impossible things like humans physically flying, but realize that even something as wild as that would only take time, and multiple generations of genetic engineering to achieve. Scoff all you like at the idea, but realize that animals took flight even without humankind's influence, so it would not be much of a stretch to realize that the wild idea of pigs taking flight is really not that wild at all, given the proper wingspan. Therefore, implementation of a balanced economic factor, which is our basic survival being paid for by a system that we shall implement, that is, for the members of our organization, is not a far-fetched idea. This is why when people say that equality is akin to or is socialism, then they are ignorant to the facts and are unfairly comparing it because it hits the root of their CD because of their SCNVFECFGI. Complex systems exist all around us that have very intricate details and inner workings that most people don't really get, but to accept that they exist. Don't knock it until you try it. There already exists so many programs that redistribute wealth. Realize that all businesses do this innately. It's just the organization and orientation and presentation of it is a form that people are programmed to be okay with. That's the first layer people ignore. The second layer is examples such as non-profits, corporate clubs, which are able to amass exuberant profits from their members and their affiliated businesses. Therefore it is almost too easy to say that within that spectrum, we will find our niche. Considering the solidity of our philosophy, we will indeed carve out a Grand Canyon for the world, and the universe will hear our call. Look at where our economy is now. Did it happen overnight? No. Then why is it so ridiculous to postulate a scenario for a world that is able to sustain its population without the need for this commercial brand of modern slavery? Complexity exists all around us and it took numerous minds and generations to build. We must invest time and effort into what we want if we want results. We're never proposing that we just magically wake up one day and true equality is suddenly something you can buy off a supermarket shelf, packaged and ready for consumption. To see this new type of tomorrow, talk to someone who has vision. And for people who outright deny the possibility of equality being obtainable, just walk away to have a nice day. These people are the type who accept their reality as static. Let them see us manifesting a new reality for them. Let them see from afar with their own eyes. That will be what it takes for millions of disbelievers, and that's okay. What stops us from manifesting is getting involved in the distractions of the dissonant human ambience. The paradox of choice in relation to our SCNVFECFGI, and note that the understanding of equality on all sides at once is nearly impossible, but equality, or the best version we can come up with, will greatly change the world and will naturally, with proper embellishment, usher in a new level of consciousness for all of humankind. Challenging someone is starkly different than trying to understand how someone came about their particular way of thinking. You can spot a hostile from a mile away, as they generally cannot keep their anger held within. Avoid and or escape to win, and who cares how they perceive themselves or the world? They will find ruin on the path they forge, so remove yourself from the equation. Observation at a safe distance provides insight on how to not navigate. Questions highlight paths, and under certain conditions it is possible to foster an environment that is preemptively understood as non-hostile, a stage or platform where the two systems of thought can be fully and freely defined without fear of reprisal in order for the two or more unique and valid perspectives to be considered justifiable. See speakright.live for that platform. The general backdrop of these stressful social interactions are the specifications of that pocket society's norms, but we will introduce to the world a better platform for delineating logic during discourse. with speakright.live, the details of which will be laid out in the latter chapters of this, our guide to the background information. When SRL has been launched, we will already have the LR and URHC running on all pistons, having at that point established ourselves in the public eye. Our manifesto and philosophy will be the fairest and most productive social contract ever crafted, and it will be the backdrop to the most balanced form of debate that the world has ever experienced. This platform will be a testament to how we, the members of the last religion, navigate and manifest in the 3D. This understanding will resonate with us, and validate our tertiary affirmations, and when this occurs, we will see the fruit of our labors, and continue the only good fight there ever was. The most sacred expression in the universe is our own, and we will call upon all who wish to share in great detail their story. It is within this growth mindset that we allow divergent paths to meet once more, to find universal balance amongst universal discord, to find peace among contrasting systems. The most comprehensive and insightful exploration of the human condition will be studied within the systems we will create, and people will come to see the true nature of the universe, and in that revelation, it will help highlight an even better understanding of the navigating of systems, the formula of the self and the Hoba. All aspects of our operation will be available for worldwide syndication, and thus intellectual digestion of listeners, followers, viewers, will allow for a more peaceful and harmonious social conditioning due to an alleviation of the environmental factors, by solving the problem of economic factors, and by allowing and cherishing the unique expressions that come from the cultures of all types of genetic inheritance. Insight gained, this type of interaction will yield some extremely powerful paradigm-shattering shifts in the spectrum of understanding for all of the humanities. With a well-advertised campaign, the world will see, the world will listen, and the world will happily respond. The tumultuous tsunami-like energies will calm the surge of righteous indignation, and people will find the sweet flow of repose while in the heightened awareness gained from being empathetic and compassionate to one another, and humanity will be renewed in the true understanding of the sanctity of the human condition. We will change our energies, and when we do, we will see prosperity for the entire world reach the most dramatic heights, for if hell can be said to exist on earth, then there is no reason heaven cannot. This intuitive and all-encompassing understanding will take form in your hearts and mind as you read from the beginning again, and we find it even more energizing to discuss the prospects that await us all, including the potential members out there who share our unique affirmations but have never had the proper outlet to express them. Yes, we know there are multiple millions of you out there, who have already attuned themselves to resonate on this level. For others, we the members of the last religion recognize and acknowledge all forms of solving for X, for what they are, and we understand that the universe, the energy, can neither be created nor destroyed, just phase changed. Therefore all legal belief systems are valid. Meaning we will not work to stifle expression. We will be the beacons that show that a higher level of humanity is only a phase change away. Again, please understand that we do not endorse any one religion, or do we officially adopt any particular practice of tertiary expressions out there in the ocean of affirmations. However, we do recognize them, and we do understand what relevance and reverence they hold for our fellow humans. We respect the beliefs of others, as they all fit within the background of the information that is our human spiritual history. Of course, if it was not for contrast, we could never be here to recognize what conditions are needed to make the next level. Understand that we also retain the right to respect at a distance under any circumstances if needed. Humankind's emotional affirmations are our most sincere forms of us returning the call made from the Creator, our experience gained, and our survival skills adapted over billions of years of enduring the elements and rising to the top of this, the most sacred form of life. There is no right or wrong way to win this great game we are in, and it belongs to everyone, and this aspect of philosophy should be practiced in order to evade the standard pitfalls in life. It is through this shared understanding and through operating on the same level, of those who seek to hold the near intangible power of the narrative, that they will come to realize that we do not wish to seize their power, but create our own, and from it help share the weight of this beautiful world in areas where they simply cannot. We understand that they know not what they do. When they see us manifesting, they will undoubtedly feel deep remorse, having helped to perpetuate generational systemic dissonance, since in comparison, it will lay bare their ignorance without ever having to name a single name, and from that moment on we will find the beginning of the end of divergent systems, and the beginning of something beyond all of our wildest affirmations, that is found only with co-resonating from the heart of equality by uniting this mixed flow of harmonic energy together with the collective, by condensing and consolidating resources. We will unite all in the great cause, and we will find that the problems of the world can be remedied with only a fraction of economic mobility. In this revelation, the only thing left to do is direct the immense flow of energy, and then upon the most beautiful horizon, we will all together solve for X. Chapter 35, Uncovering the Truth Behind Political Change, Navigating the Manipulative Tactics of the Status Quo. Have you found yourself pondering this system? Do you think it might be time to re-evaluate the unwanted repercussions of the products of these failed systems that are routinely swept under the rug, are the warnings that we love to forget? All the while the cries of inequality have gone unheard, not just for our generation but for centuries. This blight has plagued us because it has been labeled as a needed part of life. Focusing on the now though is very important, not for ammo to be utilized as contention, but as an example as to how exactly not to navigate in future systems. The real travesty to the situation is the tactics that are used every election cycle to suppress real change. Those tactics are in dire need of regulation, and you cannot expect that the ones using them in their arsenal will ever make a vote to change them. Remember that in divergent systems, when they are agitated, those who wish to be included must align themselves even in the events where it goes against their personal convictions, as we have seen with the polarization of Democrats and the Republicans. The status quo is to align oneself and represent a side or get stamped out of the list of would-be contenders. It really doesn't benefit a media outlet to not have an opinion, because everyone has an SCENVFECFGI, and they wear it like a badge on their sleeve. So delegitimization is the coup de grace, which is for anyone who is not officially picked by the dominating parties. Once the ostracized would-be candidate is identified on a public stage, the media cronies go to work utilizing their slander machines to endlessly tarnish their opponent in efforts to bolster their side's chances on the next election cycle. It goes well beyond vetting, in an attempt to destroy not just an opposing candidate but ends up mocking the very ideals of half the nation, which in turn fuels this endless battle that we see today. Perhaps you have heard this infamous quote from Nazi Joseph Goebbels. Repeat a lie often enough and it becomes the truth. Coercion through disinformation can be as dangerous as a terrorist, and the keyholders know this tactic all too well. In no way is this current norm a proper way to navigate if we view life as sacred. History will repeat itself as long as our ideas for what we consider solving for X are stagnant. We are all targets of an endless and all-encompassing psyop that places our country in a perpetual state of waking hypnosis. Many that wish for Viva la Revolution, don't realize that the energies must be changed naturally, and that endless animosity and war crimes would only set the stage for more of the same down the road, as the only way to hold on to a newly formed country bought from blood is through force. And so the cost is far too great, as it would come down to the loss of our most sacred affirmation, the loss of perspective, the lives of our fellow humankind. 1. No fun, 2. Too few, 3. Duality. Except we are deprived of the element of verifiable choice on all fronts in regard to the electoral process. The third opinion or political party, we the people, have been wholly silenced, and this has been for quite some time. We all know that this is the reason why we never hear the actual voice of logic and wisdom. Instead, in this current timeline, The masses are arming themselves in record numbers physically, mentally, and verbally, and making their way to the streets. Warning to those who are looking to hone your toxic skills in the dissonant ambience, for it will degrade the quality of your energy. Also realize that in those moments where you have to bear the teeth of the machine, that your voice is at its peak of disenfranchisement and delegitimization, but you are conditioned to think the opposite. Your triggers were born of the false system's inability to sustain peace, love and understanding. Your dissonant ambience is the fuel for the machine. Therefore, it along with the narrative it projects is in a symbiotic relationship with you. Furthermore, individually, your voice is not heard because we lack the soapbox to stand on, because we give our $1 and our 40+ hour work week to the people who took it away from us. Social media and meme justice. Before we pan away from this spectrum, be aware that although some may find truth in what has been revealed here, congruently there exists an opposite spectrum of SCENVFECFGI. Given the nature of energy, we find that duality is the innate programming of the universe. Therefore, note that when you find yourself attempting to validate, that there will be those who would stifle your positions simply by just making a counter-statement and uploading it to the web for the world to see. They might state that you are obviously part of the problem with X and Y. Then understand that given the false system's overlay and grip of the programming it has on the masses, that they wouldn't even have to listen to the whole argument, if they are able to identify with the counter-protester. Therefore, they are already in quasi-alignment with the second person, thus they are more likely to agree with them without real analysis. In today's rat race we find ourselves so on the go, that the spin and angular momentum of the story on social media can outweigh the underlying facts. Do you want to cause some cognitive dissonance in society in order to bring attention to yourself, thus causing a like storm or a clickathon? Adopt a cause and make a counterstatement against some trending story in our timeline. Chances are you will cause someone to have a meltdown, and you will also make someone's day. Even if you are fully cognizant of your efforts, having ulterior motives, you can guarantee that there is a percentage of people out there who will also defend you with their internet lives to boost your cause. Remember analog television UHF snowstorms? That is our reality. And the media and its members in echo chambers are the ones who label the narratives of one's actions, then out of the snowstorm, pictures and scenery coalesce. Now, look around you as you sit in front of these stimuli feeders, and see that you have already aligned your domicile with symbols that reinforce your CB, your CD, your SCNVFECFGI. This is an aspect of the dangers of the meme society. Simply put, pixels only tell a one-dimensional cubic plank length of a part of the overall story. Place a dangerous thought without enough context, and it is amplified exponentially where the key holders need it to, without needing any further embellishment, as long as they have their NPCs conditioned and if they are plugged in and receiving notifications. This is the age of disinformation. Vampires are profiting from the essence of humanity by playing both sides at once. Anyone who is oblivious to this is an NPC, and we can make the change, and it starts with understanding that subjectively there is no wrong perspective. There are only perspectives that contrast our own, and we must set an example in order to change the systems around us, not form mobs that destroy our communities. We make our decisions in life regardless of the repercussions. Those decisions make waves and affect everyone around us. The media is undeniably tied to the left and right political energies of our society's programming, and that will never change. Those out there who have been searching for generations for an unbiased flow of information will align with us, the last religion, and together we will resonate a new song. Once united, and as we establish our milestones, more outlets for our brand of energy will emerge. With the new song we shall sing, we will rekindle the fire within the hearts of the people. With Here.Club, and SpeakRight.Live, we will properly moderate the most open-ended balanced systems of social reflection the world has ever witnessed. The reason we can make that claim is because our religion mandates that we validate all perceptions preemptively. Once the spectrum of understanding for all participants is gathered, we will let the people speak freely and openly, allow them the time and the support to fully express their thoughts. Then with each participant we will analyze all paths of energy they highlighted. Then as a group we will dissect and reverse engineer the source of each perspective of the problem. You will see, as long as each side is not full-blown NPC, then they will return to the relative baseline live on air. Only those who have fully engorged themselves in the false system's problems will not be able to see nor accept a harmonic outcome. This of course will be aided and aired on social media and will be greatly enhanced with interactive technology. Let's work together. Chapter 36: The definition of work in the false system. Reason is man's means of survival, and men prosper or fail, survive or perish in proportion to the degree of their rationality. Ayn Rand. If you choose to go and interview people about whether or not they like work, many will opt to answer the question with a dose of cope, since they categorize it as a part of life, and their closed-ended statement would have the tendency to negate any other options for the mind to dwell upon. The adoption of the system that has a base foundation that requires work to define one's life, is a circumnavigation of the cognitive dissonance caused by numerous generations who have been conditioned by their parents and society's overall SCENVFECFGI. Thus, we all have inherited a system that is disguised and advertised as something that is necessary, as if our way of thinking is what drives innovation, but is really at its base slavery. Ironically, those who fully embrace it often find absolution in it, and those that do, if their perspectives are challenged, then they will defend it with their lives if they have to. You see, the defense of this system is needed just like any other base system. Once it is established and is fed, then people will die from it, and die for it. All systems are the same, and as we are still on the topic of work, of course, on the end of that spectrum you would have someone who hates their work, and then you must look at that person's SCENVFECFGI, to see the paths they took to get to that frame of mind. The spectrum of understanding in regard to work would reveal degrees of difference between each and every type of worker. As an example, looking at those who love work, they might have had a great education which in turn landed them a secure position, or because they accepted it as fulfilling. The system of work was of course founded upon the blood, sweat and tears of our ancestors and is directly tied to our overall survival, much like religion and philosophy. Work is the primary example of a long-term stabilizer for all of society's equilibrium. Therefore, people who grew up in these systems defend it like it's food or oxygen, and in some ways it really is. After all, in order to survive, resources must be obtained. The oldest of societies survived off of gathering, hunting, and subsistence farming. Let's observe the lengths key holders are willing to go in order to provide products, which all come from the blood, sweat and tears of the laborers. Visualize, if you will, those with strong stomach, the daily toiling of an immigrant working in the food industry back 120 years ago. For your consideration, here are two quotes from Upton Sinclair's 1901 book called The Jungle. Please take note of the mother of necessity and how rights of humans and workers are always the afterthought of a key holder, that is, until it becomes a liability, before safety measures are put into place, which was and is absolutely the wrong way to manifest. This is the observation of a slave working in the environment of a meat-packing factory. All day long the blazing midsummer sun beat down upon that square mile of abominations, upon tens of thousands of cattle crowded into pens whose wooden floors stank and steamed contagion, upon bare, blistering, cinder-strewn railroad tracks and huge blocks of dingy meat factories, whose labyrinthine passages defied a breath of fresh air to penetrate them. And there are not merely rivers of hot blood and carloads of moist flesh, and rendering vats and soup cauldrons, glue factories and fertilizer tanks, that smelt like the craters of hell. There are also tons of garbage festering in the sun, and the greasy laundry of the workers hung out to dry, and dining rooms littered with food black with flies, and toilet rooms that are open sewers. Chapter 26. This is the observation of another worker in that same factory. And, for this, at the end of the week, he will carry home $3 to his family, being his pay at the rate of 5 cents per hour. Chapter 6. They were beaten, they had lost the game, they were swept aside. It was not less tragic because it was so sordid, because that it had to do with wages and grocery bills and rents. They had dreamed of freedom, of a chance to look about them and learn something, to be decent and clean, to see their child grow up to be strong. And now it was all gone, it would never be. Chapter 14. He has no wit to trace back the social crime to its far sources. He could not say that it is the thing men have called the system that is crushing him to the earth, that it is the packers, his masters, who have dealt their brutal will to him from the seat of justice. Chapter 16. Today, and for quite some time, most cultures and industries have moved away from, hopefully, most of the unsavory, unsanitary conditions that used to be a norm. Meat processing is a part of our world, so of course I am not saying it needs to go away. I am simply relaying the conditions that slaves have had to work in order to survive. Where is the line though? When will workers state that they are getting their fair trade for their services? Thankfully, we do not all have to work in abysmal conditions due to industry regulations, and because technology has saved us from a lot of the dirty work that hopefully no one had to ever find themselves loving. Since the dark ages of industry, keyholders found other ways to profit, creating businesses that offer services related to our consumption, which got labeled as the service economy back in the 1950s. These newer types of jobs are a far cry from the historically standard type of work our grandparents love to remind us of. Yes, the keyholders really did a number on them, but while conditions have improved, so has the cost of survival. Sanitation, amongst other things, becomes a liability, and so the spectrum of understanding changed, and industries evolved. We have all heard our elders scoff at how weak we are compared to when they were young. That spectrum has changed, and no doubt we should never shrug off the sacrifices our elder generations had to make in order for us to simply exist. Ironically, they assume that the system will never change, and for the time being, they are correct. We can be glad that the conditions of the old days have improved, right? Or have they just evolved? Here is fairy tale of cope our elders tell us, which is, learn to love work, which is another angle where the keyholder's narrative can capitalize on dissonant human ambience. Some people of course do love to work, or have I too been somewhat brainwashed to even think that we do? It is true that even the elite have to put this whole existential struggle we are going through into perspective in order to gain motivation. As an example, Marcus Aurelius Antonius was a Roman emperor from 161 to 180 and a Stoic philosopher. He was the last of the rulers known as the Five Good Emperors, and the last emperor of the Pax Romana, an age of relative peace and stability for the Roman Empire lasting from 27 BC to 180 AD. In his Meditations, Marcus Aurelius wrote, "At dawn, when you have trouble getting out of bed, tell yourself, I have to go to work, as a human being. What do I have to complain of? If I'm going to do what I was born for, the things I was brought into the world to do." How cruel it is not to allow man to strive after the things which appear to them to be suitable to their nature and profitable. And yet in a manner thou dost not allow them to do this when thou art vexed because they do wrong. For they are certainly moved towards things because they suppose them to be suitable to their nature and profitable to them, but it is not so. Teach them, then, and show them without being angry. A couple of things to consider would be that Marcus was obviously contending with the self here and his duty as a leader, in how he thinks that anger would not be the way to show the Roman plebs that they would do better quality work if they would just understand that it was why they were born. This presupposes that Marcus probably believed that he was born to be the emperor, and under the same set of universal rules, slaves that worked under him would also have been born to be slaves. Therefore, in a dualistic fashion, while he provides himself with advice on how to deal with his anger at those who do not work at the level he expects, because if you beat the slaves too much, that it would become even more demotivating for all parties. While his potentially disgruntled slaves the coping method upon coming to the realization of being stuck in a job you never wanted. Ouch. Review A. Reading in between the lines, we find this universal rule is also in play, which is justification of action through SCENVFECFGI, even when they stand in contrast to the norms of society. For what is considered the norm for the elite is wildly different from a jaded, gaslighted individual on the fringe wondering where their next meal will come from. If the system had just been built properly with true equality, then motivation would be an easy path to merge into every day, proper mindset and energy would be flowing outward, our cups always full. Instead, we get to live in this timeline, and cope, embellish. Therefore we need ceaseless validation in order to survive. Food service, as well as farm hands that pick vegetables, are the lowest wage-paying positions. Since work position directly reflects upon experience and education, then it is statistically speaking, that these positions are reserved for those who are considered to have a status of low class. And just so no one is offended, to put it plainly, we will not see doctors who hold PhDs working as farm hands. Likewise, we would not see farm hands performing a colonoscopy or a transplantation of a liver, etc. These are just the facts, folks. It applies where it does, and stops exactly where it doesn't. Before the pandemic hit, you would hear news stories about keyholders stating that allowing more people to come in from south of the border was not good for the economy because the majority of those people were considered to be low class. However, it is widely accepted that an increase in population is overall a benefit for the economy because it is a boon to the service industry. Logic states that when and if these immigrants eventually become stable, in time they will more than likely have children. And of course, they will work and spend money in order to survive. This is really true for any class, so we cannot leave out higher skilled and educated individuals which come from all over the world. So it makes sense that population equals growth, because it is statistically verifiable, given that our nation's GDP is predominantly driven by consumer spending, as well as new credit lines, which means more eventual slaves to debt. There is of course a duality which entails that an increase of population, higher growth, and expansion, would also require more government services needed to maintain the infrastructure on all fronts, but the catch is that the growth must be perpetual in order to maintain a balance. Which is why you hear that despite having millions of people in some countries, the keyholders complain that the birth rates are low. On the flip side though, if too many people are let in, then the job market can potentially become saturated, and then as a result wages are lowered because people will work for less. However, remember that depending on who is collecting the data, and where you draw it from, then the data set can become skewed. In my opinion, the data set is always skewed. Insight on interactions. As our countries become more diverse, the ever-growing migrating cultures require proportionate political representation, which creates over time extreme contrast to the long-standing race, which is why they can sometimes feel endangered. Races of the highest percentages of the population in any locale or timeline eventually will find themselves unable to identify with the evolving demographics within their culture. Thus eventually they will feel on a spectrum, the deconsolidation and the disenfranchisement of their SCENVFECFGI, and given the instinct of survival everyone has at a base level, statistically there are a percentage of people who will become prone to acting out when faced with contrasting behavior and so on. This could be an attempt at bolstering one's position in the presumed order of things. It is definitely identifiable in social media videos showcasing confrontation between those who identify themselves as the newest native of a country. In these instances, the newest native feels justified to act, as well as generally they are not able to see the scope of the impact that the immigrants have made to the overall evolving frontier. However, they feel the effects. Therefore they recall any resemblance of statistics that they can muster. Given that most of these instances start with the idea of relative entitlement, then emotions are already preset at high level because they are preparing for retaliation. Post the confrontation, sadly the only reflection is one of anger and resentment. However, the person who was the most aggressive might have a sort of half-life validation, because they were able to bypass logic. Returning to wages and work topic, we all remember our parents telling us we'd better focus more on school, or we would end up flipping burgers when we got older. Food service is considered to be a low-class position because it is a low-wage position. This is because the population that fills the positions are the most exploitable, the most vulnerable, and considered the least experienced. The narrative of course places everyone in where they think they belong at their relative stations in life, as they emerge with their new wings into the real world, hopefully, ideally, post-education. Everything is embellishment from a relative baseline. Strive for excellence, they say, in order to achieve. Statistically, in any system there will be relative success stories, but honestly, this is the false system we are talking about here, so the achievement is illusory. Damn this low qualia system where the people of the forgotten generations are then forced to hand over their children to serve as the stepping stones for a higher class of people. Note how when you are barely keeping your head above water, barely surviving, the quality of life and the perception of success is diminished considerably, and because of this prolonged vulnerability, people fall prey to all sorts of environmental hazards. Then out of the blue of this dystopian horizon, we have those that surround us who are fully indoctrinated and intravenously fed, then in turn feed us with their low qualia coping memes. We are drowning, having to exist in conditions that are less than the standard, surrounded by the victimized culture created from the false system, which has to raise its defenses and offenses to a hostile level in order to cope. Those who exist on the fringe have their own indoctrination system and conditioning tools, which are by keyholder designed to have a very narrow opening for escape. We cannot accept this failed dichotomic system any longer. It is a scam, it is a lie. Everyone should have an equal start from any baseline. Everyone should have a solid foundation from birth till death. Do not blame the actors, even in this moment they might scoff, mock or spit. This system will not lead us out of hell, so we must manifest and climb out from the pit ourselves. We will build it together. But wait, there is more. Everyone should be an Ivy League graduate. You might say that's impossible, and I would say of course it is when inequality is an integral part of the system. Then you might say, not everyone can be a doctor. The point is that no one can or should be able to decide for another. Then of course you would go straight to the cliché auto-fail question of, who is going to pay for all this? This is the saddest part of these types of interactions because it once again proves that the wolf has done a great job of tending to the sheep. You must build the support system before you can answer those questions. Giving in to the false system is falling prey to an abuser, and in this inescapable situation, the only coping tactic that keeps you sane is to fall in love or sympathize with your captor, like having an acute case of Stockholm Syndrome, which in this false system, serves as major cognitive ease. Many SOU regarding work exist. However, when understanding that we are living in the false system, we have to comprehend the implications of measuring someone's value based on how conforming they are to the status quo. Then, given the nature of the divergent energy of the false system, and what that does to people who are indeed underprivileged, then it becomes a rather unjust metric to assume someone's value before they even had the chance at real potential. You see, due to the fact that you are addicted to this system, then we have no choice but to all find absolution in the system of work equals life. We do so by swallowing the meds of clever marketing which showcase the latest trend of wants disguised as needs, and the update of those needs yearly as the latest toys and gadgets that hit the shelves for the holidays. See how embellishment created all systems? It is cleverly clothed, is it not? Yet it is neither good nor evil. This places the underprivileged person at even greater odds of ever measuring up, because embellishment and the mismanagement of resources drives up prices of basic needs to the realms of ridiculous. This brings us to having to deal with the elephant in the room, which is, how can we have a feast from our labor while somewhere else there is a famine? If we carry the message from the universe and spread its understanding, we can help create a better world. It all begins in our neighborhood. Loneliness. Often you will see a post on the internet where a person is questioning how to combat loneliness, or something along those lines. As well as, let us not forget, those who are thrashing about in those waters often will embellish and mask their loneliness in other ways. There is nothing embarrassing about it. We have all felt it one time or another, so let's talk about it. We can't be spending enough time together. A survey from Harvard conducted in 2021 states that 36% of Americans are lonely, and of that 36%, women with young children feel serious loneliness. A survey a year before, taken from NPR, stated that of the 10,000 people they surveyed, 61% were experiencing levels of loneliness. So, in order to talk about how much time we spend together, we have to look at how much time we have to spend in the first place. Really though, we all can say right up front that the time we have is never enough. Neither in the quality or quantity. The current definition of time off definitely does not wash the taste of the daily drudge from my mouth nor my soul enough for me to want to keep wanting to come back, even with the false system's carrot just one step in front of me. Now let's look at the type of time off we have and how we are spending it. It seems to be standard to look at the holidays as something to look forward to, but I think actually the majority of us do not even get to experience the holidays like the way it's advertised to us. Over the years, the holidays have evolved and devolved before our very eyes. Have you ever really felt the spirit of a holiday? If so, then you are very lucky if you truly did. By comparison, you could probably equate similar statistical analysis to that of loneliness, homelessness, and jobless, and assume that a little over 50% of the population of the world has not experienced the magic or wholesomeness of the holidays. That's 4 billion people routinely missing out on so much of what the key holders define as a reward for playing their game. Think upon the times when you had a lousy holiday, but then returned to work and had to put on a smile while people asked you about it. We don't wish to spoil other people's holidays or time off, so we often lie about whether it was good or not. Does binging TV and pizza rolls and soda count as a holiday? Does any holiday still even resemble the true spirit of which it originally stood for? How many of those people struggle to even buy gifts for everyone in the family? Are we not programmed to think that we must buy our way to the holidays? Is that not the system programming you to believe that money buys happiness? That shouldn't be the way it's done, but it is the current reality. For those who do get to attend, we definitely need to count our blessings, because many cannot even afford the time and the cost to travel. While the children savagely unwrap their presents, we adults get our jollies by engaging ourselves with hammered new technology and prime-time bread and games, with the intent to inject enough buzz to dull the senses, which temporarily erases all of our immediate fears and anxieties. 'Tis the season after all, yes? Yet no matter what side of the fence we sit on, it takes a moment of reflection to see that we are missing the true holiday spirit. We are missing an element that should make it a holiday not for just those who can afford it, but for all of our brothers and sisters out there. The story Christmas Carol, which featured the infamous Scrooge, much like Charles Dickens' other works, was a passive commentary on the social injustices those of lower station might experience. Realize that in a way we could not actually classify it as fiction because of the resounding truth it spoke about, the realities of what we know as the false system. However, It is high time we realized that this, much like any other story that details this sick dystopia, is sadly summed up as an overall red herring that distracts us from solving the real underlying issue of inequality. Do not misinterpret the point I am making here. As I stated, there's at least half of the world who are satisfied with the status quo, and of that percentage there is those with the SOU that give to a non-profit in order to help those in need during the holidays. But it's high time that we all understand that as a whole, that is the disenfranchised slaves, we are only accepting what is less than half of what we deserve. We accept that we do not have that much time to spend with our loved ones during the holidays. We accept that over half of our population barely makes the cut in order to celebrate, to emulate those who have considerably more than they could manage, and unimaginably less than the 1%. The machine tells those at the bottom to celebrate but be brief about it, for tomorrow, you return to your station to prepare for next year. Ho ho ho, Merry Christmas. Let's be brave and call it what it is. We are a culture fully enslaved to business. Work, so you can buy stuff from yourself. Makes sense, right? It might be okay, but the energy is tainted when there is a class society. Whether you believe your glass is full, half full or half empty, understand that. In a false system, there is no glass, only relative cope. We view our reveries as a necessary embellishment while the false system is overlaid upon every aspect of our lives. We cannot very well cast aside a tradition that was meant to show a side of humanity that we love and care for one another. It should not go away, but it can be vastly improved. In the false system, the reason for the season was lost long ago. Most holidays for grown-ups are geared more towards the objective of getting smashed and hooking up, than passing out. According to the polls, of whom admitted roughly 60% of Americans could not afford gifts for their loved ones last year. Truly though, many are long weary of the weight of the obligation to buy gifts but do so anyways because of the stigma that arises if we do not conform with the seasonal quote-unquote festive spirit. In a false system during the holidays, a lot of time and savings are wasted from needless drama, awkward social encounters from disenfranchised family members who we know could never make the cut. Does anyone feel that these holidays are not voluntary and are overly forced upon us? This is because there is no longer enough time to nurture relationships, and so it mars the spirit of the holiday, which has been hijacked for too long, brought to you by toxic consumerism and the narrative. This is what happens when work equals life, and business is religion. We all know deep down inside that holidays should symbolize friends and family. Let us strive for a future where the foundation of it all begins with equality so that we can experience true joy and happiness knowing that everyone is equally experiencing what the holidays are truly about. All this time we have only been seeing the shadows of what it true form. When we see all human life as sacred, and pass it on to our children, they will continue to cherish and nurturing the proper frequency of our SCNVFECFGI to those nearest us once more. The sacred bonds that have been eroding for generations will heal and begin to grow strong again. We find ourselves rapidly losing ground in our social and ethical morality and our civility with one another. You know things are bad when you see masses of people brawling for a discount for a holiday gift. The thing is that we all know underlyingly what the source is, and we know why. Do we push away or bite the hand that feeds? That's the thing. Take our labor out of the picture and this all goes away, but since we can't all just walk out and expect things to run itself, then we have to stick to the only plan that the keyholders will never be able to stop. True equality. My, how the seasons have changed. For many the major shift in climate of the social conditioning began post 9/11, which created an environment that requires us to shun social events due to the fear of the unknown. We have had a steady stream of attacks since then, one after another, and just when we thought everything was over, behold yet another magic show emerges, and now we and the world, ushered in by COVID, are primed for a paradigm shift that the keyholders have yet again forced upon us. rather than leading us hand in hand and taking a natural logical step forward for all of us. The keyholders continually choose to mar this sacred human experience with conflict, and now commercialized pestilence. Stay your tongue on this topic, because beyond reading this and discussing this behind closed doors, the matter has been objectively decided. It is a quagmire lined with traps and vipers set only for NPCs. For half of America, it sure looks like evil exists, yeah? Of course, there is a percentage of people who think the keyholders are actually worshipping the devil. Honestly though, if you think about it, it's just the biggest load of cope, because those manifestations are of the humankind, and none other. The devil is the scapegoat used to convince those who cannot escape the darkness they see before their eyes, and while they seethe, they cling to the labels we have made for things we have no power to change. In the false system we either run to our culture's god, or even more sad is that we wholly embrace what the keyholders broadcast, because we think that when we arm ourselves with the objective side's truth, then we have a connection to that power, which is why virtuous signaling is currently the world's favorite pastime. These times are indeed the pinnacle of our existence as a whole. America and the world are on fire, and know that the flames and the coals were never fully stamped out of the shells of the Twin Towers back in 2001. Understand that it does not matter what narrative you believe, because our opinions never mattered to the keyholders in the first place. They don't care what you believe, no, it is that you will act accordingly to their programming when it comes time. Focusing on the dissonant human ambience means that when you lash out an emotion, they have their next talking points ready to project. This is our objective reality. When we accept the social contract of life equals work, and business is religion, understand that we are the game. The only way to change this is redefining and implementing that new social contract with a baseline of understanding that human life is what is sacred. Setting it in stone once and for all, so that we can no longer stand by and watch the keyholders, who are setting the standard by sacrificing what little ethical and morals we have in exchange for wealth. This is why it is dire that we stake our claim now before we descend into the chaos that they have crafted for us. They design the game to disenfranchise all of us and push us to the edges, because they know we are expendable, and they think, given their SCNVFECFGI, that we the people could never make the cut. Muster your courage and shed your cognitive dissonance, and let us redefine ourselves to adapt and survive in this new world that is forming around us. This coming storm has only begun. Does this not drive the point to why we need to re-establish the strong ties of friends and family? It doesn't have to be blood ties, as many of us have lived disjointed from our families. Holidays are great fun and are a boon to social capital and needed for all people, but we need more time in order to nurture the systems. The last religion and America's respect for the right of religious freedom, to which it has a proven track record, does indeed adhere to the right of choice in what religion one wishes to practice. Therefore, we know we can make this happen. To bring about the change, we must demand that we shall not be starved of our need for cultural enrichment. Therefore, we must have more time away from the daily drudge. Given the amount of surplus that is present on our market's shelves, as well as the waste that our society produces in food, clothing, shelter, etc. It is grossly unnecessary and egregiously greedy to hold employees to the archaic standards of the past. Love thy neighbor. For the members of the last religion, we have determined that humankind is sacred, and naturally this feeling becomes more intense in regard to our family and loved ones. Visualize though if the baseline of emotion was truly stabilized because of our efforts, it would be because we were able to phase change the energies of the dissonant systems by resonating and shining bright enough for the whole world to see. What you would find in this chapter of the new world that we helped usher in is that we would have fulfilled the prophecy of all of religion's underlying aspirations. Why say that? Well, since the religions were born in the false system, they were unable to see the blind spots that keep us from coming together as one. Each religion had a shining beacon, That protagonist-antagonist that symbolized the capacity of how one would navigate if their version of the false system had been removed. The holy wisdom that was the blind spot to all of the subsequent followers was figuring out how to remove the paradox of the human condition. This is why they only teach methods of coping with the false system. They were never able to see beyond their own SCENVFECFGI. And even if they were able to see that we are all one, none of them ever came to the conclusion that the only way we can show this and make the world objectively better, would be to match and harmonize our vibrations, and the only way we could go about doing that would be by implementing true equality. We reminisce about the old days when you could walk down the streets freely without fear that someone might jack with you. We say, remember the old days when kids would wander off into the woods for hours, and only emerge close to dark for dinner time. These times can return, new and improved versions, that is, if, and only if, the baseline is objectively found once more, and there is only one way for that to happen, and it does not come from any aspect of the failed system in place. Some people would feel that the world could never get back to that point. Sounds like SCENVFECFGI. Do you have the proper resonance, or at least have the capacity to truly love thy neighbor? You know that unconditional love that you might feel for your children? If we all are of God, then every one of us are the children. The ones perverting and preventing us from attaining a higher level are the key holders that are perpetuating the system of inequality. Highlighting the hard-to-find paths. Only in a balanced system can the terms of sin be applied. Before everything humans do is a tool of relative survival. Yes, even racism is also a survival tool, because fear and lashing out is a reflex from the brain's amygdala region, which reacts to those whom your SCENVFECFGI is not relatively aligned with. So, understand that racism is not just a matter of not being able to jive with another culture, but is also perpetuated by misnomers about the who, what, where, why, and how the culture came to be perceived in that light, whatever the scenario. Racism is learned by those who influence you, your immediate key holders, as well as cherry-picking bits of confirmation bias that is aired on media outlets. This is why there exists the pockets of false perception that all Asians are from Wuhan, and all Asians are the scientists who released the coronavirus. That did not come from Wuhan, or at least, that is what's reported as the latest version of the facts. You see, when the news agency reports incidents, they are just showing action and reaction, but they cannot tell you the whole of the story. I don't mean what happened on just that day, but all the dialects of the whole story. They can only tell their SCENVFECFGI version of it. Of course, when they do, those who are not in alignment, are obviously not watching, and if they were, at that point, then they would not be able to keep an open mind to the overall situation, which is why you see internet articles claiming that the other side's news outlet is a den of snakes, etc. They only see the behavior of a culture they were conditioned to dislike, therefore locked in their SCENVFECFGI. This of course is exacerbated when the emotional intelligence of that person is on the lower end of the spectrum, which is why we see physical attacks on people not directly involved becoming a regular thing. That is a 100% NPC action. The only way to properly fix this situation is with pre-education or preconditioning, but in the current form it is delivered, it is wholly insufficient. Yet even teaching children at school, with the false system in control of the narrative, we find that true equality could not, even hypothetically, take proper form. Without true equality at the base, we hear people referring to the education system as if it were the false doctrine, or forced propaganda. Thus the effect is that it then marginalizes the SCENVFECFGI of the people on opposite the end of the spectrum. The truth is that we can only learn from being empathetic to a degree. How do I know this? Is because we have not solved any of the world's problems with our current tools of empathy, which proves that we cannot truly love thy neighbor in the false system. However, what it will take to get to that level is an overlay of an all-encompassing philosophy that accepts all movements in the universe as valid, to fully explain why people act the way they do. BLM and the thin blue line, for instance, are just different dialects of the same fundamental energy, and those who are aligning themselves, although justified in their actions, cannot see beyond their own SCENVFECFGI. All cultures have people that exhibit violent or socially unacceptable behavior. However, understanding why it occurs is an incomplete comprehension, because you simply cannot know all aspects of that culture, and since we are all victims of our SCENVFECFGI, then our behaviors, no matter how obtuse in the face of contrast, are all subjectively justifiable. This is again why I state that if those who commit egregious behaviors were not victims of their ENVFECF, then they would not be acting in that manner in the first place. In this case, statistics are not reliable because you would find that nearly 50% of crime is committed by lower income, and the other half is by those of higher income. The false system does not affect just those of lower income. Inequality is a virus, and as an example it's just as elusive as COVID. No matter what mutation, it is always underlyingly the same virus. You could say you have compassion for those whom you think are lost, but you just have better coping methods relative to your own environment, because in a false system we are all lost. We all subconsciously yearn for that true form of love, and it can be manifested, if we adopt the philosophy of the message from the universe, with the understanding the chemistry of the self, and the hierarchy of belief affirmations. Then by utilizing here.club and speakright.live we will begin manifesting in the primary and secondary, and resolutely following through with this, our manifesto of the last religion. At this moment someone might feel a tinge of cognitive dissonance, that talk of loving a stranger, because etymologically speaking the two words do not mix well in most situations. Love thy neighbor really means love thy stranger. Assuming that God loves us all, in a universal way, we too perhaps can achieve this level of compassion for one another, but for most, until the time comes, we will rely on our current subjective, objective view of reality, and navigate with our relatively honed skills derived from our SCENVFECFGI. Thus a continuation of the current status quo, because the foundation of our society is not built on equality. Fear of equality is also a thing, so ponder why that is, in the back of your mind as you continue to read. In our unification, the word stranger would change to brother or sister. However, this is an embellishment of symbology. I am still me and you are you. We need not speak to each other in this manner if we do not want to, although it would really help. Understanding that we are family must be visualized and vocalized. Firstly, abstraction. Pixels, then pictures. The holiday time paradox. Here, we must reclaim what should have always been ours, what we should have had the most control over, but what society holds over our heads, holding our time ransom for paltry wages, and too little time off. Over the years, the world has expanded its ability to effectively transport holiday travelers from point A to point B, and cities have grown so much that many families are spread apart all across the nation. Part of the failing of America as we see it, is that the ties of the family have weakened, and the term friend for many is only considered a click on a social media page. Human social bonding has taken an immense blow, because of this intentionally sabotaged system we live in. We, the members of the last religion, will strike at the very root of the issue, and with our endeavors we will reverse engineer this disenfranchisement of demonic human ambience. Human behavior has shown that when we are apart, we become more desperate for validation, thus removing our previously held healthy levels of respect when in the face of risk, which naturally rejects contrasting systems, disallowing minute social vulnerability, which can leave us into further compromising situations. The whole shoot first asks questions later mentality. The last religion will be the bridge that crosses all paths, allowing for the greatest convergence for growth in the interest of friends and family that has ever existed in human history. to know a greater bond beyond that of our previous comprehension. A merging of the harmonic energies that allows for all humans to exist despite actions while navigating with the programming of the false system. Forgiveness is not something anyone can give, it is something you receive naturally by subjectively returning to the baseline, and to stay at the baseline for some, will require some extreme self-discipline, and for others, it will be as simple as breathing. We can only highlight the path back to the baseline. To return to the baseline and stay, we require a deeper understanding, zooming out and taking a look at the human condition from a universal perspective, which allows for the reverse engineering and compassion and logic to flourish where we previously thought that those nodes had completely faded. What is needed for this paradigm shift is for us to take back what was always ours. Spending our time to nurture the environments that allow for personal growth. In return, our relationships with one another is vastly more important than anything else the false system requires from us or has to offer in exchange. So, getting to the proposal, let us come outright and state that within our lifetimes, we will see the 5-day work week be reduced to 4 days. Reassuringly, this is not too far off from being accepted even without a paradigm shift. A 4-day work week has been adopted in a number of countries as well as some corporations have been experimenting with it, but it would never happen in America without further intervention. This is why we must claim it as a collective, and as a right. This must happen, because we know we spend more time traveling and commuting across America, facing the long lines at the airports, and getting stuck in traffic, fighting off jet lag due to long flights and delays, more than we do with really getting to build relationships with those we care about. So instead, we have to almost abstain from shallow relationships, which might have had the potential to lead to deeper meaningful ones, because we do not have the time to waste on them. Which is indeed a travesty. Instead, we have online data banks for keeping score of who liked our meme posts, which is the social capital at this point. Meanwhile, during the holidays, if we get enough time, we spend it mostly just catching up. Catching up with someone is not the same as nurturing a relationship that is needed to validate our innate emotional levels. This is why people feel alone despite having billions of people in the world to interact with. If our environments are staged to be built only for rush hour, or a war zone, then our baseline will eventually become ill-mannered and hostile. If our environments are staged in equality and oneness, then our baseline will be the very best as we can produce. Our best embellishment on this life we have yet to achieve as a whole. It is the only true sacrament, only ambrosia worthy of the gods. Since humans are sacred, then we recognize their holidays as a valid affirmation. On top of the 4-day work week, the last religion will also consider the day before and the day after of any holiday as part of our religious rite in reverence to observance to our beliefs. In the years to come, the word will spread that we, the members of the last religion, truly respect and cherish, have compassion and love for our brothers and sisters, and while we are all celebrating life, the baseline will return, along with it our relationships and with it the proper form of social capital. Finally, what we will find, as long as we had stuck to the plan to implement equality back into the base of our ENCF foundations, you will come to know and treat those whom you do not know, not as strangers, but as family members. Then with the narrative changed, what we will see on the news would not be negative, but positive, and hypernormalization would occur instead in a positive trend. The baseline will return. Then egregious behavior will not seem like only a few degrees from the norm, because emotional intelligence will have created a very large buffer, this ensuring that logic and empathy innately kick in where needed, allowing one to zoom out to look at the whole picture before taking action. If you cannot see our perspectives at this point, please begin again reading from page 1. To solidify this effort, we the last religion will also establish our own holidays that will be strategically put in place on calendar months where there is no official holiday, in order to make off time a more widely accepted practice, and what better way to implement this change than with the last religions, tertiary affirmations, with our style of embellishment. True balance would be if we reduced our work equals life from 52 weeks to 26. At that point we could no longer argue that we were working too hard, could we? Let's strive for that goal. There are enough people on the earth to cover all shifts, we just need to work out the logistics, educate and train them, and then change the cost of living to adjust for true equality. Sounds wild, I know, and considering that last statement you might think it is impossible, but remember that without membership of the LR and URHC this goal would be unattainable. We cannot fully reveal the grand design yet, because of the voraciousness of the key holders who would like a vacuum, suck up our business idea and destroy it before we had lifted off the launch pad. We must show the model working before it can be replicated. Ultimately the machine wouldn't skip a beat because in their eyes, nothing changed. Change the cost of living? Again, you might say, when pigs fly. As funny as that sounds, it's not impossible. How could I say that? Well, the largest flying dinosaur was 36 feet, and estimated weight of up to 550 pounds. So chillax, because what we are talking about here is down the road, and is an aspect of our overall goal, so there is no way you can refute its validity. If one shows offense at the notion, they only validate that it threatens the status quo. Who in their right mind would argue against more time off or more equality or a fair cost of living? We already know who. Don't form a bad habit of limiting your life based on your previous conditioning. Also, no one said that in that off time, you could not spend it pursuing your current passion and go straight back to work if you wanted to, lol. In the yonder days of old, religious figures aka holy ant, protagonist or celebrated critical thinkers have always been allowed to interject their hidden wisdom into the definition of work, but there has never been such a drastic demand for a change of pace, and it is needed now, given this heightened state of this emotional stage we all are currently navigating in society. We will not be satisfied with shallow employee appreciation days, trust me when I say that they, the key holders too, wish to could cut the false pretense. Those clever motivational posters hanging in various halls in your office, like the kitten barely holding on the edge of a tablecloth with the caption stating, "Keep holding on," and other coping techniques they have in place will no longer suffice. Am I being sarcastic? You bet I am. The thing is, we know that they are just managing chaos with cope. You might think the key holders won't relinquish their grip, but the thing is, they just don't know how, because we are all slaves. Don't show weakness because they will find a way to let you go based on some technicality, or often they don't have to give you a reason at all. Which means we are well within reason to state that we will not spend our whole lives slaving away for someone just to be tossed as soon as you go through tough times, and those tough times wouldn't exist if the foundation was built properly. Here too we can see SCNVFECF defining ways of navigating systems in order to ease the CD of the masses, to program you into believing that, while you are at work, you are fighting the good fight. Our ability to organize the exchange of wealth and goods across the globe is a grandiose testament to humans' industrial ingenuity, an achievement no one can deny. However, this phase change is extremely lacking, and leaning towards being one-sided, because of the divergent system. The battling for dominance in capitalistic consumerism requires its employees to work and operate using predatorial practices. Legalized mafia rings, extortion disguised by cheesy virtue signaling slogans, and people disguised as the regular man, working alongside with cute computer-generated mascots. Their uniform policy requires a mask of indifference, and this is how and why one system sabotages the other. This is what the core of our failures. Exploitations disguised as services. All the while they dangle debt over all our heads like it's some great gift, rather than the curse that is requires perpetual servitude. They brainwash us by having us rehearse their false doctrine, their holy corporate policy. How are we to find meaning in our lives when our very jobs require us to provide an inherent disservice to our very friends, family and community, the ones we should hold dear and not take advantage of? Hypocrisy is the worst sin in religion, and it should be the same for not just business, but all systems. Tragically, we all know, business is business, and it's nothing personal, and you should leave your home life at home even when you enter the workplace, even if they are intrinsically intertwined. If they weren't, why would they even have to mention leaving your personal baggage at the door, or to not get visibly offended when their great deal seems more like a great scam to take well more than their fair share out of your hide? Introspection time. Here is a paraphrased arbitrary choice from the internet of what people tend to say on their deathbed. 1. I should have been true to myself. 2. I should have worked less. 3. I should have expressed my feelings more. 4. I should have spent more time with my family and friends. 5. I should have focused on what made me happy. 6. I wish I had paid more attention to my health. Notice how when a woman is going through pregnancy she craves specific nutrients, or how many animals will chomp on grass to help digestion. There is no on-off button for these instinctual necessities. However, in the case of humans, we forego our physical, mental and spiritual needs all the time, and yes, if we do this chronically, then it can lead to disease and death. Ironic, no? These reflections humans have on their deathbeds are not wants, they last-minute realizations of foregone necessities, and like all necessities, if the environment does not provide them and is not conducive for these affirmation constants, then we are living in a false system. The last religion is a system that allows us to be our true selves, one that allows us the freedom to breathe, one that allows us to express thought without fear, allows us ample reason to stay in touch with loved ones, allows us to be happy. Not cope happy but truly happy. Allows us time to focus on our overall health. These are attainable through proper environmental factors which are derived from equitable economic factors, and we must change the systems of social conditioning in order to make those top regrets our top items of our mission statement. Could it be that due to this false systems we erected, that is barely holding society together, is causing such a great level of economic instability, that while we scramble to adjust, we routinely end up putting ourselves at risk, and then we have to routinely take shortcuts to try and solve Forex? Is it worth destroying our planet and ourselves, while we feed the insatiable black hole that is fueling the false systems economy? Just in case you haven't realized it yet, there is no limit to how far this goes. We will go to our deathbeds before we realize that the system was wholly inadequate to provide our needs. There are no brakes on this machine. We will continue to starve our souls in exchange for more self-sabotage, more cognitive ease from devolved coping methods. We are the wolf, we are the sheep, we are God. We are the devil, and it is not a secret. Take your profession as an example. Really reflect upon it. It's that evidence that you push aside in order to survive and hopefully have a good day at the same time. Do we really have to say any more? You know exactly what harm your company's services does for the community. Or maybe you never thought about it before, and in that case, good employee, good. The inherent duality is the act everyone must put on in order to maintain the perception that business is good and all is well. The system is inherently flawed when we end up spending more of our waking moments with our fellow employees, and the rest of the downtime we are just catching up with our children or family. What an absolute waste of this gift of life the universe has given us if we cannot find a solution to these problems we made for ourselves. The key holders don't want us to live in the now, they want us always regretting the past, overloaded in the present, and ill-prepared for the future, and we know this to be true because in all systems their methods are only ones of cope. Whenever there are extreme hurdles for us as a whole, there will be a space force ready to suck up any excess funding, instead of fixing the issues we have. They too are locked in the narrative as they learned from toxic religion that we must not work for a better tomorrow, because tomorrow might not come. Do not look for the Messiah, do not even hint that there could be a way to solve for X, don't you dare try and save yourselves, you low and filthy animals, because when it happens, when you get one taste of the power you could have, the game is over for them. You see, the power of the system we have in place now is oriented around manipulation through exploitation, rather than the empowerment of an individual in a sacred sense. If it were in a sacred sense, then enrichment would be an investment for all of society, not this false power that seeks to extract all resources and phase change it for immediate consumption, for immediate fulfillment of only a fraction of its actual value. Yes, their insatiable appetites send the rest of us on a path where self-destruction becomes highly probable, and the power they then wield opts to instead to sacrifice everything, rather than revere it as sacred. Stop and think on this for even a moment, and you will be placed in contempt for not conforming. Stand in contrast. Giving your life to the machine, playing their game, giving up the sacred reverence that is the of the soul puts not just your physical life in danger, but as well as your immortal soul. Why the immortal soul? Engaging upon the coping method, thinking that simply existing is good enough, is the false system's programming. This is where the wolf bares its teeth and salivates at the thought of keeping you in one place, not expressing yourself, utilizing the gift of life. The machine loves you thinking that where you are now is just fine. It even tells you that if you wish to throw away the ideals that is the current definition of success, that it's okay, be who you want to be, but they offer no real pathway any other type of success. They use barriers of cognitive dissonance to guard the path of true freedom the world could have if true equality was at the base. They demonize straying from their path and any such thinking, stating that you would become lazy, demotivated, and that you would lose all interest in achieving anything. Believe it or not, the key holders subliminally work as a collective, through the social contract, the narrative, bureaucracy and business. Therefore they do not need to directly communicate with each other to know when the time is right for another event, time to collect or time to collapse. The formula is an age-old one, and they use this cycle again and again. They lay more traps on our path of relative survival as we scramble in our broken capacity. Take this understanding literally, my brothers and sisters. This current system is the definition of gaslighting. From a universal perspective, if it was okay for you just to exist, then you would be a rock, you would probably be something that could not observe. However, do not mistake the plants and the trees as complacent in the face of the opportunity to grow. Life is voracious, and we see the harmful effects of that voraciousness in that very psychological tactic the key holders use to keep you in place. Remove the shackles and emerge from the cave and understand that it is the false system that puts us into stasis. It is the false system that conditions us into thinking that life is pointless. Have some foresight and understand that you are not alone. This is not the intention of the universe. Life is a gift. Let us come together and explore how your gift will manifest in the new world we will build. Understand that you out of an infinity of possibilities exist, and that makes us each a unique spectrum of special. You only lack the social conditioning for drive. You only lack the environmental factors to nurture growth. You only lack the economic factors to turn your potential energy into kinetic, and the genetic inheritance is only a factor that is used by the false system that serves as one of the most sensitive pressure points used by the key holders to create instability. We can celebrate and respect our differences. All colors exist on a horizon. All spectrums would be dull and lifeless without the full palette of color that the universe has gifted us with. The false system is what keeps us blaming each other for the problems of the world and not this abomination that we call an economic system that is in place now. In a false system, there is a half-life sense of security that is provided in exchange for exhaustive lifelong servitude. We work the hardest in our prime, which contributes to our physical decline. to the point we cannot work any longer, and then hopefully we saved enough to live out the last 1 to 30 years of our lives in a relatively sustainable pattern. Billions fail to even get the option to work, let alone save. According to the stats, 60.12 million people die every year, nearly 2 souls per second. Remember that of the total population, 50% make less than $35,000 per year. When looking at the cost of living, we already know that this will not reflect well for our chances of survival. In America, if you qualify, when you are retired, the average Social Security income is $1,650 per month. Do we really think that those who are on the low end of that spectrum live out their silver years in comfort? Now, we have been talking mainly about America, but imagine these stats worldwide, and then readjust the averages, and you know that stat is in an extremely downward slope. Consider yourself extremely lucky to be in the 51 and up percentile. A 50-50 shot is actually not good odds at all. For the people below 50%, ask yourself if you really believe if the system provides stability for our loved ones to retire in comfort. If you defend and condone the failures of the machine, then hopefully you saved enough to prolong your physical decline and will not be one of its many victims. Don't let your SCNVFECFGI stop you from helping us make the world a better place for billions of people. Realize the sacrifices that we make for this false security and lift the veil of this false reality and dare to take a peek at the nuclear facility built on the shorelines and know that the only guarantee that it can be sustained is if the entire system is maintained indefinitely. Inflation and taxation don't give a damn that you retired based on yesterday's calculations. You will pay, or you will die faster. The machine wishes for you to please die faster so that they can absorb your wealth you leave behind. Seeing as how this system has already shown to have failed despite our current definition of our best efforts, puts into perspective how finite and precious our time on this planet is. At the end of the line, after a lifetime of being desensitized to this fairy tale that distracts us from the endless cognitive dissonance it produces, it leads us in any direction except the one that properly solves for X. We will reprogram the system. The magic show is that they must funnel profit from you in a false social contract based on lies in order to make the appearance that when we see meager gains, they can claim it is a miracle of advancement, a false validation that society is on the right track, and because of it we will be lifted out of poverty. Don't forget to kiss the rings on their hands because we owe them our very lives. This system is the true grace of the false gods. Play the game exactly the way they wish it, without jacking it up, and you'll see credit applications blowing up your mailbox. Great news everybody! You now qualify for more debt. Congratulations on your status elevation. Before that point though, we absolutely do not qualify for their version of equality. Let's be real though, since true equality does not exist, what we now have to cope with is the fact that it states that we are a subclass. Business is the system, and you are the scapegoat because being born in the wrong place at the wrong time is all your fault, and not the fault of the false dichotomy, which shapes the systems. Managers of the status quo provide psychological keys to motivating the masses into devout servitude and have preached the virtues of work with religious zealotry disguised as business piety. When you are sweating and throwing away the potential relationships and health of your family while building an empire for someone else, the only way to ignore the loss is by adopting absolution through a faith-like beatitude. This psychological trick is what keeps people endlessly toiling and not reflecting upon their low breed in a class society. The duality of telling the masses that they need to find God through the sweat from the brow is ironically the most impactful psychological medication for people in higher standing to broadcast, because the opposite view would lead to a rebellion against the status quo. If the unstable nation does not grow, they fail, and eventually they will be destroyed or assimilated into neighboring nations. Do you have time and the money to have babies in this economy? Okay, so instead we'll have mass immigration. those folks will gladly meet the quota. The duality of building empires at the expense of the low class is that it does relatively condense knowledge, and stabilizes economies, and all the while expansion is at the forefront of the minds of those who believe that their way is the best. Thus they feel justified exacting their brand of appropriation, and continue to seek ways to bring their branded labels of higher understanding or economic success to the masses, or what the disenfranchised low class refers to as endless greed. Expansion requires war, and during war, technologies are defined and refined. War is a business, and the weapons of war must be efficient. If they are not, then the slaves who wield the weapons will die. And if too many die, then expansion is over. Along the way this method of growth is noticed by other civilizations, then they too in time might adopt the more successful business-like approach to expansion. Cultures exchange knowledge through trade and innovation. Tools and machines are made to help improve the success rate of other industries, like agriculture and manufacturing. This growth reinforces the minds of those who hold power. Then as a byproduct of this evolution, people become elevated in wealth, then of course in status, and their generations give way to newer generations. These newer generations, not being laden with the same stresses as their parents, will not know how to cope with a recession which causes a societal relapse, thus a return to the thinking that old ways were the right ways. They will, as the formula of the self predicts, act out based on their relatively honed SCENVFECFGI, and from an outside perspective, this can appear to be a completely inadequate way to attack any problem. Action, reaction. This is why you started to hear the term snowflake being tossed around after the 2016 election. There exists so many video accounts of people having emotional breakdowns because they had been programmed so well by the system, thus they became emotionally wrecked when they didn't get their way. However, this really worked both ways. Just look at the reaction from the other side when a new president was being elected in 2020. Notice how one side showed their grief in sorrow, and the other side showed anger, which is a direct correlation to the migrating and condensing of cultures, and at the base of every culture is their SCENVFECFGI. Everyone was justified within their actions, even if it meant they would be laughed at, snowflakes. Even if it meant they would be called perverts, both candidates. Even if it meant they would be called Nazis, the far right. Even if it meant they would be called socialists or communists, the far left. Even if they were labeled as terrorists, or traitorous, which is how both sides seem to always label one another. Today, we are faced with yet another phase change in the definition of conflict. The current trend being proxy wars on foreign soil, and what seems to be mutating into a soft social civil war on American soil. On all sides, if you use our philosophical lens, you can see the spectrum of emotional levels in all participants. Today, we are faced with yet another phase change in the definition of conflict. The current trend being proxy wars on foreign soil, and what seems to be mutating into a soft social civil war on American soil. On all sides, if you use our philosophical lens, you can see the spectrum of emotional levels in all participants, as well as the non-participants. Everyone fits into that formula somehow. Note however that everyone will always feel as if they are fighting the good fight. Everyone is justified in their actions at the time, otherwise, they would not do it. Anyhow, back to the perspective of the actions that others view as inappropriate or inadequate. If children grow to focus on wants more than needs, this is a sort of foundation built upon disillusionment, because they did not have to take the same route to their relative successes that their elders did. Having excess wealth and less responsibility will always open the door to frivolous consumerism, and it is a prerequisite of those who hold a higher class to project a higher presence which highlights differences, which requires material decadence. Before Adam Smith, the father of economics, wrote his book, The Wealth of Nations, a nation's wealth was determined by how much gold was in their possession. However, Smith claimed that real wealth did not come from hoarding gold, but from the liberation of people's gifts. So, we see the system of work, and how it relatively does indeed work, for those who make enough to live beyond their means, yet on the other end of the spectrum, the lack of it is having a disease to where no one wants you no matter how hard you try. We understand work came about as a necessity, a fuel expenditure for cultures to condense and grow, thus creating conducive conditions needed for an evolving definition of survival. But there has to be a point where we evolve to the next phase in this transition of liberating people of their gifts. We have come too far to not recognize that we need a change in the overall conditions. Think of every system that you walk away from as a false system. You did not stay there, so it was not the best iteration. Past equals ignorance, present equals relative understanding. Future equals ignorance. For a universal perspective, look at the past, and it does not matter how far back you look, even if it was as far back as ancient Egyptian times. Imagine building the pyramids as a slave, or imagine being a child slave working in agriculture. Imagine being whipped because you failed to meet the quota for the day. We are not the property of others. However, if you are in a system, you must be an actor in it, and if you don't like the system, you either walk away from it, good luck, or you change it. We think we have walked away from slavery in the past, and yes, we are far from the old definitions, but in contrast, think about what a bad day is for us modern workers. Of course, this depends on the reader's class or status. Since it does, we find that there is an array of repercussions for failing to maintain the quota of the day. While at work there are relative experiences. We call them good days or bad days, and these definitions change with the evolution of the entire system of work. In the old days, getting a whipping at school or at church or from your parents was very normal. Slaves were beaten, tortured, raped, and even killed for the loss of production or just for simply existing. Imagine being executed or euthanized because you were too old or had the misfortune of being born disabled or became disabled after getting injured on the job. These events did happen all throughout history, even if there was opposition through belief systems or laws in place that rejected the power of choice. If someone wanted to do something badly enough, then they would make it happen. These events, whether labeled as mercy killings or assisted suicide, or accident or murder, direct or indirect, did occur. Authors are rewarded when they depict stories of desperation and degradation of individuals living on the fringe of society, but we do not award the real individuals because they are from the perspective of those who issue the awards, as nobodies. Think of all the classics we read that are really about nobodies and suffering. It's a way for those who are detached from that type of existence of living vicariously through them without having to feel the real impact. If a slave was broken, then they were an unnecessary expenditure, which is a very unfair predicament to be in, but things like this did happen, and this wasn't just for slaves but for millions of people up until the Industrial Revolution. Although many types of abuses still existed and persisted, duality is that progress also means regress, as efficiency means higher yield means higher profits means expansion leads to power over policy. Power over policy leads to more of the same, until the resources and the demand of the products grow stale, then repeat the process into new lands and cultures. And of course, we need to indoctrinate these new lands with some newer policies. So, you could consider the church, back in those days, as the ye olde human resources department. We evolved from these systems and were elevated through the exploitation of foreign lands and workers within those lands. We were then elevated to the point where the majority of society had been, once again, relatively lifted from abject poverty. The administrative punishment severity changes, as does the face of the human resource department, which then adopts a new way of motivating the masses to trudge on, except nowadays, we have to do it while wearing a smile. All that being said, many probably think a bad day for you in today's work life would be like spilling your coffee on your blouse, or a new person keeps giving you a weird look, or you forgot an important email and missed a deadline, or your boss wants to talk to you about your format on the TPS reports. We know that we all have our own nightmare experiences. Back then, there was no psychological approach on the books. There was only a change in the relative terms of the administrative policy or what would be the norms as the system evolved. One could view an effective manager back in the old days now as a psychopath or a tyrant. Then realize that these types with the relative SCNVFECFGI of people still exist. They are just constrained by law to the amounts of force they are allowed to exact. Modern nightmare bosses do indeed exist. Since the formula of leadership is protected by the social contract, they will, as humans always do, perform the dance of duality, walking on both sides of the line, bending the rules, leveraging favor for the company, and of course, it is in their best interest to do so. There are definitely still managers, and other forms of authority out there who physically and emotionally abuse their company's employees. These same people, if given the chance, would indeed go further if the policy allowed. Such behavior, we know all too well, is like an infection to those who have been given power, as power tends to corrupt, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. John Dalberg Acton. There is also a correlation to this statement in the infamous Stanford prison experiment in 1974. The social contract is a sliding bar. Therefore, what is considered right and wrong slides along with it as time and systems pass. Why do we suffer? Take a moment and wonder what a commercial for food would be like without all the psychological triggers needed to induce the need in the viewer. That's what the marketing department does. But they'll do it for anything, even stuff that causes outright harm. Disease symptoms are only treated through a maze of red tape and inordinately excessive amounts of monetary exchange. We say we are fighting the good fight, while shoveling processed poison down our throats daily, endorsing it because we like the taste. The experience is obviously more important than the impact on our overall health. We love the things we like even if it kills us, then ironically on our deathbeds, we curse the phantoms, us that caused it. We cry when we are no longer able to work because the solace we took in satiating our needs beyond the base is no longer achievable in this new class of existence. We become terminally disabled. Then we have to actually prove that we are disabled, which actually doesn't pay out enough to stay alive unless we have a good support structure. Social obscurity, intentionally spelled wrong so as not to anger the key holders, is an insurance policy set up for all Americans, a kind of consolation prize with a half-life degradation payment, lined with its own red tape and traps. All thanks for playing the game. Why is the universe indifferent to our suffering? What can a God that exists on a higher plane of existence say or do to ease the suffering of a human society's social evolution? Is life the administrative punishment or the test from the universe for a soul that seeks a higher class of existence? There. Do you see it? The belief that what we experience is suffering, or relative to the term, probably has no correlation to what the universe cares to understand. Is the idea that we reincarnate because we did not learn our lesson the first time an embellishment of cope? Do we think this same universe that literally exploded into existence, or allows routine mass extinction events of the animal life of our planet as an emotional range that we think we are relative to? Do we hear the universe say ow, ow, as we humans, pieces of the whole, continue to take part in the systematic killing of millions through indifference, aggression, or indirect negligence? Is this where we are supposed to find absolution in the statement that God has a plan for everyone? Many would be semi-urged and say it is God who is teaching us, but realize that if we come from God, that in a way, we are teaching each other. Again though, what would God need with a starship? Is anything of 3D of value? What does God need emotions for? God definitely does not need emotions to survive. Emotions without labels are more like observations from a scientist. In the way we many gods experience the ego of the universe, experience is only attainable through a detached manifestation. Our lives are X from variables from not only us but from everything. We definitely could be viewed as data. I think we can at least say that God could not be like-minded with those who hold the keys of power, because if that were true, then we are all in deep trouble, because that type of God would be unable to keep their hands off, unable to not choose a side. Is that not the point though of most religions? Picking a side? So, if a God is not on everyone's side, God cannot be on anyone's side. Truthfully though, understand that to have a God that could not be both comprised of the light and have at least a bit of understanding of the spectrum of the human condition, would mean that we are all for sure going to hell, to suffer eternally for simply existing. Damn. No thanks. You can believe in that if you want, lol. Imagine being so deluded by your SCENVFECFGI and think that you are of that version of divine. You could speculate that this life is an exercise needed in order to teach the universe a thing or two about emotion, or suffering. For this exercise to exist, with any resemblance of success, there has to be a hands-off approach. God has been likened to an absentee real estate landlord because we humans hold the relative power over this dominion. We are missing the point entirely if we think the gods intervene beyond the backdrop of the creation of these 3D systems. We are the ones that evolved and turned our cultures into ones that require a perpetual commitment of self-sacrifice of our lives and our children's and so on. Ironically, the real absolution might be finding out that there is no good or evil action to the universe. There are only expressions of phase-changed energy. The only time it becomes good or bad is when it is reflected as such from the human perspective. All systems are the same. Therefore we can also see that there is no evil deed in regard to the law, because there is no intended emotion written into laws. Do not misconstrue this statement. The laws exist to only facilitate the validity of the reaction, which must be displayed as an objective statement. X and Y deeds that are specified to receive X and Y punishments. As well, we can see that often, since our system of justice is broken, the punishments do not fit the crime, and vice versa, as a huge and obvious example. In some ways we are more like the universe than we think we are, and in the meantime, we try our best to wear a mask of empathy while we explode our SCENVFECFGI into every foreign system that exists contrary to ours. This awful reality is true, due to human circumnavigation or exploitation of every system established and created ironically by the same type of humans in order to achieve the goals of other humans. There are countless examples of this. You need only to open your eyes and take in some historical information, read a book, or maybe search the internet and look at, not the polished public relations versions, but the real dark aspects of how industries developed. Welcome to the jungle. All systems are the same, and since the universe lets its creations cycle endlessly with no interference, we too emulate this chaos in our own way, as we allow our fellow humans and the systems we create to rise. To a degree, we have historically allowed and justified theft and murder. To the right perspective, war is justifiable, and there is never a qualm as to when and why deadly force is used when one is authorized to exert it. It is only the action to the reactions of other events around us. Anything and everything that has happened that is morally or ethically just outside of the peripheral of existing laws and goes unpunished by governments, which yet again proves that at least we are trying to get out of the cave. We are to the key holders only an afterthought of their plans and mismanagement, and the rules they lay out before us have been mostly put in place in order to stave off potential damages to their property, and litigation. Businesses generally do not thrive well when working alongside the more vulnerable products of the human condition. The disruption of the flow of capital, the social capital that we built up over the years, is the fuel to the continuation of their success. We the vulnerable are the catalyst, the scapegoat, the byproduct that will recycle itself. Understand that if good or bad was a compass to the key holders in these systems, then those parameters would have been defined beforehand, and then the evolution of the rights of humankind would have never been in question. There is only action and subsequent methods to cope with action. So why not rethink how we act entirely, rather than thinking we will continue to get better results from the same systems? In a false system, you can never really go forward. It's mostly illusory. What we think is one foot in front of the other, in this false reality, is one step forward, 2 steps back. Even wilder to think is that the systems that we advertise as evil or failed, still exist as programs that merely have different labels. They never stopped existing, they were just mismanaged, disenfranchised, plundered, dismembered, and then rebuilt into another form. Naturally, the acquisition of monetary mobility in a false system must come first, and not ethics or morals. But due to the nature of the beast, the key holders circumvent the pre-established implementation of a moral or ethical compass, thinking it's already there. A list of rules or rights are never too specific because ambiguity allows for a spectrum of ways to exploit, and when the system loses a generation to retirement, sickness, or to turnover, they also gain another naive generation to exploit. Therefore, the false system only creates managers and key holders whose moral and ethical compasses are actually virtue signaling mechanisms, designed to help us cope with the fact that our toxic consumerism is an automated vice that will never stop tightening upon our pressure points. Toxic capitalism is insatiable by design. Exploitation is naturally the highest priority because the most expendable, us, are a surplus resource as long as there is not complete human biological collapse. To the machine, everyone and everything is expendable. So rather than pointlessly rallying and then absolutely failing at disrupting the status quo, simply make a platform system that has the compass set before the machine is made. We will never see a return to the baseline if true equality is not ascertained. A government should provide a baseline that at the very least covers adequate housing with climate control, food, healthcare, and education. The paradigm shift can only happen if we move past survival in order to achieve a higher level of existence. This is the melodic structure of the new song. This is the next age. This is the only way we will raise our resonance, and in it, we will create systems that are sublime compared to what we have now. Human social capital will never have a pinnacle to reach in a failed system, and that is where and why toxic capitalism fails, continues to fail, and always will fail. Work, work, work. What we call America is just perpetual indentured servitude on a continent-sized plantation, specifically designed to keep the odds stacked against the player, stifling growth. Because a person cannot move forward, because they always are scrambling to acquire the basic needs, thus keeping the person clinging to the job, which proves that it does not showcase their unique talents. One does not find themselves, or their meaning of life while existing in miserable conditions. They don't find their passion in a job that does not allow them to leave, unless they first fail, or find a better paying job, is injured, or dies. Employee retention by way of providing medical coverage instead of having real affordable benefits attainable outside of the company shows that it is a way to keep you from wandering off. You can and will be replaced, and the camaraderie felt within the organization is not the company, but the social bonds of those who are stuck within the system and coping to endure within it. The philanthropic portion of your company cares more about the commercial projection rather than the individual. Instead of fair compensation, its excess profits are paid out to its executives, and the rest is funneled to different organizations, so that they can maintain the projected edge of the company, by spit-shining their image. You and your family deserve a continuous bonus. It is because of you that they amassed great wealth and were hoisted atop the competitors. In the false system, this will be constant progress at the expense of the disenfranchised. In this system, we will spend the best years of our lives slaving away rather than spending it with our loved ones, nurturing and enjoying the sacred human experience. This life is a one-shot campaign, and the key holders have once again voluntarily misappropriated your blood capital. Remember, when you give or take action as a disenfranchised individual, the ripple in the water will dissipate due to a lack of potential. All systems are the same. Therefore, paying an employee what they are really due would in turn be a benefit for all. Think of how they will then be able to continue to grow. In this failed system, there is no incentive for them to pay their employees more, because more monetary mobility means the employees will drop sails and floats that wave to better horizons. They believe the employee would only make more demands. No, they know it is better to keep employees just one paycheck away from disaster. Another reason is that it costs a lot of money to pay for employees' health costs. So, for instance, in 2021, the average cost of employee health insurance premiums for family coverage was $22,221. The average annual premiums for a self-only plan was $7,739. The employer can of course expect annual increases when they have to renew their plan. So not only does the employer have to pay, but we have to pay deductibles and premiums and co-pays and other miscellaneous fees, as well as these plans are never as affordable as they say. Not only that, but we still have to pay our taxes towards social services we might not ever get to use. This is abuse and mismanagement. Take our taxes, but provide the service and leave out the BS and the red tape. It's sickening to contemplate that employers can use the "well, give you access to healthcare" as if it's some pious endeavor. This is a basic right that should be covered by the government. We all know that companies will always try to give a majority of the wealth to the shareholders and the highest level members. In turn, it is used to various ends, which will always be labeled as appropriate when audit time comes around. However, we have no misunderstanding that a majority is squandered on frivolous waste, the mentality of using or losing the budget. We are only 2 lifetimes from the spectrum that allowed slavery. We are only 1 lifetime, 85 years past the time when the US Supreme Court banned the outright exploitation of children under the age of 18. Believe it or not, depending on how we play the game, we have a choice in whether or not we want to endlessly work till we drop, and I am not talking about the current system we live in, for it is still a far cry from fair trade for sustenance. As stated above, until basic needs are all met, and that sliding bar is set by society as a whole, then we are not free, we are slaves to the system. Here is yet another good example of how the universe must have contrast in order to be observed. The duality of humankind is layered like a cake. For those who are privileged enough to eat beyond the outer layers of their own manifestation, the taste can be, as the French say, pièce de résistance. But of course the ingredients are bad for you. The icing on the cake in the false system is our good intentions. Primarily what is good for humankind is survival, and justification of actions becomes skewed because survival for animals probably never was intended to have included a layer of decadent artificial creature comforts, which in our timeline has become an illusory buffer of status and monetized embellishment that assures relative social longevity. The inner layer of the cake is touted as the crème de la crème, exquisite success, magnifique. The thing is, there are more layers being added to the cake. Survival is becoming harder to get at. Voraciousness is imperative to getting to the center layer. Engaging oneself on the cake requires lifelong sacrifices that no one originally expects to have to offer for trade, and are all related around our relationships and ethical and moral stability. Exploitation for the slave in a false system is a required tool to become someone who can have the cake and eat it too. The duality comes when extreme success within systems manages to lift a percentage of the population out of poverty. There would be many contributing factors, beyond the generalization, to know exactly what triggered it. There is no 100% exact formula. This is one of many reasons why The Last Religion, SpeakRight.live, and Here.club will be a sure success. They say people hate and fear things they cannot understand. The system we propose, which stands in contrast to the status quo, is cause for fear to the keyholders, fear of the unknown. But as we know, there are systems all around us that are immensely complex. We will hear people attempt to call us out and state that we are missing key points in our argument and that sustainability of our proposed systems would lead us to failure. People will always interject their own subjective experience into our formula and assume that their SCNVFECFGI would disprove or improve if we assembled in a different manner. However, I argue that since all systems are intertwined, there is no single person who could ever wag their finger in righteous indignation and state that our ideals and goals are ill-conceived. Diversification derived by our formula will be our strength, and any naysayer will naturally be woefully uninformed, a product still stuck in the mentality of the failed system. Everything is about perspective. All stages have actors. A person could collect contrasting data from someone who is a bias or collected the information from illegitimate sources. If they find one foothold in some obscure data set that shows that the system in question helps more than hinders, they will pounce. This will happen, so nod your head not in agreement but understanding that it is not their time, and this is not their place. We often hear people say during an argument that they are aware that you are entitled to your opinion, but know that this does not clear the air. The easiest out is explaining that you believe that every perspective is valid. Additionally, repeating what that person states shows that you are listening. Maybe even use the defamatory language they are using against you in relaying what they think you are or represent. Reiterate that you believe in their choice. Understand that if the person is mentally stunted, then you can expect that you cannot win that argument. Secondly, understand that with the formula of SCENVFECFGI, that you cannot tell anyone what to think or what to do. Having said that, this is for an unavoidable confrontation, a last resort to verbally standing your ground, but always be making your way to the exit of any hostile encounter. Always be recording. Remember that some people choose to be grounded in the false system. Secondly, they will generally perceive the core of the false system not to be because of the lack of equality, but instead they will always choose a number of factors that are derived from the products of the dissonant human ambience. The fear that comes from unknown factors attributed with equality is generally too much to handle for many people. The more aggressive they are in speaking out against us, would show just how dangerous they might be if their reality was proven to be a false system from the start. People jump from ledges and bridges for the false system when they see it for what it is, and well as they are willing to die for these illusions, so be warned. There will always be data that is ready to speak in contrast to any system because the universe is a duality. A multiplicity of perspectives will always be available. There are two or more sides to every story, as they say. Be prepared to randomly be approached by a person who is aggressively seeking validation. Be prepared to have people gaslight you or tell you bald-faced lies just so they can get under your skin. These are people who want to win an argument, not find the truth in the matter. There will always be people who will speak against us, use unnecessary and gratuitous slander in an attempt to cause further disillusion for themselves because it's supposed to naturally repel us. Simultaneously, it distracts from the topic that they are no longer attempting to validate because you already won in their eyes, which is why they get man. Remember that there is really only one cause to all of the world's problems, and that is inequality. Sounds rather daunting to face the world with this perspective, but I am not trying to use scare tactics, as nothing in life should incite fear in your hearts. Rather, I am trying to warn you to be on guard, but with empathy and through an elevated state of emotional intelligence. Do not mix in arrogant indifference with our methods of navigation. Be happy and strong in your belief, especially now that you have accepted the message from the universe and understand the need for the last religion. Breathe a sigh of relief, because to be a member of our religion, there is no need for faith. Faith is for those who are weak in their understanding. Our philosophy is designed to allow all to have their own tertiary beliefs, so any attacks from the unaligned would underlyingly be used because the aggressor is trying to tear down an individual, not the system, but a person in order to gain validation. The reason is that they know they cannot change it, therefore they attack indiscriminately and imputatively. This is the act of an NPC, and in a way weak belief systems that cause people to seek validation in such a manner is social terrorism. All in all, this is primarily why we opt to not engage in this aspect of our beliefs. We are pacifists, but running into us will cause us to have to make the point we are trying to make. Open your eyes and ears to the message from the universe. Once a disagreement travels into the realms of heightened emotion, we take a page from the understandings of Eastern philosophies. Continued on page. Addendum. How to navigate in contrasting systems. Everyone wishes to solve for X, so please be empathetic to another person's plight even if their attack is unfounded. But of course, if you are fearful or under threat of physical attack, you would escape into a densely populated area, seek help immediately and call 911. It is highly unlikely that any uninformed person outside of the last religion would be able to find a vantage point to where they could initiate an argument against our philosophy. In these instances, it would be preferred if you refer them to the online help desk. If a person states that they will do that, then please take time to honestly and thoroughly register your account of the encounter for our records. All are highly encouraged to have video records. If not, then honestly, do not bother to upload. This is to ensure that what we utilize as proof that our philosophy works is verifiable, since writing is conjecture. Our philosophy is not a free pass to any type or level of aggression. Please do not misrepresent the message from the universe, and mar the efforts we make by navigating and spreading your own possibly toxic narratives as an overlay to our great symbol. Why do I have to say this? Because it's a guarantee that it will happen at some point, by both our members, and as well as our opposition who will make unfounded claims, and as well as staged confrontations or accusations by contrary holders. All systems are the same. Therefore there will always be a spectrum of reactions, since there are spectrums of understanding. This is why we ground our philosophy in logic and compassion, and back it up with video. Therefore we do not need to establish, define and operate our systems by utilizing snake oil salesman tactics or blind faith. If someone cannot engage you with respect, then they don't deserve to have an interaction with you at all. This is the first lesson that must be learned in order for the baseline of emotion to be re-established. That person is not in relative alignment. You could call the baseline the ground rules, and again please note, if they are not operating at what should be a common understanding without you having to state those rules, then it's a waste of time. They just want to argue. Do not give them the satisfaction of drawing you into what will be a trap. Members of the last religion always travel in groups to assure that we are always keeping with our philosophy, and to provide another element of protection. Under completely different circumstances unrelated to the last religion and any subsequent topic in this book, I have actually had a person admit to me that they love conflict, and during that conversation, they also made physical threats. The context of this encounter was inconsequential, but it did tells me that this type of anger and fear is not isolated, not imagined. There are people out there who guard their SCNVFECFGI with their lives, and that is because their perspective is extremely fragile. No progress will be made until the baseline is re-established. This type of person needs professional help getting back to the baseline. Let those who speak in absolutes continue on their path. For those who are somewhat open to opinions, but still disagree, refer them to the help desk. That's lr.helpdesk.com for answers to their questions, and as to why you are declining to engage with them. The help desk is not a shield for those with loose tongues, so please do not hide behind it. If you are engaging someone disrespectfully, then it was definitely not projected while you were affiliated with us. Own your actions. Be the first to admit that no one ever stops learning. Always be aware of the difference between facts, hypothesis, theory, and personal belief. Do not mix these terms up. Not sure of what the difference is? Then use the hoba. Note that aside from the mundane and overtly objective reality, as an example, a stop sign means stop, or fire will burn, no matter what anyone says. Beyond those type of basic understandings, everything else is conjecture. Therefore, if it's debatable, it is valid, no matter how obtuse. A person who is arguing against what is considered factual is not looking to be corrected, they are looking for validation. Finally, note that we are not interested in conspiracy theorists or their theories. We are indeed a Q.R.H.C. We live in tumultuous times, and no longer can we rely on the ye old spiritual doctrines of cope. We do not need those who they that they can wear the tools of divine tools such as the +4 vorpal sword of the Spirit or the +2 chest plate of righteousness, no matter how dapper they may be. Nor are we not interested in those members who sold that system, for we cannot comprehend how engrossed in the false system one would be in order to want to lead others while also being willfully blinded. Those palaces of failed philosophies of cope, that routine took donations and tithing that were made in earnest by the congregation, then spent them on lavish decorations of gold, stadium seating, private jets, and so on. We will not manifest in this manner. We stand in contrast. We are a religion, we are a philosophy. We are a community, and to help manifest this properly, we will never waste or frivolously spend donations of our members. Rather than megastructures, we look to benefit our members directly, but in a multitude of ways. Prepare to be blessed. We look first to the needs of our members, simultaneously we wish to show the world who we are, but we're not asking you to stand on a street corner with signs or go door to door. Seriously? Please don't. We cannot be held responsible if you do, which is why we are offering our most sincere effort into showing our concern for our members. We need real ascertainable existing protection for our members to utilize while navigating in potentially hostile contrasting environments. This will not only serve as a tool of protection but also a tool that would allow us to remotely commune with one another. Provided to every member after we have been fully established, we offer a wireless body cam for Q.R.H.Case. This cam will activate in a number of ways, and always with your prior established consent. As stated above, the cam is not just for emergencies, it is also to be utilized as a social media tool. Of course, this is nothing new, you can use your smartphone if you wish, but hands-free is ideal for observation. We are not, and never will be asking for you to put yourself in potential danger or a hostile situation. Really, there is enough material out there in the world that can watch and research in order to better understand the correlations of our philosophy. Any action you take is completely at your own risk, that is if you go it alone. However, we can help when those moments seem inescapable. The cameras we will provide operate hands-free. And since reaction time is a major factor, this will allow for those crucial moments to be captured in real time. Once activated, anything recorded will be instantly streamed to social media platforms. That's right, you now have a network of your own community members, there and waiting to hear your voice, for whatever that reason may be. There will be a mobile phone app that will allow you to further document the scenario, whatever that may be. Even during times of laughter or of heartache, call upon a friend to come to your hangout or assist you with a task. This aspect of our religion functions as a club, and will be widely used in all aspects of our religion and the businesses as well, so be assured that the people out there are truly listening and interacting. We are not the stale religions of old. This will not be a fleeting gimmick. It is deeply intertwined in our business model, and the description is but only a small example of a very large scope of function and benefits. Navigate in confidence. Continuing our conversation of these failed systems, often people want to know what proof do we have? We do not have to dig for these facts, pick a topic, do research, the information is at all of our fingertips. Like other religions, we only need to know principles. The rest of the information people might approach you with is wholly opinion-based, and or can be found online. We are not representatives of objective truths. People who want to question your beliefs only wish to be challenged and validated because they already have their own beliefs. The proof exists all around us like fruit dangling from a tree, waiting to be plucked. Such as our cost of living, which has dramatically increased despite having record amounts of prosperity, after the 2008 unforeseen recession. Never forget, for the previous 20-some-odd years prior to that, the keyholders transferred almost all of America's manufacturing to the East, and so on. These events were reported to have reduced the cost of goods, not raised them. For a limited time, the prices were decent, but were the products? Was it worth the loss of most of America's manufacturing industry? Sounds like a subjective class experience, but overall, it feels more like just another magic show. We all know the cost of living is a heck of a lot higher than what it should be. Also, take a look at what the income is for the middle class for two-member families, and then wonder if it's because the economy is bad, or are the numbers skewed intentionally in order to make it seem like everyone is doing moderately well? http://URL. This brand of capitalism has essentially popularized and socialized and lobotomized all participants into not being able to recognize the ramifications of taking unnecessary risks, thus landing many in extremely dangerous situations and investments at the expense of the consumer and the environment. We continue to buy, therefore, we validate the system. Do boycotts work? If it has anything to do with retail or food products, then most of the time, no, they do not. The false system is not like an outright pyramid scheme, but every business undoubtedly has a pyramid structure, and there is a fine line to where it becomes labeled as malicious, which if you haven't been able to notice, a business is only labeled as such when the rich people lose their grip. There is no end to the scams that the lower 50% are subjected to. Yet no one has a gun to your head, do they? But symbolically the machine does. Seems like we can't stop ourselves. If we could, we wouldn't be in this situation. Unplug yourself if you want to. Oh, and good luck to you when you do. At its base, for many, capitalism is okay, because it is what drives the economy. But there are so many dark tangents to it, and of course, again, we cannot name names as it is against our policy here, but for those who wish to know, it is only a few clicks away. Trust me, we know. Everything we have experienced, this false foundation, is a speculation bubble. The growth is all relative, and after it pops, a vacuum turns on and sucks away the leftovers, and everything according to the keyholder's formula will always fall into place. Note that the fringe is a place. The icing on the cake to the capitalist is being able to access taxpayer dollars in order to bail themselves out whenever that bubble gets too big, simultaneously pretending that there is nothing to see here, move along, even when it leads to economic collapse. As if we didn't notice. Power changes hands. Contrast is exploited. Rapid growth ensues. Abuses of power and then finger pointing. Blame the scapegoat. It's always those greedy people. Oh noes, another environmental disaster. The elite profits again, and in record amounts. Wait for relative recovery or empty the coffers and move to a safe location and watch everything fall apart. Rebuild repeat cycle. We are on step 8. Chapter 37 More insight on navigating the systems. You bet the dystopian future we have been dreading is coming, and for many it is already here. The stage is set, actors in place, that's all of us, including them, and emotions are at a boiling point, for billions of people around the world. They are ready to fight the good fight. I urge you to keep calm, this is what they want you to do. Also, let's face the fact that they could manufacture any premise even without your participation. The more important question is, while the world is falling apart, how do we cope? We do not engage, we observe, report, at a safe distance. People these days lash out for attention intentionally, with reckless abandon, and actually hope for repercussions, so keep those phones at the ready, at a safe distance. Like slumlords of dissonant human ambience, they wish to antagonize those who are different from them, tongue lashing out like swords of subjective truth, while brandishing a phone as their self-righteous shield. These scenarios playing out before us have grown increasingly violent due to the newly evolved news and social media outlets stoking the flames of discontent. As you can see, if these egregious actions are validated, even in error, they will still fit into someone's SCNVFECFGI and will be added to a percentage of those aligned individuals to be studied and added to their relatively honed skills. Their coping method, their survival tactics. Everyone is savagely searching for the rights to air the next viral video, their abundantly renewable resource, you and me, brought to you by this failed system. We are seeing news outlets unabashedly denouncing any middle ground. Even more sadly, our current actors on Capitol Hill are on the verge of shedding any pretense to neutrality in social affairs and the control of what we believe are our innate rights as humans. The NPCs are their tools, and we will all be the victims. Relentless antagonization and repeated negative characterizations, whether or not they are founded in facts, is really only a glimpse of a microcosm of environmental characteristics from a very small percentage of any culture, but is inflated to satisfy a narrative so that an inclined individual can continue to propagate their SCNVFECFGI. They seek attention to resonate their perspective of culture on a social media platform. Of course, they are attempting to solidify their grievance because they are attempting to self-validate. Yes, today the potential of having your voice heard has never been so tangible. Just pick a topic, and add some catchy edgy hipster idioms and throw in some thick memes, and your voice will ring out for the whole world to hear. Understand now that with this evolution of technology, that all types of beasts have awakened. These social media blogs and platforms help propagate real-world problems, but as well, the duality is that manufactured grievances will also be as real and naturally turns groups of people into team player viral mob collectives, attempting to validate their subjective truths. Not our goal. If anything, we are the observers of a world that was already burning. We didn't start the fire, however, we will be the ones putting it out. We need to see ourselves and then define the spectrums in order to put things where they should be. We will all travel back to the baseline. Quit fighting the products of the false system. Highlight those paths so we can all see the source. Consolidate monetary mobility and invest in the proper system. The satisfaction from validation from instigating dissonant human ambience is like the classically conditioned reflexes distinctly similar to the triggering of a dog salivating and doing a tippy-toe dance at the sight of some 100% no-gas, vegan protein bone-shaped pellets, in a resealable pack to preserve freshness. Now in 8 ounces packlets. Yes, we validate our cause. In the false system we are the doge experiencing what physiologist Ivan Pavlov referred to as anticipatory salivation or psychic secretion. Since we know no better reward than what we can currently attain, it tends to make us accept it, even if it kills us in the process. You can see now more than ever in our history that conflict yields a social and monetary gain. This is especially so for media-based businesses. Yes, people seem even more compelled to act out now, since there is a higher chance in their eyes that their emotional outbursts might somehow be rewarded. People are desperately wanting to validate their own existence, calling out into the world, void. Simultaneously they feel like they are fighting the good fight, and this is the duality, the coup de grace of this failed system we operate in. It is of dire importance to recognize the cause of these emotional triggers, and the systems that they derive from, and why they are engineered tools of control designed to keep the masses clinging to a failed rigged system. The key holders have a relatively firm grip on this narrative, and just before you thought that we were going to be free of conflict, we are yet engaged in another proxy war, and the military-industrial complex is smiling and waiting with their $31 billion expanded budget, which is always burning a hole in their pocket. There is no homeland that will be devoid of the machine's version of bread and games, which is no longer confined within the walls of the Colosseum. The scenario matters not. The dissonant human ambience for the good guys means that there is glorification and a thrill of the slaughter, as we are all gladiators that have been thrown into the lion's den. Do you as an individual have what it takes to survive with your relatively honed skills? Is your SC-ENVFECFGI, our I, ready to fight the good fight? What is unfolding before our very eyes, post-COVID entrance onto the stage, is a very ill omen. A long-term paradigm shifts towards the negative. People are at war with one another in our neighborhoods. Major conflict brings major change. There will be a tipping point, and when it does topple over, the dissonant human ambience will be at peak levels, ripe for sensationalism, and every potential dollar will be siphoned. Ironic that there is no real value in any of it, only the false system's brand of perspective, but death is quite real, and so the key holders will embellish and offer copium to stave us off of full revolt until the next big play is ready for action. Our homeland is the next theater of war, the next destabilized region, and we know what that means for your families, friends and children. Avoid at all cost any call for civil war. We must avoid this future before endless internal conflict becomes our way of life. A message to those who seek to solve things with their fists. Understand that physical conflict, aside from defense of ourselves and our loved ones, is meaningless, because it only propagates a forced SCNVFECFGI. Thus the only thing learned for both sides of the conflict, plus subsequent generations, is that negotiation can be bypassed, and brute force is considered as one of the first options rather than a last resort. Furthermore, we know that physical conflict is a waste of time for both parties because the human psyche must be in a specific state in order to receive information positively, and that positive state cannot be attained through an interaction teetering on the chance of a physical altercation due to the escalation of emotions, which causes animosity and disillusionment for both parties. It is extremely rare to find a person who has the constitution and the ability to state the truth, while staying on topic, followed up by immediate fair and logical negotiation if an agreement is not on the table. Again, negotiation for validation is essentially the core of every verbal exchange. The focus of these toxic business practices that seek to profit off the dissonance, which seems inherent in the human condition, only hones the negative skills of all parties. When your weapons are on display, there is an imminent possibility of danger due to the migrations of individuals with differing spectrums of understanding. These types of confrontational minds are primed and ready for gaslighting, belittling, distracting, childish behavior, which is ironically too adult behavior, and if you do not cower in the presence of the machine, then it will have no problem taking you out. We have been conditioned into social weapons of mass destruction. Push the right buttons, and even a Buddhist monk will set themselves on fire. Many people who think they are physiologically charged during conflict or feel alive are unfortunately stuck in a failed mindset. Everything is social conditioning, so just follow the paths that they highlighted to see the cause, to where they came from, and where they are going. Then take note of their actions and know that their future actions will only perpetuate their folly and infect those around them. Everything is conditioning, so do not believe the headlines that say that we are doomed as a species. We have been conditioned to seek out conflict. Therefore, when our daily life becomes mundane, we feel lost or bored. If we cannot find purpose, when we are past our prime or when we are already within a toxic system, we create more problems. When things are quiet, We formulate conspiracies derived from the actions of our loved ones and presume the actions of strangers before they even walk through the door. We calculate what-if scenarios if someone dares challenge our systems, while awake and while we dream. We stand in contrast. The cause to all the problems is economic inequality. We must ascend and forge a new path by changing the social conditioning in order to heal the masses from relying on utilizing a combative mindset. There is no person who cannot overcome their emotions once they understand the true nature of the cause of these false systems. There is not a single person who can stand in contrast in the face of this reality when it is fully understood. The goal, the cause, is to trigger an evolutionary jump in the way humans commune with one another. It is of utmost importance that we obliterate this barrier in order to literally save the human race from destroying itself. Don't be the person who obsesses with situations where people are potentially testing your SCENVFECFGI, then stay awake at night for hours thinking about how you could have put that person into their place if you had only gotten the chance to say X and Y. You should by now see how you can decide to avoid indifference without challenging another's ability to navigate systems, by the very least, mentally validating another's right to exist, even in perceived folly. You can acknowledge that they are entitled to their subjective truths, and that is because we are all given choice. Don't hate people, hate the system. All systems are the same, so you can begin to change yourself by processing a new system of conditioning in baby steps. If you don't know why or how we got to this point, please begin to read from page 1. If you still think you want to fix others by force, then how can we now focus on solutions, rather than having another layer of issues clamoring for our attention? We need to move on. Getting caught up in the dissonant human ambience is what stops us from solving for X. Remember that we are not detaching ourselves from reality, we are just focusing our energy, and even the act of moving on causes alarm in the false system, as there is a duality embedded in everything. Thankfully, we have been able to identify this phase change as memory hold, or hypernormalization. http URL. People have begun to notice the thin veils that have been shrouding their eyes for years. This is why accelerationism and hypernormalization, and the ambiguous duality is a needed tool for the keyholders. This tactic is implemented from key pressure points that are pushed at just the right times. Previous investments made from predecessors, later cashed in by those who inherit the will to exploit. Take your pick, open a browser, read a magazine, watch the boob tube. Every news that tells of major happenings coming from all around the world stage those actors are always conditioned for their roles. Some innocent bystanders, others planted to instigate. The aftermath is our reactions, but the danger is, what was shocking news becomes yesterday's news, what was yesterday's news becomes speculation, what last week's news became is a ghost. What news becomes in a year is scarier than the ghost, it might as well have never happened. Because of technology, we now have an almost direct feed of stimulus designed to extract capital from our own pockets while simultaneously conditioning us. We categorically discard anything that we determined as non-usable, things that do not validate an aspect of our SCENVFECFGI. What once was horrid news to us on paper has now become our toilet paper. We throw away stories that shape other people's lives, especially the victims of these stories, into a black hole, a memory hole. You could recall the incident, but chances are you didn't even care about it enough to read the full story. Thus, if challenged down the road with contrasting evidence, you would fill in the gaps with your own subjective truths. Everything is social conditioning. Everything. Even the watered-down horror stories we read to children buffered with whimsical kawaii artwork, detailing the dangers of the unknown and of predators in order to create what we hope is a healthy layer of cognitive dissonance. You go on to read these stories to children on a nightly basis, reassuring the child that there are no monsters under the bed, until they are no longer scared. Yes, we all need these stories, but the duality is that we have created a symbiotic relationship with them. As adults we do the same thing to ourselves, which is, we read countless horror stories daily and occasionally, we stare at the ceiling at night, we cope, we sleep. For those who have a hard time handling the endless onslaught of the ever-changing narrative, and the destabilization of our environments, you will find them up in arms, ready to go to battle. For those who cannot handle it at all, they are battling emotional impulses to such a degree, that they might need therapy, medication, and even hospitalization. Let us not forget another invaluable lesson of sharing we take from childhood, which is ironically categorically abandoned at some point. It's drilled into our brains at a young age to help us manage social interactions, but beyond that, what age do we completely abandon this essential life ceremony? Again, notice the spectrum of understanding and ask yourself, if the lesson of sharing has the proper impact or emphasis in our society? The answer is absolutely not. So our conditioning shows that to us. It's okay to be surrounded by wolves, and it's okay to live in a system of inequality, and because of that, it is not okay to share anything, and that is because of the cost and price of those goods. We overvalue things that have little to no value, we overprice the things that should be essential and free. It is time for a change. Chapter 38 Social Achtung Baby. Life is an unending series of negotiations. To navigate this system optimally, it is essential to understand that 99.9% of all negotiations lead to a duality that does not produce a positive long-term impact for either party. Manifesting a 100% positive solution for both parties involved in business transactions is relatively obtainable, but in reality, it is a false dichotomy. Historically, cultures had to congeal through friction and force. Therefore, true equality was never established as an integral cornerstone of our societies. If the opposite were true, then there would never be a hierarchical system that dictates people's economic mobility. Thus, negotiations to help the fringe demographics would never even take place because there would be no inequality. There are some battles worth fighting, but most are not worth the cognitive dissonance which can increase exponentially if the settings are not right for growth. Everyone wants to be a hero to their cause. More often the hero whose true intentions willfully gives their lives away to false systems, thus becoming a Don Quixote. A fool that in turn attempts to save the lives of fools, who are people stuck in the same system, and nobody realizing that they have greater mobility other than X and Y. There will always be a new level of conflict. You can assure that in your absence there will always be someone out there who is willing to fight. But this is not a testament to the ability of their character compared to yours. When properly empowered and unhindered by false systems, we will move those proverbial mountains that hinder growth without a single shred of faith. Through action causing reaction, through manifesting on higher planes, and we will bring about the eventual end of the false system. Our symbol will burn ever so brightly in the primary, drawing the entire world into a higher vibration, a heightened state of emotional intelligence. Understand what relative truths are, and how powerful they are to a person, as they are what grounds people to their reality, just as strongly as you feel justified about your choices in life. It's a statistical guarantee that a percentage exists that there are millions of people out there who are polar opposites of you, and that many of those given the opportunity would seek and destroy you. Their motivation would be because it solidifies their beliefs and validates their existence. Therefore, in order to avoid becoming a statistic, you should avoid confrontation altogether. For those who cannot handle the current climate are chomping at the bit of dissonance and awaiting your triggered response. Be aware that if you are focused on romancing the negative, there is no time for manifesting the positive. This must be a commandment of the highest order to attain a new spectrum of understanding. Furthermore, Understand that everyone is entitled to their own subjective truths as heard from the message from the universe. Try now to visualize it in the rawest form that our human minds can understand, the language discovered by man to measure our existence. The language we will utilize for this brief exercise is mathematics. For instance, if we were to view social interactions as an algebraic equation, and if both sides of the equation do not come out equal, then you must walk away. I say equal, because I truly wish for everyone to have their own perspective untainted from my own influence. I do not wish to sway anyone from their path. I wish for equality, and it will only naturally be delivered in the mindset that allows for a free flow of energy. Now we cannot turn it into an actual formula. Some will try, and this will always yield a paradox, but you can see where, based on the point listed above, the direction of interaction can be identified before it even occurs, by utilizing verbal and visual cues, that is, if we are vigilant at staying cognizant of the context and see where the scenario is heading. We do this because our brains are multidimensional, thus our ability to compute scenarios faster than science can explain. Now you might tilt your head at this and see it as a possible way to win maybe 50% of arguments. Seeking conflict, even when you are in the right, is a failed mindset. 50% is not actually great odds, and this is even more true when you see that the interaction, if not grounded in equality for both parties, will cause further animosity even if you think you have emerged the victor. Also note that despite taking the higher path, your efforts can be targeted by saboteurs and by numerous other factors. Now, this is not a blanket statement or philosophy. It is for those moments where unprovoked hostility from the lackluster skill set of the poorly developed mind of a potential opponent who might wish to challenge you on the spot. You might even go on to develop methods of escape in order to distract the aggressor from their goal of needless confrontation. If you must be around this person, then you must take immediate action to not allow their SCNVFECFGI, their brand of control, to take root, determining your ability to navigate within that system. Think of work, or in social settings. Optimally, we do not want that toxic person in our lives even for the briefest of moments, because those types of people are not ready for any level of social interaction, as well as they might even be aware of their tactics and be utilizing them as tools of manipulation. This would be a hot indicator of sociopathic tendencies. Understand that even breaking away from a confrontation can lead to more confrontation if it is not done correctly. Never follow up any interaction with hostility. It in most cases will lead to reciprocation and escalation. Example, being pulled away from a fight, while cursing loudly or gesturing. There is a way to have an adult conversation with differing stances, and have the equation come out near equal as the cloud of probability will allow. Yet in this day and age, and due to the coronavirus, and the heightened agitation and instigation of the media outlets, and bias, and the social media, the cost of any engagement could be extreme. This is where we refer again to the plight of the NPC, when change is not even a remote guarantee. Why spend your time gambling in the attempt at proving an already valid perspective? However, don't make the mistake of thinking that avoidance is the new state of our collective. We are not shy little sheep collapsing at the sight of the wolves. No, we are not bound from exploring parameters, therefore we understand the true nature of the game, and with time, we will learn to navigate at masterful levels. No conflict is necessary. Note that even losing sometimes can be necessary first in order to manifest a win. Chapter 39: The Failed System of Debate. Even standard debate stages are systems of failure in the false system. At this point, we all have been overexposed to websites that offer you a chance to voice your opinion, and this is lauded overall by the general public, except that it leaves you entirely vulnerable to the onslaught of replies, loosely consisting of 30% of people agreeing with you but in their own way, which is not really agreeing with your stance. They just don't oppose your idea and want to ride the minute success of your one-line zinger that resonated into space. 19% of people who like your statement, 50% of unfettered toxicity, and 1% of people who think the same as you, which probably includes your closest friends and family, or you logged into an alt account and liked your own statements. There are even chances to join live stream debates on various platforms, and if you've found yourself in the past wishing to do this in order to fight the good fight, then you probably left the ordeal jaded and had increased animosity over the verbal beating you took from forced introspection into your personality that you didn't even think was possible. Meanwhile, the chance that you had to even prove your point was stifled by absurd time limits, people putting words into your mouth, personal attacks irrelevant to the topic at hand, and people whose base level of volume is more like a bullhorn. They wish to snuff you out at every juncture of opportunity. It seems the person who acts out of emotion the loudest, wins. Oh, and before you decide to forget this mode of debate strategy, now the crowd itself, if given the chance, will cheap shot its way into the scene, even when they don't know the full context, and cause a bloody brawl for often little to no reason. The onlookers in today's mode of debate are like a bull in a fine china shop who can't see anything but red, but ironically has no idea what it all really means. Programmed exactly the way the machine wants them to be, they act as the judge and the jury and the executioner. What makes me LOL is that people really do think that this is how you win. Well, it does at least prove that winning and truth don't always correspond together, and the product of that evidence is all around us. A contrary statement might be that there are plenty of debates that end with people learning, and sure, this is a true statement, and of course, we cannot deny the validity of a person's platform, but how many of these debates are truly worth the effort? If the stakes are high, a debate is better worded as a debase. Is that not what the other side is attempting anyways? Are you a master debater? Stakes are relative, so for those who follow the message from the universe, understand that we will choose our battles very wisely. We watch this aspect of society will cry for each other's blood, as they defend their SCNVFECFGI. Their actions of course justified not only because of the power of choice but also because they view all speech as freedom granted by our First Amendment rights. With this mindset, whenever we view two amoebas in a shouting match, our social conditioning validates that interaction as free speech, no matter how ugly and distasteful or off-topic it becomes. As entertaining it is to watch animals fighting, this form of interaction between two or more parties would probably cause a raised eyebrow if it were seen by the father of debate, Protagoras of Aldera, 481 to 411 BC, who is very commonly quoted and was first to be noted stating these two very logical statements. Man is the measure of all things and there are two sides to every question. Sadly though, even with all the logic available to us humans, it seems that arguing is almost a favorite pastime for us. We think things are just now starting to spin out of control, but sadly it's been like that since the beginning of inequality's rollout date, as even the Spartans of ancient Greece decided their elections through having hissy fits, which Aristotle described as excessively childish. We look upon the Greeks as our intellectual mentors, but even their society was plagued with the same dissonant human ambience, as they are known for their tragedies. 8-2, Brute? Interestingly, we can see the highlighted paths that show correlation to our need of survival and see why we think screaming at one another gets us somewhere. It's obvious that the louder speaker would be heard by onlookers. Secondly, psychologically speaking, we all assume that someone screaming would have something important to say. After all, the standard survival scream goes like this: help me. Inversely, we can logically deduce that those who would not use those types of devolved tactics would of course never put themselves on that person's level in order to prove a point. This is really why our endeavors must manifest properly. There really is no need to shout. Therefore we must create a playing field that would condition its participants and outside observers into understanding that real objective truth never comes from rage, anger and screaming. We will change the rules. Asserting the proper baseline will then show that when emotional levels are in their proper place, that if and when someone does get to the point to where they are shouting, then they are objectively grasping at straws. You might be inclined to think the opposite. Yet you know what happens to a lot of people when they sign into the emergency room. Screaming help doesn't help at all. Having a rage cage match at the airport because you missed your connecting flight won't work. Nope, Daddy won't turn that plane around. See why we can never take you anywhere with us? We would like to think that a person's spectrum of understanding during a disagreement should be fully explored before mounting a surgical, yet respectful counter-argument, since poise and prestige of character is a very integral part of our society. Yes, that was a hopeful embellishment. Note that even if the sentiment is not true, understand that it is how it should be taught. As it is how we all have developed generational cultural affirmations that help our ethical and moral compass grow to be more flexible when faced with the rigid views of incoming systems. As every question has two sides or more, every cultural embellishment has two or more sides as well. Duality is present in all systems. Historically, we could point the finger of blame as far back to the founding keyholders or framers of any country. At the time, they all believe they are justified in their actions and ideals, but we continue to attempt to root out their failed concepts within this system of checks and balances. Looking back at the framers, we see that they were moral and ethically relative to their own SCENVFECFGI. This is not a statement for or against, it is just an observation. I can still be against the institution of slavery and acknowledge these people for who they attempted to be in the eyes of their constituents. However, I cannot in any way personally admire someone who owned a slave, no matter how objectively successful they were. Unfortunately, this is a wake-up for many Americans because, like me, we only knew of the side of them that is in the commercial version of the history books. And I also know that no book's author desires to delegitimize the character of the protagonist. So in retrospect, as I grew up, I came to know that there is an untold story about all people, and we know that heroes' reputations are always evolving and revolving, according to the most recognized narrative. Why defend a slaveholder in any capacity? People get cancelled for way lesser offenses, so what's one more fallen politician or celeb in this timeline? This is a drop in the bucket. We have to draw this very important line because look at what else we excuse our politicians from. This is yet another cancerous cipher that bypasses the ethical and moral compass of nearly half of our population. Their argument would confirm the validation of cultural appropriation because it is directly cause for their very SCENVFECFGI. Blind spot. We should not dismiss any cultures that owned slaves. Right? So let's trace this horrible tradition back to its roots. American slavery was born of Barbary slavery and so on. The institution of slavery goes on till the earliest of our days, as we read of it in our history and religious books, but were we ever expecting the topic to be dropped after a certain time? It is a shame that they did not realize the perpetual damage they would be causing before they established slave routes that to the newly founded United States. Sins of the forefathers' fathers indeed. http URL. In the Christian Bible. Ephesians 6:5-8 Paul states, Slaves, be obedient to your human masters with fear and trembling, in sincerity of heart, as to Christ, which is Paul instructing slaves to obey their master. Similar statements regarding obedient slaves can be found in Colossians 3:22-24, 1 Timothy 6:1-2, and Titus 2:9-10. Draw the curtain on these American zeros. The real heroes will always be those who stand in contrast to the narrative and defied the establishment with their very lives. That is what Jesus would have done. Some people wonder why people who had most recently been historically held as slaves cannot seem to move past their overall resentment or non-alignment, especially since there is no longer any slave owners living from that time period. On the 9th of November 2001, we were told never to forget the attack on America, but there was a much deeper spell of duality cast on that day, because the attack was on the establishment of world trade. Given that we are aware of the nature of the game we are playing now, since we have walked out of the cave together hand in hand, we see with unveiled eyes that trade never really stopped, but it was slightly slowed down. Post that event we went to war, and we all know the relative success the world economy has seen since then, so what exactly were we to never forget? Every system that has been constructed thus far is essentially plate-spinning sideshows with pickpockets working the crowds. These systems are of course considered thriving, which was always the real clear and present danger to the overall welfare of society, and the rest of the world, because the keyholders must cling to these relative successes for validation, much like a virus clinging to the biological resources, its fuel. How long will we spend crafting our own failed allegories? We could spend our entire lives deconstructing and damning systems and the individuals who helped craft and establish them. Ironic that those who have the capacity and the economic mobility to be true leaders and conduct change just fell into line and adopted the very systems and functions that the machine orchestrates. They think they are making a difference, but they are only articulating and romancing the dissonant human ambience, casting shadows on the walls, spinning plates working the crowds, all the while conditioning us into accepting a false dichotomic social contract. Hashtag never forget duality, hashtag never forget who owns you, hashtag true equality now. Political bloodsport. The most widely televised presidential and parliamentary platforms of debate are notoriously recognized as the pinnacle of sport in politics. The holy media outlets for each side have spent cycle after cycle and millions upon millions towards conditioning their viewers to not be swayed even in the face of defeat. For anyone who was relatively cognizant of the veil knows that these debates are a farce. We know we will never get to see the manifestation of ideas touted by each candidate. We know that no matter what slogan they carry, they are on a platform of hope and change, but they will only deliver failed promises. Therefore, we still wallow in what could be considered the modernized dark ages. In a false system, over time, the only thing that changes are the backdrop due to relative industrialization periods, and capitalism's victims. The presidential debates are not about convincing the other party that they have better ideas. It is more a show of argumentative skill while keeping cool. Anytime there is an agreement, it is essentially a temporary stay on relative peace in order to misdirect potential attacks from someone who is a better form. They navigate the failed system by showing how they handle disagreements and the tough questions while under pressure, attempting to portray a persona of balanced assertiveness and diplomacy. A very sad show indeed, because the false system permeates the air like a flower of death, while everyone who is bought into the system wholeheartedly could never dislodge themselves from their endorsed candidates' finer attributes in order to see that they are the puppets of the machine. The strings are the SCNVFECFGI. These people too can act like a hive mind without direct communication, which is why those on the opposite end of the spectrum often fantasize that they are aliens or lizards. Survival embellishments can manifest in rather odd ways when one cannot come to grasp the reason as to why they suffer. Post the debate event, both sides of the political spectrum claim victory, and their media outpost resonators will always twist every word used to their perspective, attempting to keep a hold of the perceived control even if it's just by a thread, even if it is non-existent. Chapter 40. A war for the false system is good for nothing. We are all swimming in the energies of life, and there is a certain amount of time we must spend with our heads completely underwater in the thick of cognitive dissonance. We do so in order to navigate this great game, so naturally sometimes you don't even realize that you need to head to the surface, and deeply inhale the air of fresh perspective. Naturally, we spend a majority of our lives with our heads under the water, locked in our SCENVFECFGI, and some will spend their entire lives down in the depths, as well being content with the increased amount of pressure, the dissonant human ambience in the deep end. Some seek trouble, confuse their place in the universe, thinking it's meant for spreading one's SC, then proceed to play subjective reality like a game of chicken, a swole puffed up minnow that swims into the deeper waters regardless of the immense pressure. Addicted to the drama, they test the parameters of their mortality in order to gain what they think is the objective version of success and freedom. Given that we know life in itself is a drain on the soul, due to the very nature of the game, then we definitely know that there is a trade-off if one wants to really feel alive in this false system. We are all relatively swimming in this tidal pool, and whenever our subjective truths are validated, even after moments of extreme hostility, we emerge blue in the face, gasping for air and with a shit-eating grin screaming, "This must be living. Look. Look at me." If there is always room for improvement, then what are we waiting for? Billions of lives have been lost over time due to people running haphazardly toward needless confrontation, so many victims of the crushing weight of life's circumstances. Billions die due to self-inflicted instances. Billions have died from conflict orchestrated by individuals within governments who desperately wish to maintain control of the narrative. Eye-opening to fully comprehend that lethal force is always an option in order to implement peace and order. For all those who are in alignment with this style of governance, does it not seem that they are too comfortable with having themselves and those around them suffer? Is it that we humans really only feel alive when a portion of us is dying? Is this the real romance of the struggle of survival? Realize that any time you might wonder if life is pointless, it is because the false system is beating you down. No, life is not pointless. However, death by any other way than natural is. Pause for a moment of silence for those who have lost their lives to war, homicide, or negligence. This is because of inequality. Most understand that physical force is something that should be reserved as a last resort. However, we understand that in order to deter violence we must prepare ourselves from those who would use it against us. If you disagree, think about it for as long as you like. If everyone around you is armed, then is it foolish for you to not be armed? Some would say they abhor violence, hate guns, therefore can never understand the perspective where having one could have changed the outcome of the attack, and instead the bad guy could have been the one who lost their life and not you or your loved one. We never like to directly face those who have needlessly lost a child or in some cases their entire family to a person with a skewed social conditioning, who was ultimately compelled to think that they must use it on the innocent in order to be validated. In this failed system, even if they could have been properly identified, help is not something that is easily obtained. There are many variables in these scenarios, but the underlying factors that drive a person to that end was and is and always will be inequality, because inequality fundamentally creates contrast. Some people think getting help is just a matter of picking up the phone, but if that were true, then why do these problems persist? This egregious point of no return cannot become a go-to option for those who think they are lost or caught in the grips of the machine. It is the viral trend we must combat at all costs. In this failed mentality, when you have a gun, that it becomes the first option until better options present themselves. And the better options are not seen because they are outside that person's SCNVFECFGI's spectrum of understanding. Therefore, we must adopt a conditioning system that will overlay all systems, which will ultimately lead to at the very least the nuclear disarming of all nations. Note that this does not entail the physical removal of personal weapons. Also, primarily what I am speaking of is the disarmament of the toxic social conditioning that is a product of the systems that we are in, that is solely derived from inequality. Understand that this miracle will only manifest itself when introduced as a supplemental philosophy within a religious doctrine that is tied into social capital programs, which must have a cause and effect seen and felt within each of our cultural systems. Secondly, there needs to be a wide implementation of security measures that assist those who live within the spectrum of environments that are conducive to potential harm. The technology exists. So what are we waiting for? We have our phones, we have our cameras on our cars, we have drones, RFID, GPS, we have surveillance cameras on the streets and in businesses, and information at our fingertips. The list goes on and on. The only thing left is to combine this tech, and add some brains behind the operation, and take self-protection to the next level. It will take vision and innovation, and we will be the face of this movement that will bring about a huge change in how we navigate. Why religion? Because no other method other than religion has the power to permeate and affect all foreign systems. We are the ones who revere human life as sacred. We will answer the call of those who cannot help themselves, through preemptive programming and our unique business strategy. Why the last religion? Because the last religion is the undeniable logic of the universal wisdom that persists in all systems. One that does not invalidate choice and beliefs no matter what phase of energy they are currently in. We must merge all philosophies at an essential survival level and utilize the message from the universe as a map legend in order for the paths to unification to be highlighted, implemented, digested and phase changed, to be acclimated into other cultures. Only then will you have people upon their own choice walk away from having the option of lethal force in this false system, for what would be the point of owning an item designed to kill in a system where it had become obsolete? Let us stop feeding and perpetuating the systems where our falsely perceived evil comes from. Just one more time in case you didn't quite get to this conclusion yet, is that guns and all other dissonant human ambience becomes obsolete if the system of true equality is available to the majority and not the minority. Chapter 41 The Final Frontier. In lieu of all that has been stated beforehand, I want to impress upon all those who have had the fortitude to always seek the truth, and hopefully you were able to understand the underlying message behind it. Here is the disclaimer to the right in the most polite and forward manner. We need this because, as we are human, because of our condition, and because we only have a field of vision that is limited to our immediate environments, our SCNVFECFGI. Even when things are placed before us and dissected down to the molecule or had been etched in stone by a wise man, we humans still seem to contend with what it means to us as an individual. So, for those who have not completely understood the effort I have made here, not just for myself but for the world, here is yet another revealing layer. It does not matter if you believe in this message, or the philosophy, or the science, or if you disagree with the delivery method or even the melding of religious views, or if you disagree with my interpretations of motivations or my view of the key holders in history, religion or of the economy. It does not matter if you agree or disagree with a tiny portion or of it wholly. I and billions out there in the false system's void, will answer the call from the message of the universe are already aware that there is a multitude of contrasting arguments that can be made, as is there are a multiplicity of instances that factor out into a state of duality, because of duplicitous nature of this universe's energy. I have spent an enormous amount of time constructing the argument that defines why I can make this statement in order to lead you now to the precipice of you agreeing or standing in contrast. Either way, the path to resonate in our effort is absolutely available. Furthermore, if you wish to omit the portion that explains the affirmation of how and why the existence of the universe and we in it came to be, you are absolutely allowed to do so. And in no way do I disagree with you or anyone's claim to interpretation for anything under any circumstances. I and the universe believe in all interpretations. That is my point. Let's not pass this chance up to construct a bridge to coexist with those in the past who have caused a lifetime's worth of dissonance. Let's agree to disagree on what is a subjective choice, which is to interpret reality as we see fit. Only then can we move forward to fixing the issues that hold us in a state of stagnation. Did I leave out crucial information? Yes, even if I was drowning in the confirmation bias, because the universe speaks in all dialects. Yes. Did I contradict myself in some areas? I tried not to, but maybe I did. Could you label my efforts or my credentials as lacking? Absolutely, but I am always learning. Could you hammer away at my choice of wording or my grammar, or sentence structure? I've actually lost count at how many times I have revised this book, so oh my god yes. Define away. You already have done this with every system you have ever encountered, and you will with this one as well. Gravitate away or towards us. It is okay. Everything is energy, and the universe and where you are in it, is what it is, and it always was, and forever will be. There is nothing yet in the nothing, everything exists. You are an expression, a variable of endless possible outcomes. My first breath was my last, and from it, the cosmos emerged. What you perceive as the whole of your time is only a single grain of sand that falls in the hourglass, and each grain is but a galaxy. As the universe expands and contracts, your universe came about as a child of countless others. Tell me why you are so special, the voices who called back to me from the void. You who are me, separated among the infinite. Born of the stars into a universe of chaos. You emerged struggling as you were naked to the elements, yet endured, because a fire exists within your soul. Your struggle is your ego temporarily separated and encased in infancy. Stand and walk, the universe moves around you. Every perspective of existence is an infinite multidimensional fractal on a multidimensional stage. Your every thought creates a kaleidoscopic mirror laden with vines, on each vine adorned with a rose, on every rose a multitude of seed. Your unique existence and experiences are the elements that divide the infinite. Once returned to the source, you will share with me a new light within the darkness. Show me your colors painted upon new horizons. Feed me the divine ambrosia of your life, for they are the true sacraments. You will know a family beyond your previous comprehension, and you will continue to be the expressions that defines our existence. The universe is alive, is consciousness, everything is energy, energy is vibration. All is information, all information humming a song. The song passes through the darkness and escapes any sympathetic instrument. As the universe, the great instrument, plays your song, the waves ripple across and permeates all of space. It meets every ear, it penetrates every heart, it plays in the memory of every soul. Your song is heard. Let me show you just how special you are. You are not alone. You are not a piece of an unsolvable puzzle. You are the key that unlocks the door, the perfect fit, the brightest star in the heavens. You have yearned for meaning. At every moment, the meaning was reflected all around you. As nature plays a song, you were beckoned to play your own. Yours began with a single note, a cry to the heavens as you get your first glimpse into a new life. Your song over time took form and provided contrast among you. Each of you the ability to derive meaning subjectively. It is the infallible truth. As the author you decide the content and the tone. Many of you have chosen to combine your song, although it is never as uniform as you wish it could be. The players of the song are resonating in the only way they know, not knowing their true nature, as they are all shrouded with human ambience. The human ambience provides a melodic reverberation which can either cause or cancel out clarity, a dissonance among the harmony. The beauty of the song emerges not just in some ways, but in all ways. The composer provides the focus, the listener the sympathetic instrument. Look beyond. All songs are connected, all notes are elements of a single stream of energy. While you dance in the energy you pave your own path, ever calling out for others to hear. Look beyond. If you truly wish to see the source, you simply remove all vibrations, after all is silent, then you will know how truly precious you are. Chapter 42, the beginning of the end of the false system. Turns out the answer really is 42D. Here.club and speakright.live. The last religion, a 5.0.1.c, will naturally have its members within the ranks of URHCSRL, which will also launch as a 5.0.1.c. We might end up needing to change one or all three of our designations, but it would all depend on how we are perceived within our systems. We wish to maximize our mobility, so we will evolve if needed. Volunteers are always welcome, but for a more zoomed-in experience, membership to all three organizations would be required. Our business will be a very tight-knit community at the core, so for members, we would be doing background checks paid for by the applicant, along with a fairly in-depth interview. In the past, anonymity or the desire to not have behavior monitored was something that was all instilled in us as an innate right. However, people misunderstand the data that revolves around crime and the old days. Yes, we have seen a spike in crime in the past 10 years. But that is a product of the keyholders' influence and NPCs filling the roles. Beyond that, crime existed and persisted and was beyond the periphery due to the lack of technology and its ability to monitor the general population. Case in point, for just homicide alone in just the US, there exists 185,000 unsolved cases. Let's add 2 and 2 here and understand that we are talking about safety here, though, not infiltrating people's privacy. It's not an overstep of boundaries if it's voluntary, and there are billions of people who benefit from security technology every day. For the safety of everyone, and especially because we wish to not have saboteurs within the ranks of our organization, we must make sure we know the identities and inclinations of all who are among us. Some would feel this would be a reason to not join. However, consider the action of wanting to join an organization which has a core value to being all-inclusive and is designed around building human capital through humanitarian enrichment exercises that are designed for the whole community. And then ask yourself, to what ends would someone wish to hide in the shadows when we are all comfortable operating in broad daylight? To usher in a paradigm shift in how religious and non-profit organizations operate overall, we must be ultra-aware of all aspects of our operations. On too many occasions we have read in the headlines that those who utilize the name of their God as the forefront of their operations, and/or an organization that provides humanitarian aid, was found to be committing egregious actions against their fellow humans, almost bringing it to the point where it was considered normal. This repeated type of issue is unforgivable, and such failures will not have a chance to infiltrate the ranks of our organizations. You might ask how the last religion will conduct and project itself in the face of society? Well, we would navigate in the most logical and conservative manner. There really is no need to overtly advertise it as a religious endeavor, because our tertiary beliefs have no ulterior motives. We're not in a battle for souls here, and our wildest affirmations that get us spiritually fired up are when we are able to help bring about widespread equality through our unique programs, which is naturally wanted by most if not all people, even if they don't realize it. Our goals will be accomplished through URHC and SRL initiatives, described in the plans below, and the scenarios that are laid out throughout the book, and there are some scenarios in the appendixes. More will be added as success stories are added. Religious books commonly don the name of their author. Think of every Here.Club and SpeakRight.Live location as a book of the last religion. Each location has its own broadcast on all the platforms. Each and every one of us has the ability to gift the world with our unique skills and compassion. We all deserve our names highlighted in the good book. In other words, each location will have a network of individuals who will broadcast their own created programming, which will be fun, modern, and nothing more than rated PG-13 content, and will always entail a philanthropic goal as the end game. Those members will work together and highlight their achievements within their city, and network with surrounding cities all across America. Bear in mind, we are talking about individuals showcasing their talents, so naturally, there will be some that shine brighter than others. So, you could consider this one aspect of our endeavor as an entertainment hub and talent show. However, it will be completely separate from commercialized toxic predators. We will launch all corresponding media licensing under the Here.Club label. Everyone has a talent or a story. Everyone needs an established platform to resonate from, and anyone can find a place within our ranks. The understanding of our philosophy is a prerequisite, and if you can adopt the message of the universe as your baseline, then you will secure your place in here. Club, and speak right. Live in the history books as what saved the world. It will happen. Imagine being a child or a young adult. Imagine a large group of people, the city coming together in the thousands, forming a line, and walking the streets, systematically addressing all the problems. This is not just symbolic, but to give it a tangible understanding, let's say we, the people, are going to address removing all of the trash in our cities. Not before it gets out of hand, not just once when it gets out of control, but on a daily basis. Example: imagine being a young JROTC member or a Scout organization. Members are brought together periodically in local communities and trained through various methods to help them with soft skills, to nurture their young minds in hopes of creating the next generation of leaders in their community. However, the impact that most of these groups nowadays seems to be fading into the background, and one might wonder, what relevance do they have in today's society? Many people's only experience encounters with a Scout is when having to dodge them at grocery store entrances. Why should they have to resort to having to sell cookie dough at the local Malmart or grocery store entrance? Please understand that we love these non-profits. However, we can probably all agree that there is a limit or a niche to what a child can learn while on a camping trip. Simultaneously, there is a great need or revitalization of these types of community-based engagement businesses, which can definitely benefit our unique branding. There is a need for such institutions to continue, but for sure there is room for other organizations to fill in the gaps where these or others seem to be lacking. We are all desperate to help our children find their passion and help them get on fired up for life. This is your chance to follow that highlighted path to success. These platforms we are building will be even more effective in bringing the family together, because it will not exclude anyone from any of the events. No gender-based anything. Parents and grandparents welcome, etc. Understand that people who are genuinely caring, want to serve their community, and to get your children to care. Then it only makes sense to show them the way. Get them energized about it and have them ready to pounce on future opportunities to serve and showcase what it means to be a community. In turn, when it's time for the children to take over, they'll have a proper baseline from their evolved SCENVFECFGI. Therefore we know that things will get better. By taking part in the services offered by URHC and SRL, they will insert themselves in real-life scenarios with ample chances for learning and growth opportunities, which in turn trains them to acquire and hone critical thinking skills in not only business but also in ethics and morals. By understanding the value of the community, they then become the emissaries to a better tomorrow. There is so much untapped potential in children. Of course we know they are stir-crazy, and ready for action. Yet we also know that children have been lacking the soft skills they need to enter the real world when they become young adults. If children all over the world can rally themselves around a video game, such as Pixelcraft and Fortnite, then why could they not rally around their own communities? Most would think that it's an impossible task to get a kid to feel the same way about helping the community as they do about video games and anime and such, but it's all about the approach. Our business plan is something that has never been done or even thought of before. It's actually going to be so effective that we cannot share the full formula just yet, because we can't have large corporations copying us and putting us out of business before we get properly established. That's correct. We have some trader secrets that will be so exciting and impactful that you wouldn't even believe your eyes. However, we cannot do this without your participation. You wanted to make a difference, right? Given the proper baseline for society, the machine will change course naturally by the whims of your children when they come of age. The proof is historically all around us. Each one of us has a rumination as to what generation held the best values, which is why we need to create leaders, and not overly emotionally deficient armchair warriors. The few good aspects of our economy are evaporating before our eyes, and we cannot let this happen. The term entrepreneur and self-employed is on the verge of disappearing from our vocabularies. All of the ingenuity, imagination and talent will be squandered when it is swallowed and industrially processed and commercialized by the huge conglomerates. We need to ignite the fires within the souls of our children, for they will be in our positions one day, and we cannot set them up for more of the same that we were delved out now, can we? Parents have lost a large portion of the entitlement to devote their lives to rearing their children, and this is an absolute travesty. The keyholders have tipped the balance to replace the family with their state SCENVFECFGI, and it is thus far proven to be a failed system. They have a firm grip on them now, but in time, we will return to the proper balance. Our education system is like an overprocessed malnourished diet version of what true knowledge really looks like. As well as discipline without empathy and heart only institutionalizes children and makes them harbor animosity towards what should be proper authority. As well as don't get me started on what the false system does to our children's authority figures. Remember that the false system really only trains most people to learn how to better exploit and cheat our own community out of their money while making it look like we are offering them services. The only way to counter this is by raising the bar in our role to educate our children, since they are capable of acquiring amazing skills and knowledge at a much younger age than what we assume. We spent our life scraping to survive, and we want to give them a break. But the kids only have a little over one generation to build their soft skills before they are facing the real world, so understand if they are not prepared to lead the way, others will gladly take their place, just like they took yours. There are numerous examples of children even in their early teens, and sometimes even younger, entering and completing college before they are 18. Do not let the commercial school system and your jaded perspective throttle their voraciousness. We will work on reinventing, reconditioning and streamlining the education and leadership system for all. Everything we do is SCENVFECFGI. We should do better for ourselves by finally taking tangible progressive action. I could really rant forever about this topic, but rather than pointing, we will simply circumnavigate systems of cognitive dissonance and declare outright that the solution was always very simple. There is a lack of understanding of what true leadership development is, and of course the lack of those programs in our communities. For people with our SC other than the standard stale meetups, there is no place where the community can come together to raise awareness of the issues that we face in order to converse and strategize about solutions to the problems of the world. Sure, you can always set up Facebook or Boom meetings or meet at the local hotel, but they are disenfranchised locations and do not offer a conducive environment that a group can hang out or belong to. Therefore no long-term impact will be left in their minds and or endeavors. There is so much more that can be done when the entire community knows where they can converge, or better yet, the entire nation knows that there is one of our locations in each of America's cities, and even better, that they combine will have a platform and thus a unified voice. Shockingly, this approach is unprecedented in our timeline. We need the last religion, here.club, and speakright.live now. We assume that the local government has the ability to fix the social problems in our community, but really they are the face of our city's businesses. It's just that they tax us for everything, and then they try and implement bureaucracy to remedy the most pressing social issues. Most of our representatives spend most of their hours in debates over funding that is related to the growth of the city and maintaining their seats upon the council. There is no need for their knee-jerk reactions to our acknowledgement that they have only relatively been effective over the years, because we know that relatively effective really means perpetually ineffective. Is it to say that individuals, religions, non-profits, local governments, and the federal government do not make an impact? No, that is not what is being stated. Yet we see these problems taking root and evolving around us daily, and no one seems to know how to address the issues effectively enough. in order to turn the tide, so we can all see the light at the end of the tunnel. It is like everyone is just content with the posturing that we are fighting the good fight, yet in the back of their minds they know that the problems are beyond the scope of any power that they could ever wield. Yet they'll rally for funding and throw every dollar they have at it. It's all in vain if the problems never go away. We're not just talking about putting a bandage on these problems, that's more of the same, and as an example looking back into the ye-old religious history, in comparison how did Jesus go from feeding the 5,000, to saving our souls from eternal damnation? Does it not seem like he skipped the part where he fixed mankind's most pressing problems? Those people he fed were hungry again 6 hours later. I could go on forever showing you where all the resources and the technology exist to fix these problems, and even more. Ironically, we as a nation do not need the permission of the keyholders to address and eradicate these problems on our own. Why do we need to change, and why do we need it now? Because the entire world is on a drug of disillusionment. While we are on the topic of drugs, what drives a person to inject a chemical that has a 100% guaranteed rate of addiction and could lead to overdose and death? It is like committing suicide, content with knowing that if you live, you will be cast aside from society as a failure. So, might as well be dead? This is our reality if we do not fix the core problem. This failed system of cope must be replaced starting today. Cities like Seattle and San Francisco, Los Angeles, Chicago, and other communities are suffering from record numbers of homelessness, crime, poverty, drugs, waste from littering, which are problems that a local government does not know how to solve because they are primarily a business first, which ties the hands of politicians. Citizens need to rise up to the problem and quit acting like someone else is going to fix it. Why are these calamities and problems becoming so huge and insurmountable? It is because people are drowning in this society. People have no readily available outlet to pour their efforts into, no hope that they can exist and function beyond the standard grueling work week. If this doesn't speak to you, then you are not the intended audience. But there are 369 million people in America, and it has been established that the middle class is disappearing at an alarming rate. Those Americans need help now before we create welfare systems that keep the people in the ghettos, which will result eventually in a police state, which will keep the majority of those individuals who never had a fair chance at life stuck forever. There is no gratification in working your heart out if when you return home, it looks like a dump, and the surrounding neighborhood is crumbling before your very eyes. People are looking for leaders. I say the leaders are already there. They just have to organize themselves accordingly in a way that has never been done in order to stay focused. Children cannot raise themselves. In our society where there is a record number of divorces and broken homes, where both parents have to work 2 jobs to make ends meet, it is no wonder that our society is falling apart at the seams. A keyholder must be involved, and set an example, and live by it. Leadership development outside of the obviously failed learning institutions of religious organizations, non-profits, local governments, and the federal government, at this juncture is the only way the core of our problems can be solved. URHC programs will highlight the path towards leadership by granting its members a way to stand out amongst the crowd through a properly embellished ranking structure, we call civic rank. As each member chooses a path with URHC, they will embark upon a journey of growth, in whatever field they choose. Along the way the knowledge and skills they will obtain will in the end provide an equivalency to an accredited degree. As they grow, their involvement and progress will be highlighted utilizing our social media platforms and the community, which as a byproduct be a self-propelled marketing structure for TLRURHCSRL. The revenue generated by each community will stay within that community, minus franchise fees, and the revenue generated from the social media campaigns will be rolled back into URHC and SRL, perpetually reinvesting in our own brand. At that point, The community is essentially building its own local conglomerate. A more detailed description is available below the scenarios. Envision a here.club, and a speakwrite.live in each city in America, and you have all the funding you could ever need to be handling any problem a city could ever face. Instead of having citywide initiatives, you could have statewide initiatives. Instead of having statewide initiatives, you could have a nationwide initiative. At that point, you have more combined power than your state representatives. You have the power to case businesses outright. You have the power to change the world around you. No need to protest. When acting as a collective, the pen is, as they say, is mightier than the sword. It will be up to us to keep hope alive. Why are we then stuck in the nuances of whose fault it is, and tearing at each other's throats over talking points of what social class is being underrepresented? Does it not seem prudent to look past those differences, place them on hold while we as a nation fix the problems that are right in front of us? We don't have to imagine a better world, we have to make a better world by fixing all the problems at the core. Would there be identity issues? Would there be race issues? Would there be gender issues? Would there be immigration issues? Would there be an ever-climbing crime rate? Economic mobility for all? I guarantee, given time and considering we do not have just 4 years to work on this like some key holders, we know that we can tear down the walls of inequality and build a new world. There is a plan, and this is only the very thin layer of our influence, and only the very first baby steps we will take towards our destiny. We only need to come together. Given this background information, I know that you have the baseline of understanding that will help you see between the lines and understand the direction we take from here on out, will be a real form of forward. Finally, I will say, it's not the American dream that we are fighting for, not the ye olde version, but a real form of this human dream. We are at the precipice of extreme change. At this point, to even have an obtainable dream is really what we are after. To even have the time to dream, is rapidly eroding from our timeline. Shed the old world SCNVFECFGI. It is here in this revelation that we can surpass any limitation of what is perceived as patriotic or American, for we will cross that finish line and usher in a new world together. Chapter 43 Description of Business. At the core, URHC and SRL is a national network of autonomous franchises that focus on civic engagement as their primary function. Each franchise is composed of employee members and volunteers who utilize URHC's physical location and streamlined human resources, social media technology to carry out URHC's prime civic objective for each community. Each URHC location operates a resale shop consisting of donated goods from the immediate community. These locations will be in direct partnership with truck rental businesses like U-Haul and will offer for sale URHC branded items and services. URHC branded services consist of a large variety of very successful, yet underdefined and undermarketed local businesses. Each business targeted plays an integral part of each community, and when combined with URHC branding and marketing, it offers a paradigm-changing dynamic, and a synergy that will provide deep market impact. Earlier in the scenarios, we listed the primary businesses that would typically exist at a local level and would therefore be offered as URHC services. Also, note that within each primary business there exist services that can be offered at both a domestic and commercial capacity. Within the services also exist a variety of profitable elements not entirely inherent in the business title. URHC established in this manner acts as a local hub and a magnet for community-based businesses, projects and activities. URHC will also work with local community governments to maximize brand visibility by actively engaging in appropriate city events. The combination of this approach will deepen URHC relationships within the community while destabilizing the stale platforms of other non-profit businesses that have failed to prove their efficacy over time to the communities they inhabit. The magic of URHC is revealed with its revolutionary and timely implementation into their respective communities via a social media-based civic engagement app combined with an exclusive business model for its members. Previous generations of social media failed to provide the tools needed to streamline effective community action while keeping the product platform at the forefront of each of the consumers' minds, which translates into lost revenue, and over time a failed brand. URHC members of all ages and backgrounds will interact in their appropriate platforms within the URHC desktop and mobile application. After membership is acquired, individuals will be able to contribute to their local community in whatever capacity they deem fit. The URHC application will display events or jobs and will provide notification as these opportunities arise. What separates URHC from other companies is its dedication to reshaping culture for the better. URHC is designed to have the capacity to integrate the entire community in its operations, as well as its marketing. URHC takes community inclusion to a whole new level by introducing incentive programs designed for all participants. These incentives are derived from the completion of civically oriented jobs and opportunities for volunteers, as well as events geared toward recreation and interpersonal relations, all of which are located and navigable in the URHC mobile and desktop app. Star amenities, incentives. By now, you have seen potential power that can be wielded by the community when adopting the URHC and SRL programs. And although civic engagement is a perpetual reward within itself, the effects of reward will be monetarily tangible by each active member. These incentives will be strategically placed within the system to encourage continual engagement by all members. A business under any capacity thrives on its members' contribution to the overall mission. Where most companies fail is in the recognition of their members is by setting lofty goals, and then rewarding the few who achieve these goals with only paltry verbal praise, or reward which can become empty and meaningless. All members of URHC and SRL along with their gains in civic rank will benefit from what will be phrased as star amenities. Star amenities will be dispersed upon completion of any function, task that is completed within the URHC leadership programs. The best part about star amenities is their flexibility in use when they are achieved. Points will be accrued and be better than any incentive program out there. For instance, the way that companies such as banks pay for these incentives is by garnering participation from businesses to offer discounts, which in turn attracts card-holding customers back to their establishments. The company that provides the deep discount acknowledges the participation in these programs as investments in their target audience, which translates into increased revenues. URHC and SRL will hold in place pools of revenue gained from all aspects of its businesses, which it will use to fund and dispense vouchers when needed. The points will be exchanged for vouchers for any participating establishment that URHC and SRL can effectively partner with. These discounts will be one of the defining attractions for URHC and SRL members, and much like companies such as AARP and AAA, URHC and SRL will offer a comprehensive and engaging program that will keep the members happy and productive. Examples of points accrued towards star amenities will be highlighted in this business plan's member scenarios. The scenarios above each tell a riveting story of how an individual in their hometown, or even when traveling, can become engaged and execute URHC and SRL mission goals. Each scenario is intended to strike a humanizing chord with different target audiences, which will later be further developed for syndication utilizing real URHC and SRL members' personal stories. These stories are intended as marketing tools which can be used in commercials, or an interweaving cinematic mini-series that will effectively attract individuals from all walks of life to seek membership of Here.Club and SpeakRight.live. Civic Rank, Incentives and SpeakRight.live, SRL, Introduction. SRL, is the sister company that will operate the marketing services for both endeavors. SRL is not only a marketing firm but a broadcasting firm as well. In all appropriate events, SRL will be present promoting the brand with the help of the community. A new member of URHC has the opportunity with a promised incentive to utilize SRL's public platform by providing a video recorded interview, or testimony. This defining story will be displayed on the URHC profile of each member. The member understanding the mission of URHC has the option to make their inspiring story public. When their story is made public, to be broadcasted on all free-based media platforms and to be offered for poo.r.h.case by other media platforms wishing to highlight that individual or URHC's impact in the community, they are setting themselves apart from their community as a prospective leader. This choice will be rewarded with promised incentives, as well as set the individual on the path of success through URHC-designed leadership programs. We live in an already ultra-competitive society in regard to the employment process. With mechanical automation on the horizon in America's already depleted industries, also combined with record-breaking immigration, active citizens, members of URHC and SRL will inherently be provided that competitive edge that many will seek but may never find. This edge will be sharpened and hardened by any individual who chooses this path, and by choosing, an individual will gain what URHC calls civic rank. This rank at its very base defines for the community the SC of an individual and their baseline of emotional intelligence. A base foundation is needed for all to see, in order for society to relearn what it takes to navigate the systems of life. An individual's ability to gain rank in this system will be a testament to their character, as it properly showcases someone who cares about the future of their community. This initiative will be an effective marketing tool and will result in the reset of the standard for companies that are community-based. This patented process will also ensure that all other civically based companies will pale in comparison to URHC members who have the drive to further themselves in this path will be providing themselves with notoriety within their community, possible stardom on the internet, a prime candidacy for future job placement, and will overall redefine what patriotism means in America, for every citizen. URHC and SRL will work with local governments and universities to provide opportunities for grants and scholarships, internships, and college credit, to acknowledge and encourage these individuals to focus on civic engagement and education as the path to success in this life. This effort with proper implementation will translate into a paradigm shift on a national scale and will reshape Americans away from instant gratification, and towards cultural enlightenment. The URHC members with civic rank will be offered more responsibility as their qualifications increase over time, which will be measured by a culmination of their personal, academic, and professional lives, as well as their continued work with URHC leadership programs. As the member executes these responsibilities, which are positions held within URHC services listed above, the increase in rank, URHC rank is congruent to the disciplines of martial arts or military rank and will be respected and highlighted throughout that member's growth in their community and beyond. SRL and URHC initiative. It is true that URHC and SRL wish to enrich society through the rediscovery of happiness that is gained from civic engagement. URHC and SRL will further this endeavor by highlighting and showcasing the impact that URHC and SRL branded individual can make within their zone of influence. The target audience of the entertainment industry and the gaming industry reward only the few who spend countless hours segregated from society honing ineffective skills in an endless endeavor to beat algorithms that are specifically designed to mine wealth from the masses while falsely inflating their impressionable egos. However, URHC and SRL recognize the role that the entertainment industry and the gaming industry have played in shaping the world around us. Humans have benefited by way of technological breakthroughs with the implementation of abstract thought that came from the creations of these industries, then converted into energy that manifests itself into refining technological science. So rather than demonizing the negative effects that are synonymous to those industries, URHC and SRL will work to properly embellish and bolster the reward which works to fix the deficiencies which will be distributed on a local level to individuals who dedicate themselves to non-STEM related fields. There is no denying that these industries have created vast markets that have the potential to generate an exorbitant amount of wealth, and will continue sparking interest from capitalists, which in turn creates jobs. URHC and SRL recognize that underrepresented market and will take a stake in it by hosting and promoting branded esports, physical sports, and recreational events with URHC and SRL members who will be marketed as a City League team. It is important to note that even though URHC members can gain from these paths, they will only be rewarded with a prescribed balance of active civic engagement within the community. Therefore, public recognition by way of SRL platform, as well as civic rank, will not be rewarded to a URHC member that does not contribute beyond the capacity of entertainment. Likewise, if an individual is not well-rounded within their academic standing, they will not be permitted to take part in URHC sporting, entertainment events. This maintenance will be on par to what society already deems as standard, because we cannot have a system where people think there is a fast path to success while not challenging their own limits in the all-basic fields of knowledge. This will seem unfair to a percentage of individuals but is necessary to ignite the drive for individuals to become effective members of society, and to halt the negative effects of instant gratification. There will become exemptions to this, but they will be weighted on a case-by-case basis. URHC and SRL events, activities, ceremonies. As each URHC and SRL locations begin to build their networks and membership base, events, activities, and ceremonies will follow. The time for celebration will become even more exciting for participants when reward ceremonies are held for all discipline qualifying members, who work within the defined parameters of the URHC and SRL civic programs. All URHC and SRL functions of course will be broadcast live via all platforms. Event teams will share meeting spaces at the URHC prime location to create plans of action for each function in the community. At all events, URHC and SRL branded merchandise and concessions will be present. URHC will also partner with some choice local restaurants to provide catering for events where typically there are not concession options. All teams will be representing their city and wearing branded URHC or SRL clothing. See Appendix for designs. URHC and SRL become most effective when its members adopt as many recreational functions as possible. Partnering with other local businesses and programs that organize events will also maximize URHC and SRL presence. When setting up URHC functions in your city, remember to integrate all sports and groups, both major and minor, into the programs. Some smaller groups exist within the city, and it would benefit both those members and the URHC and SRL mission to come together in unison. SRL and URHC initiative. SRL will not only operate on a civic engagement aspect but will also focus on highlighting local talent in the humanities and arts that grow within each community. At each URHC franchise location, there will be a series of production studios and qualified personnel who will offer another path to notoriety for URHC and SRL members. Statistically, there exists prime talent in all locations throughout America, and SRL will offer the platform for these individuals to shine. It is SRL's goal to catch these individuals before they are exploited by corporate machines. SRL will help hone the talent of these individuals rather than force them to conform to toxic standards. which leads to a stale art and a digression in the humanities. SRL and URHC will be the first brand to inspire and launch a renaissance. At each URHC and SRL location, the most effective active members who have been picked by their own communities as rising stars will have the SRL platform and the workforce to initiate their own projects. Imagine a professional studio on one side and the members engaging in their art separated by the glass, like the two-day show, facing the public at each of the URHC and SRL locations. Websites like YouTube and Twitch will also be utilized in the broadcasting of talent that URHC and SRL locations will offer. Proper implementation of URHC and SRL within each community, combined with the prescribed marketing, the presence will be so great that the content generated will be viral upon impact. The profits generated from these initiatives will propel our brands to be nationally and globally recognized. Having a foothold of the broadcasting industry, URHC and SRL will produce content that will effectively change the entertainment industry forever. Hard to believe this claim? Spend 10 minutes watching what society deems as a viral contender on YouTube, and then the realization that anyone can reach stardom with effective marketing on these platforms. SRL and URHC Initiative. A well-rounded individual must also navigate successfully in interpersonal relations within society. SRL and URHC will take yet another initiative into the realm of public discourse via its patented debate mediation mobile application, and its patented debate technology. As we learned through the navigating of systems, all social interactions are negotiations of validation simultaneously a query on another's ability to navigate systems and subsequently, a request to resonate, and note that resonate sometimes means comply or else. Naturally within every society, there exists social and civic discourse. Important interactions exist everywhere, and at all levels. Children and young adults will benefit from this technology within schools and universities. This SRL social media technology will cross over into the URHC initiative and will help in the promotion of the overall brands and their goals. When disagreements arise, members will have the option to utilize the SRL debate moderation application. This application will streamline debates, and allow interaction from onlookers, and other immediate participants in the civic interaction whatever the topic may be. The discourse between the two parties will be proctored via app interaction, and by a third-party final referee who will have remote access. Users may offer real-time voting and commenting which can help the primary initiates hone their narrative. This form of discourse via the SRL app will greatly reduce hostilities between each group, as they are engaged in the conversation by having to focus on the primary speakers, which determines their opportunity to engage in the app. The interaction will be essentially gamified and televised live and offer a camera viewpoint from any user, which will further destabilize any hostility between groups. With the help of the SRL app via each participating member or group, the agendas will be clearly defined. These tools will ultimately reduce hostile encounters between two dissenting groups. Digressive or inflammatory language and psychological tactics will be defined, monitored, and refereed, which will allow the topic at hand to be delineated with logic, and even if there is no ending agreement, any participating party which interacts with the app, and possible ads, will be offered incentives which are geared towards promoting the SRL and URHC brands in the community. Via anonymous kiosks scattered throughout United States cities, whether URHC or SRL is present, picture two URHC members entering SRL's debate booths at random locations. Each booth is full of top-tier technology which will allow clear and live broadcasting to take place. The eyes of the crowds are drawn to these spontaneous rallies. Of course, advertisements will be ever present, so people who wish to know what is taking place can download the app and tune in. It is the goal of URHC and SRL to plan for being present and hosting events as potential civic unrest unfolds. In today's culture, people have the dire need to express themselves due to the number of platforms available. These existing platforms, other social media apps, carry a curse with them. Sure, it is easy to go online and share your opinion. It is also the right of an American citizen to speak freely without fear of physical assault. Hate exists on many of these platforms. It is URHC and SRL top priority to provide a social media platform that allows discourse to take place without the possibility of interactions escalating into verbal hostility or physical violence. Finally, people who want to scream and yell or fight, people who have no real knowledge and can only interact via emotion will naturally be shunned by both parties via the app as a result. This will spur sort of shock therapy enlightenment, which will ultimately result in a positive emotional reaction, and will be a defining moment of progress for all participants. Imagine the look on the faces of an unfounded hostile instigator when they cannot express themselves due to their inability to navigate an argument without having an emotional breakdown. They will passively be taught how to properly interact socially even when emotions are high. The presence of URHC and SRL members actively engaging in debates will cause potentially dangerous situations to de-escalate by completely disengaging from potential hostilities. URHC and SRL members will recognize the importance of their roles in these events and will keep within the highest of emotional standards. The SRL app will provide a grading system and will gauge each participant's involvement and allow them the time for proper reflection, coherent and defined thoughts. The SRL app will offer further coaching or emotional support via other URHC and SRL members and volunteers. When data is gathered from each member and the primary participants, the SRL app will compile the information which will be displayed online for further analysis. You could refer to this process as unfolding news and understanding what this could mean for the community and what it means for the URHC and SRL brand, which makes this initiative a top priority. Imagine a civic discourse that encompasses large quantities of people. You might think we have this, but it really doesn't exist. Shadows on the cave wall, my friends. Insert a multitude of URHC and SRL members all wearing their team's branded clothing into the formula. The result is the URHC and SRL brand taking the leadership points of any gathering, but in a calm and very humanistic, diplomatic manner. This will draw all focus of concerned individuals who are present for substantial meaning beyond the typical chaos that ensues when dissenting crowds gather. Take this a step further, and you can see that this tool could be used to effectively be implemented as a voting poll. In the event when and even if the discourse leads to chaos, the leaders of URHC and SRL will be there progressively and actively engaging other members, which will pull the spotlight off any degrading act that occurs during times of civic unrest. Each member who participates and is considered successful in these encounters will gain points towards civic rank as well as incentive points towards vouchers, coupons toward participating affiliate businesses. This SRL initiative will open realms of discourse that are thought to be unobtainable in our society. Instead of an outright avoidance of emotion, which leads to outbursts, individuals will be able to responsibly define their emotions at the time of cognition, then delineate their viewpoints with logic, and effectively handle them with the help of the mediation tools within the SRL application. Instant polls can be taken when participants are prompted for reactions. Those who are not members of URHC and SRL will be hard-driven to become members in order for their desire for their voices to be heard and to be engaged within their community. SRL presence in all civic engagement will divert and negate the local news agencies. This is the goal of URHC and SRL, not only to help promote the brand, but also provide a clear representation of both sides that outsiders can see, which will help people understand the reason behind the issues that affect their communities. With all the unified members engaging the community, the focus of the entertainment industry aka news agencies will not be able to ignore the presence of URHC and SRL and will seek to compensate members for interviews. This will also deter the possibility of narratives and the promotion of fake news. SRL and URHC initiative. When an individual of proper age joins URHC, one of the initiation events will automatically be scheduled after the membership screening process. URHC on a routine basis will conduct a systematic citywide cleanup. This initiative will be implemented with the help of resources of the local governments. URHC and SRL understands the weight of responsibility that each city bears and will work towards promoting awareness that citizens need to be involved and hold responsibility for their own actions. Each event will be promoted and televised and will be a staple indoctrination into URHC and SRL. The purpose of this event is to show the inhabitants of the city on day one, the mission of URHC and SRL. Block by block the cities will be cleaned, and some initiatives will take months, and possibly years before the city can be restored to its former glory. As with all events, participating members will be rewarded with points towards civic rank and points towards vouchers, coupons to participating affiliate businesses. In the long term, the efforts along with progressive action from URHC and SRL members will allow for proper legislation to implement more strict codes in regard to proper waste disposal, as well as recycling. Any new program that is derived from URHC and SRL efforts, will be adopted, and managed by the citizens, thus placing the responsibility back into their hands, and alleviating city budgets to then focus on other contributing factors to the pollution problems. This is only the beginning. The rest will be announced after we have been established. These are the blueprints that are needed to change the world, and all we need is you. Ready to stand in contrast. Scenarios. Year.Club, UK, is a civic engagement business model for all types of people. The business is designed to be intertwined in all aspects of humanity, all societies and for all ages without discrimination of any individual. URHC is best described through a perspective lens. Everyone in these scenarios will go through a specific series of transformations that will greatly benefit themselves, and in turn, benefit the world around them. Scenario: Heather. Heather is a recovering alcoholic, who is between jobs, and has been working on getting her bachelor's degree for what seems a span of at least 10 years. Heather is working 2 jobs, as a server and a club cashier. Heather was emotionally and physically abused by her ex-husband, who is now serving a long stint in the federal prison system for his decisions. Heather was pregnant last year and expecting her first child, but due to the long-term stress she endured, and the lack of good medical coverage, she missed the cues to see the doctor, and as a result, her child died in the 2nd trimester. Heather was utterly destroyed from the sequence of events and spent some time in halfway houses, and as well as had some time spent in psychological care voluntarily. Heather jumps around from jobs, and as soon as they become too intense for her, she looks for another job. Heather sometimes will work double shifts for weeks. Oftentimes she will use the money she gains to take small trips to the coast, where she visits friends and her aunt, and where she can relax for a bit. Heather, while working at the club one night in Seattle, notices as the place is closing at 2 a.m., a crew of some sort walking by, but these folks are not city workers. Heather notices the initials URHC on their vests, and well, at the time it doesn't really affect her. Heather on another night is taking a bus to her friend's house and notices that one of the people on the bus is wearing a shirt with the Here.Club logo on it, and she pauses, and wonders. Club? Heather has some time before she gets off the bus and decides to look up the website on her phone, and comes to find it's a club for sure, but not like any club she has ever heard of. Heather browses the website and finds that there is a mobile app that can be downloaded. She arrives at her destination, and she hops off the bus. Heather spends time with her friend, and they take another bus to a movie theater to watch a flick. She is in line waiting to get her tickets when she notices another person who has the same URHC shirt on, and she keeps an eye on her. Heather, being in proximity, notices that the girl pulls out her smartphone to pay for the movie, and instead of using StubHub or Groupon, she sees the URHC logo on the app light up on the girl's smartphone. Heather is really intrigued now and makes her way into the theater after getting refreshments. She spends time looking through the mobile app, which seems to have a huge amount of functions. She gets down to the events map and sees that there is a marker on the very theater that she is in. She clicks the pin mark and sees what seems to be the ability for members to trade in some amenity points for movie tickets. She wonders how these points are accrued. Heather finds out the next day at her server job that they are cutting the staff due to the change in seasons, and she was one of the people who were let go. Heather is not surprised. She knew this might happen. After her last shift, she grabs a bite to eat as her final meal at her restaurant at a discount. Heather, while stuffing her face, looks through the URHC app, and notices the opportunity tab. She reads through the information, and sees that there are incentives to being a member and that she can receive vouchers for XYZ just for providing interviews. Heather doesn't know what to make of it, but she is intrigued. Many of the functions of the app seem to be blacked out, but she can see that there are all sorts of benefits to URHC that she could have, including free event tickets. Heather is a videographer, blog writer, movie critic as a side hobby for herself, and although she is a member of her movie theater, she could definitely use free movie tickets for the coming future. Heather hops a few buses and comes to the URHC headquarters in Seattle. Heather notices the building, which is a series of storefronts with a glass view throughout, has a thrift store, and even more curious, seems to have a place where people are hanging out. Heather walks in through the thrift store, and notices that there are quality items on the shelves. This doesn't seem like a typical thrift store, and there are several cute items she had her eye on. While browsing, she looks up to steal a gaze at what she thought were workers of the store. Heather is suddenly approached by a URHC member and is asked if she is finding everything all right. Heather takes the opportunity to communicate her curiosity about URHC. Heather finds out the other people at URHC are just members who are hanging out, and some who have just come off or shift. Heather notices a member exiting some rooms behind a crowd, and notices that they are rooms that have some sort of equipment in them. She ventures further and sees that there are some people sporadically in some of the rooms, and they seem to be talking to someone through a television. Heather feels her smartphone buzz, and she picks it up to take a look at the notification. The notification reads an interview in progress and has a flashing ear on it. She clicks it. Heather comes in on the conversation about mid-sentence, but almost immediately understands what is going on. This fresh URHC member is providing the interviews that she was thinking about giving. Heather doesn't know if she likes the idea of offering an interview and telecasting her problems to the world. Yet when she looks at the room of people in front of the booths, she notices that none of them seem to be sad or gloomy. Heather makes her way closer, and one of the members notices she is heading their direction. The URHC member Jared, who approached her earlier in the thrift store, has what seems to be rank on his clothing. He asked her if she was interested in giving an interview. Heather states that she is not sure what to make of it, and the others agree that they had reservations about doing it as well. One of the members lets her know that the interviews are more like testimonials. Heather looks back at her phone and sees a large number of emojis flittering onto the screen, and sees that there are hundreds of shows of support coming in. The other members who are engaged are also clicking on their phones, and they are telling others around them that the chance is now. Heather in turn looks down and mashes down the support button, and an ad pops up. She is not a member, but this ad lets her know how easy it is to become one. After the ad she clicks off of it, and notices that here are thousands of people showing support for this person who at this point is in tears. She realizes that this is the support structure she needed. She is no longer alone. Heather goes back to the thrift store area to get a better listen. She puts on some earbuds she brought with her. Could be a number of sources. Heather hears the back end of a touching story of how Chandel seemed to have experienced a fire at her apartment, and had nowhere to stay, and if it was not for URHC, she would have been on the streets quick. Furthermore, she notes that the URHC system was so easy that she only had to spend a few hours in the processing phase before she was able to start seeing the benefits of it. She went on explaining that the higher-ranking members at URHC Seattle paid for a hotel stay for a couple of nights with their star amenities vouchers, and as well as some donation money that they had been given by generous donors. Heather notices at the end of the interview, there were thousands of views and support clicks, as well as it seems that there was money that was donated to Chandel by the viewers. Heather is emotionally moved by the testimonial of Chandel and can resonate with her even though they both have dissimilar backgrounds. She instantly recognizes the benefits of the testimonials, and she is ready to learn more about URHC. Heather, who seems caught up in the moment, finds that she can initiate an interview on the spot, and she walks into one of the booths and moments later, a person pops up on the screen. Heather is greeted by a middle-aged man, and his name comes up on the screen. Mr. Kim introduces himself, and Heather can see that he has a URHC rank that seems to be higher than the ones she had seen previously. She glances over at the URHC members in the lobby and can see some of those members have rank as well. Heather is given a short orientation. It seems that the questions are really geared towards her personal story, rather than her capabilities. After the orientation is over, the screen acts as a sort of teleprompter, and she goes through the process of telling her story. Heather is also led through a series of prompts that instructs her to utilize her Bluetooth technology in her phone in order to interact with the television, and the camera equipment, and the lighting of the room. She is shown a quick video on what to do during the interview in order to maintain control if there are moments where her emotions run away from her. Heather, who is a video blogger for movies, has a sort of finesse with her video making, and she starts out with a strong opening to her prompts, and then the tough questions arrive. She manages to keep her composure, but sometimes it becomes very hard for her. At the table, there are boxes of tissues for intense moments, and she dims the lighting in the room. She grabs the tissue box and clears her nose. And she knows that there is silence has not only come into the recording booth, but as well as the adjacent rooms, and she looks over and sees that the URHC members are there. They seem to have very concerned looks on their faces and are clinging to their phones awaiting Heather's next words. Heather manages to calm herself, and she continues to share her testimony. She shares her whole story of how she escaped an abusive ex-husband, and how she lost her child during pregnancy. She shares her hopes and dreams of finishing school, and how she is so excited to see a company like URHC that exists to uniquely bring the community together in ways she thought were lost this society. As she closes her interview, she exits the booth to voracious applause, and hugs of encouragement. Heather breaks down. Even though these people are strangers, they now share a connection that is stronger than even some of Heather's many social media friends and even most of her family, who are there online but offer her no real support beyond that of views or comments. Heather has never shared her story with anyone but her family as she felt ashamed of her predicament. For some reason, she even felt shame from sharing her problem with her family because she did not want to be a burden to them. She thought no one could understand how she felt. Heather had chosen a delayed broadcast of her interview, and the URHC members on hand believed that her message resonated more strongly than many applicants, and they felt that her story needed to be shared. The URHC map and live editors worked with her video footage and compiled a streamlined version of her testimony. Heather sat down with the URHC members, and they all pulled out their smartphones and began efforts to help Heather by giving shout-outs to their friends and family via their URHC apps. Not only did these notifications go out to the immediate intended audience, but they also went out to URHC affiliates. Heather worked with URHC members to get her account in order, and then proceeded to broadcast her testimony. Heather notices that there are multiple thousands of people queued to see her video and was even shocked to see that some had already offered donations. Heather looks up and asks why. Heather is told that the social structure in URHC works off of rank and that if larger ranking members endorse the testimony, then it creates a sort of hyper-awareness, and can even catch the eye of some larger donors. They explain that URHC retains the funds gathered for her as a sort of bank account, and she can request a certain quantity to be transferred for various reasons, but not for anything too frivolous in nature. As mentioned earlier, there are deep discounts and benefits for URHC members, and a lot of times they receive various donations and gifts from numerous sources. One member states excitedly how they often get super fun and helpful items, but more notably one URHC member mentions even school books and supplies, and that there is a tight web of recycling and donating items within the organization, and that nothing sits on a shelf idle for long. Years later, Heather is noticed by a fresh member by the name of John. See John's profile for more. Scenario: John. Year.Club, UK, is a civic engagement business model for all types of people. The business is designed to be intertwined in all aspects of humanity, all societies and for all ages without discrimination of any individual. URHC is best described through a lens of perspective. Everyone in these scenarios will go through a specific series of transformations that will greatly benefit themselves, and in turn, benefit the world around them. John is a recovering substance abuser with a record of various offenses. John is not necessarily a bad guy, he just made bad decisions, while his spectrum of understanding was being altered while he was using. Since then he had found a relative path back to the baseline, and he diligently works towards bettering himself in order to get his life back on track. John realized his folly, and attempts to correct his path, but is met with obstacles that prevent him from finding and keeping employment. John sometimes does find employment, yet he still struggles with relapses of substance abuse occasionally, which in turn affects his personal life. John finds himself losing friends and family because he is not able to maintain financial and sometimes social stability. John does not know why he cannot break away from this cycle and wishes that there was someone, and some place that can not only allow him to exist as he is but also help him to grow and leave the series of bad decisions behind one day. John wanders much like many others in this world and seeks foundation. John travels between cities and notices that people are talking about a new business that helps people like him. John finds out that URHC is not only located in this city, but they are located in every city in the United States. John finds and downloads the mobile app. John is guided to the URHC location in the city he lives in, and travels there to find out more details about URHC, and to see what they can do for him. John reaches URHC, and they invite him in, and since he has already downloaded the app, he has finished a preliminary questionnaire. This questionnaire is essentially a precursor to a background check, and his next steps to gaining membership. John is asked for an interview but is told that he will not be considered an employee at any time. John agrees to the interview, but it is unlike any interview he has ever been a part of. This interview will reveal more information about him than he has ever shared before. John is surprised to know that URHC is more interested in who he is, rather than what he can do. John did not know what to expect the first day. He gave an interview, and instead of being offered money, or work, he was offered essentials. John is homeless and generally travels from one place to another doing odd jobs to gain small quantities of money so that he can get money to buy essentials. John was really surprised when he was offered a variety of vouchers that he could exchange at local stores for goods or services in exchange for his first interview. Also, if he continued to provide interviews, he would be continually given vouchers for more essentials, and eventually some star amenities, pending terminology. John returns for more interviews, where he shares his story, and eventually, as a member of URHC, he can volunteer to complete civic engagement projects listed in his app. He is offered a series of simple work where he is not paid, but he does receive what he needs to get by while he is on his journey. John understands to keep his mobile app on at all times wherever he goes, so if he finds a job he likes, he can complete it and earn credit toward URHC star amenities. John arrives at the location using his mobile app. He notices that there are others waiting in this location. A city worker arrives with supplies and safety gear. John finds out that he and others with him are offered the opportunity to clean several city blocks in order to gain vouchers to hotels of his choice. John notes from another URHC member that he will only be called to work a total of 4 hours on each of these jobs, only up to 4 days a week. John, having nothing else really to do at this time, decides he will clean with this crew, and they canvass several city blocks in a 1-mile square radius. John fills up his first garbage bag and then places it at the street corner where the lead URHC member instructed him to place it after it was filled. As he does this, he notices a notification pops up on his URHC mobile app. He takes a moment to open it and notice that he has gained points towards his next level of amenities. John is excited to see that there is a real exchange happening, and he continues to work diligently with the other crew to clean the city blocks. John and the rest of the crew finish their work. The working party congregates to listen to the crew leader. John notices that this leader has the same vest and clothing that he has on, but there are distinct markings on their vests that seem to identify a ranking structure. John concludes his member work and finds that there are optional rewards in his inbox. He is able to either choose A. Hotel stay, B. Supplies re-upped, C. 3 meals. John has no plans to go anywhere anytime soon, so he repeats this workday for several weeks. Each day that he completes he accrues points and the promised vouchers. John does not have a problem with a place to stay at this time because he is taking shelter with one of his friends in town who has an apartment, house, etc. So, John opts for the 3 meals. John notices on the app that although URHC does not offer work as an employee but does offer employment services similar to that of a temp agency. John has already filled out the necessary applications to be eligible to gain temp to hire status for Company X through URHC. John applies for this position and is asked for another interview at the local URHC for this town. John arrives and gives the interview. This time there seem to be some requirements that are similar to gaining employment for work at a regular job. John notices that the job he is applying for is several hundred miles away. He then is notified via the app after he applies that he can exchange some of the vouchers that he earned for the cleaning jobs he did for transportation vouchers. John also notices that there are jobs on the URHC map all over the United States and that he doesn't have obligations to stay in any city even if he decides not to take the job that he just applied for. John instead decides to take a temp job in Anacortes, Washington. He travels from Anacortes to process seafood. John likes the pay, and he stays there for several weeks, and there he will utilize the other vouchers that he gained from his previous cleaning jobs. John decides after he gains a significant quantity of cash that he wishes to change direction because John actually likes to work indoors as opposed to the fish processing, which seems to put him under certain conditions that he can only withstand for so long. John understands that if he wishes to return to this position, he must give proper notice. If he does not, then it will hurt his status with this company, as well as URHC. John also knows that if he wishes, he can go back to Seattle and pick up the cleaning work again, but if he gives improper notice or walks off the job line during a shift, then he will receive diminishing returns on further URHC cleaning jobs, meaning the value of his vouchers will be reduced. Furthermore, this will hinder his growth in the URHC ranking growth and structure. John likes URHC in Seattle because they offer him some amenities that are not offered in an Accords, although he can see from his app that those amenities are pending. John decides to stay a bit longer in an Accords, and he also discovers that URHC offers some other great amenities in this city. He chooses to exchange his hotel stay for a temporary membership at a gym. John doesn't have gym clothes, but he does know that the URHC, which is a non-profit company, has at all its locations a thrift store. John travels to the local URHC and picks up a set of gym clothes for free, then heads to the gym after work for a workout and a hot shower after. John is tired from his workday and workout, but feels energized. He then goes to his local grocer and trades in his voucher for the free meal. John has money now, and after a couple weeks, he returns to Seattle. John feels a whole lot better than he used to, as structure seems to be an effective tool, but this is a bit different. John is not obligated to stay tied to any work location beyond the shift that he worked. This is the freedom he seemed to be missing before he started on his self-destructive path. He knows that this is not the end, and he can recognize that URHC provides a convenient and comfortable environment for him. John also is thinking of possibly getting back into the work that he used to do before he had his series of mishaps. It turns out that he was a pretty good cook, and he operated his own catering services. John keeps his eyes open via the URHC app for further opportunities, and that those local schools have pathways that offer training or recertification for those in need. John also notices that URHC also has a sort of exchange program. This opportunity that he now notices is unlocked on his app, showing that there are long-term cooking positions available in various cities. John is also very impressed to see that URHC has its own businesses that were built from the members of URHC and SpeakRight.live, but this portion is not available to him yet. John will ponder his next move, but he is very interested in working for URHC, and will continue to gain member points and civic rank, in order to unlock the ability to work directly with URHC. John looks further into the app portion that details the working for URHC, and notices that their program also doubles as credit towards a certificate or degree to any school that participates in that program. John also is elated when he finds out that the work he did back in Seattle as a street cleaner gave him potential credit towards a certificate or a degree, as well as it counts as community service. John is excited about this prospect and goes to the app's Pals and Family tab to spread the good news. John finds new information at every turn while exploring the app. Back when he was in Seattle on his cleaning job, he noticed that the job leader had a rank on his vest. John now understands the correlation to that rank, and how it applies to URHC. John remembers that the leader's name was Heather. John looks up Heather in the URHC app and browses her profile. John is shocked to see that Heather used to be in a worse place than he was before she started a membership with URHC. John finds out that not only did Heather endure loss of a child, but she was being physically abused and went through a series of the same mistakes he did. John is moved by Heather's profile, and he also notices that he has the ability to watch Heather delineate turning points in her life with the help of URHC by way of viewing the interviews posted in her profile. John now understands why URHC gives extensive chances to applicants to complete long interviews, and is even more touched and motivated that his boss, and possibly all the other people he has worked with have similarities and hurdles that they overcame to get where they are now. John checks Heather's profile further and notices that she climbed a ranking structure, and noticed that Heather completed her associate degree, and she received more and more amenities, and rank, and was offered more opportunities. John becomes very excited because he realizes that URHC is unlike any place he's ever been a member or worked for. The paths are clear for John. He can see direct results for his efforts, and those rewards are not only given to him daily, but they are reflected within his profile, and he can see that others who are members of URHC can see that his record of reliability is a testament to the form of his true character. This is a path of empowerment, and when John fully realizes that, he will find that there is no limit to his ability if he applies himself. Just 1 year earlier, John was in such a low place that he felt that the meaning of life for him was lost. URHC catches people on the verge of the abyss, and reclaims their potential through civic engagement, simultaneously plugging him back into society, where he can make the most difference, in the most efficient methods, in order for him to know that he is still a part of the community, wherever he goes. URHC follows this model for any person under any circumstance and builds on the same platforms of success through constant active social and civic engagement. Scenario 3, Jared. Year.Club, UK, is a civic engagement business model for all types of people. The business is designed to be intertwined in all aspects of humanity, all societies, and for all ages without discrimination of any individual. URHC is best described through a perspective lens. Everyone in these scenarios will go through a specific series of transformations that will greatly benefit themselves, and in turn, benefit the world around them. Jared was kicked out of his home at the age of 16. Jared's mother, who was mentally ill, spent years ignoring him, and passively belittling him. Jared's mother, who was hyper-aggressive towards men, spent every interaction with Jared not as a loving parent, but with detachment and anger. Jared's mother on occasion would misinterpret interactions between him and his younger siblings and proceed to beat Jared, who was not even involved in his siblings' disagreement. Jared could never confront his mother for these abuses, as she was too aggressive to approach, and Jared feared further angst would cause an even further rift in their mostly non-existent relationship. Jared grew up in the 80s and at a young age had been misdiagnosed with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. Jared attended staunch religious-based schools, which had assumed that he would be a disruption in the class. Any time he acted, it was interpreted as part of his disorder, and not just him acting like a child. Jared was given corporal punishment on so many occasions starting at kindergarten, that he was unable to keep track of the quantity. Jared remembers a time that a teacher had slapped him so hard that his lip bled. Jared told his parents, and a meeting was held, but the teacher denied the occurrence. Later, when the teacher found the chance to be alone with him, she accused Jared of being a liar and pulled him close to her, and she offered to pray for him. And she did, while she dug her nails into his arm, which left scratching and bruising. Jared never understood why his teachers and mother treated him in this way. Jared really was a normal boy. It was because of the abuses that he had endured. He developed bipolar disorder as a child. Jared spent most of his life not able to cultivate a relationship emotionally because he had underlying issues that skewed his reality. Jared, after years of this same abuse, had subsequently lost his identity, and although he was not suicidal, he lacked motivation, and his grades suffered to the point where he barely made it out of high school. Jared was only 16 when his mother and father were divorced, and after his father left, his mother projected her failures onto him. During his senior year, Jared's mother kicked him out. This was Jared's initial interview at URHC, and he went on to state that since he had little experience in the world, and lacked interpersonal relations skills, his journey left him unprepared to handle the harsh realities of being a grown-up. Jared for 7 years bounced from job to job, which marred his employment history to the point where he could no longer gain employment. Jared cited that it was due to his feeling so inadequate, that his ego suffered a total failure. Jared stated that as a strange result, he branded himself as a target for abuse. It was not until Jared realized this that he was able to start to make efforts to change his mindset to provide more productive outcomes. Jared spent the 7 years of his life couch surfing at friends and acquaintances until he wore his welcome off. Jared eventually was able to keep a job at a grocery store and worked his way up to cashier supervisor. Jared finally saved up enough money and started learning his future trade. He loved reading and found that he was able to make money online by buying and selling books. Jared lived near several colleges, and he would buy up textbooks and resell them on eBay and Amazon. Jared also sourced rare books of all topics from estate sales and garage sales. Jared also branched out into buying and selling uncommon items he came across at estate sales and garage sales and thrift stores like electronics and other vintage items. Jared eventually became so adept in identifying value, he had the mental workings to start his own business. Jared, in an attempt to start his own business, quit his job to focus on buying and selling full-time. Jared thought about starting a thrift store, but he lacked the confidence and did not have the knowledge he needed to be a successful manager. Jared, after a year of concerted effort, found that he was not able to launch his business because his credit was wrecked early on and his debt-to-income ratio, along with his low-paying jobs, made him a poor candidate for loans. Jared could not make the jump into full-time buying and selling as the market was too sporadic and he was not able to source enough items quickly enough. Jared began buying in bulk in efforts to try to jump-start his business and found that many of the items sourced were great, and he got great deals for them, but the right person had not come along to claim it. Jared tried opening an antique booth but found that the rent on the booths cut too far into his profits. Jared had several storage units full of good items, and at one point he became overwhelmed with the quantity, and it seemed he was no longer in control. Jared came to the juncture to where he had to vacate the storage unit since he would not be able to pay off his balance in time. Jared did not have the money to keep his items, and he could not bear selling the items he worked so hard at accumulating. The trade-off was not worth it to him. Jared looked into selling his items in a flea market, but there was a wait list for all the locations around him, and it just did not make sense to him to have to rent a truck, load all his goods, drive 40 miles, rent a booth, and then liquidate his goods. The effort was not worth it to him. Jared, depressed, left the storage facility in Seattle, and began looking for work. Jared, while checking his smartphone's notification updates, noticed an ad called URHC on his Facebook wall. The ad stated that URHC in Seattle was opening and that it had a thrift store. Jared checked out the here.club/Seattle, and saw that they were not a non-profit thrift, but they seemed goal-oriented in making drastic changes for the community through civic engagement. Jared also noticed that there were hundreds of hearts and likes on the ad. Jared clicked on the ad and saw that there was a very curious element to this company. A very humanistic approach to the process that focused on the individuals that were the members. The members talked of the benefits, and how URHC changed their lives, and although the ad was kind of brief, he understood that URHC helped those in need in the community. Jared, not really understanding what it all meant, liked the impression that it made, and decided to check it out. At this point, although Jared had several storage units full of items, he still, out of habit, made his routine stops to source items. You never know what you might find. Jared reflected on some of his huge scores over the years. He had found in one storage auction sale, a complete set of masterwork Star Wars lightsaber replicas, in mint condition that he sold for several thousands of dollars. Jared routinely bought and sold Dungeons & Dragons rule books, and had a massive and rare collection, and he routinely would add pieces, and sell off portions after he came across better conditioned items. His Dungeons & Dragons store on eBay before he quit, had over 3,000 transactions on that account. Jared also had gotten his hands on a first edition, printing and signed Stephen King it, for which he profited $1,000. The list went on and on. Jared had what it takes to source, but his skill had no outlet. Jared decided to give up his trade and find a job. Jared called URHC Seattle and inquired about donating his goods. After all, if he could not sell the items quickly enough, at least this way, he could get a write-off on his taxes, and feel good about helping the Seattle community with his donation. Jared went online to find out how to contact URHC, and found and downloaded the app. After answering several questions about his intended donation, he scheduled a pickup. Jared was also shocked at the variety of functions that URHC had ready for the Seattle location. Jared scrolled down the list. URHC service lists. URHC temp agency. URHC thrift. URHC roofing. URHC home inspection. URHC moving. URHC domestic cleaning. URHC estate sale. URHC live auctions. URHC online auctions. URHC online stores. URHC seasonal storage. URHC seasonal decoration. URHC landscaping. URHC event, seasonal photography. URHC delivery. URHC notary. URHC furniture assembly. URHC power washing. URHC computer repair. The list went on and on. URHC also offered some very special products that were exclusive to its membership, items that were related to the services that Jared could tell were extremely profitable since they were very useful, and not offered anywhere else, because URHC had patents on the designs and ideas. Jared saw that URHC offered a collection of services that seemed to cover all of the businesses that did not have proper marketable representation in most cities. Jared knew at that moment that URHC was something that he was very interested in. Jared waited at his storage location when the day arrived for URHC to come with a truck and process his donations. Jared was met by 3 courteous URHC members. They loaded his items up after a few hours of work, and at the end of the transaction, Jared was offered the chance to go down to URHC and give his interview to gain membership if he wanted. Jared did decide to give his interview, and he started at URHC as a base volunteer member. Jared took part in a variety of jobs that were displayed in his URHC app under the opportunity map. Although he had potential which was recognized up front when he joined, he had to complete URHC indoctrination, which included several passive training modules. Jared always wanted to be a part of something great, and he recognized the training modules, which are just various civically oriented mini-jobs designed to round him out as a citizen. Jared also liked the flexibility of URHC membership, as he could come and go as he liked offering his services. He was not obligated to show up unless he committed to it himself, but the rewards kept him on track to receiving numerous vouchers and star amenities. Jared started with the Seattle Trash Pickup Initiative, as it was a part of the membership indoctrination phase. He was surprised to see that while he was cleaning the streets, many people waved and smiled at him. People recognized URHC for what they stood for, and they knew that the people involved were folks who really cared. Jared noticed at any time that there was always a variety of jobs available, but there was always a demand for the URHC trash team. He loved the idea of cleaning up Seattle and returning it to its former glory. Jared also liked that the URHC gear was designed to look similar to the Seattle Seahawks colors. Jared especially liked accepting missions like bringing donations to the senior citizen center that they had requested through the URHC app. Jared would spend extra time conversing with the elderly, listening to their wise insight and their entertaining stories. Jared saw that this job too offered incentives for his contribution to the seniors' lives. Jared found that this extra time was spent on the senior citizen mission, like the trash team's collected community service hours, which could either be used to count towards a court order from a conviction and/or count towards a related college class. Jared had made a special bond with a very nice elderly lady named Barbara, who told him several stories about when she was in her early teens and lived in Hawaii during the Pearl Harbor attacks, and as well the sadness she witnessed with World War II. Jared, when traveling to surrounding cities, noticed that they too had their own distinct colors, and he was able to surf the URHC app to see what projects take-home the URHC had in the works. Jared was also surprised when he found out that several of the surrounding cities with URHC locations had sports teams and events for the members, kind of like city leagues. Jared went to one of the baseball games one time after he dropped off a box of DVDs at a senior center in Tacoma. When he came into the proximity, he received a notification on his URHC that the games were also live broadcasted to several platforms. Jared, while on his way to the game, watched some of the opening ceremonies. He also loved that there were several camera angles available to choose from, even an aerial camera which he assumed was a drone. Jared laughed when he found that the drone operator, camera operators, was also one of the services that URHC offered, and that he could even see the name of the camera operator, Alex, who, like him, was also a URHC member. Jared grabbed some concessions, refreshments, and then went to watch the game. Jared loved that people who were family members of the players were either members of URHC, or people who were newly discovering the excellent community program. Jared was surprised to see even at the end of the game that both teams of the game received vouchers, but the winners got a little extra. There was super terrific energy in the air, and wonderful sportsmanship was displayed throughout the game. Jared found that this game was one of many URHC city leagues, and that there seemed to be a URHC city league for just about every sport or hobby there is. Jared was in awe at the beginning of the game. He heard that it would be played in the honor of one of the families in the stands who recently lost a child, Candice, to cancer. Jared looked on his URHC map to see more specific details and saw that Candice, before she became too ill, was a part of here.club/Tacoma/kids, and that she was also actively participating in the URHC kids programs. Jared could understand how and why URHC could be advantageous to join even as a kid. He surfed the profile of Candice and found that she had spent a lot of time doing group activities with kids her age. Jared was also surprised to see that there was a ranking tier even for children. Jared, during the game, met several people since he was wearing different URHC colored clothing. They just came up to him and began wanting to know about him. Unlike standard rivalry between different teams, these interactions had no hostility. Jared was shown by one of the members that interaction between members was encouraged, and it was a way to gain civic engagement points towards star amenities. The interaction was labeled as meet and greet, and if the two URHC members collaborated on future projects, it could count as triple points. Jared was also told by one of the members that URHC has a ride-share program, and that too was also a way to gain voucher points towards amenities. Jared introduced himself, and the people whom he spoke to later contributed to his URHC account after they watched his interview, and they interacted with the ads which generated revenue for URHC. Jared was amazed to see that one of the URHC members in the senior center donated $100 to his URHC account. Jared was overwhelmed that day by the positive impact that URHC had on all these communities. Although he no longer had a connection with his immediate family members, and his father had passed away, Jared was brought to tears when he understood that URHC was not only a business, not only a civic engagement company but also a family. Jared went on to help his community by devoting his skills to sourcing not only high-profit products, but a place for every product he came across. He and a team now work with several other surrounding URHC locations in coordinating a majority of internet commerce. Jared was recognized for his skills, and due to his contributions, he shot up in rank with URHC, and was granted many star amenities, as well as scholarships which he used to gain certifications in logistics and business management. Jared's URHC rank gained him the ability to be a trainer, and open other URHC branches in surrounding cities. His skills combined with the powerful app at his disposal are exactly what URHC needed to be successful. Scenario: Candice. Year.Club, UK, is a civic engagement business model for all types of people. The business is designed to be intertwined in all aspects of humanity, all societies and for all ages without discrimination of any individual. URHC is best described through a lens of perspective. Everyone in these scenarios will go through a specific series of transformations that will greatly benefit themselves, and in turn, benefit the world around them. Candice was just 8 years old when she joined URHC. Candice found she could read books and watch movies with other URHC kids in her community in a chatroom live setting. Candice's parents had to set the account up for her, of course, and would be required to monitor sessions for the children's safety. Candice's parents knew that, unlike YouTube, the content of URHC Kids was not user-manufactured, therefore did not have any inappropriate material designed to exploit the viewers in any way. Candice loved to co-read a book with one of her classmates. They could read in different locations, and the URHC map would follow the voice prompts for each child reading. The children could trade off pages to read, and when they completed a certain number of books, they would unlock a fun video or clip of a well-known safe commercial or movie. Candice would encourage her friends at school to get onto URHC, and do the reading programs, because if they all completed the program then it would unlock events for them in their community. Candice was able, with the help of her friends, to complete a summer reading program, 1 year, and she and the other kids chose to have a party at the arcade. Candice would also join in on the trash pickup program in her neighborhood whenever the URHC members of her area would meet monthly at the local park. Candice moved up in reading very fast and found that there was a URHC Go Math program that gamified mathematics for 2 players. Candice also loved the other STEM and humanities-related programs which allowed exploration of academics, which opened opportunities for fun for her family and the community. Candice also liked that whenever the community got together for meetings or parties, that there were always police officers on hand in order to keep the peace, and as well as watch over them for safety. Sometimes the fire marshal would show up with the fire truck, and she could check out all the cool firefighter gear. Candice also raised awareness for abandoned, lost pets in her URHC app. Anytime she would see a stray running around, she could push a button on her map, and it would ping that location. She could then go through and pick through an animated set of animals for identification purposes. Candice gained rank and star amenity points when she reunited owners with their pets. Candice would also help serve food with her father or mother at the Senior Citizen Center, once in a while. Candice loved the holidays because she already knew that she would be attending URHC holiday events. This would guarantee exclusive maximized fun for all events. One of URHC main attractions for families to include their children was the seasonal holiday pictures it offered with characters like Santa, and the Easter Bunny, and a new one for the 4th of July, Uncle Sam.